massive welcome to East London Grand Prix circuit for round 5 of the Extreme Festival. Making their way onto the circuit right now. The first category of the day is the DOE Formula Vees, and a big battle expected amongst them. We already saw some action during the weekend amongst the Formula Vee competitors, and really looking forward to some great fights as always amongst this highly competitive class. We managed to catch up with these guys just before they made their way out on the circuit and saw what was happening with their Bridgestone grid scramble. Welcome to DOE Formula Vee's Grid Scramble and Lucky Draw. It's amazing that they've got these sponsors behind them that give out these very awesome prizes. First prize today goes to Peter. He's got the fastest lap from yesterday, so let's get Pete up here. Congratulations, buddy. 1:33, that's a pretty decent lap around here, I've got to tell you. And these are actually going to be a bit concerned. We've got 2 lucky prizes as well, courtesy of Bridgestone. Tell you who they're going to go to. See, it does help to come late, Roy. And Lionel Jensen gets the other one. Well done. 3, 2, 1, go. Oh, Greg got one. I told you Greg got one. I'll say no more. There you go, guys. Put them up there. Well done. And good luck for today. There you have it. That's how they do it for the lucky draw. And, of course, everything goes according to plan. Getting some information thrown my way as well from Ivan the Terrible. Gazoo Racing coloured mirrors. Oh, okay. That's fine. Thank you very much. That's awesome stuff. Thank you very much, Ivan. Enjoy your day as well, bud. As we see Formula V's making their way down the beach straight, down towards Gate Corner and into the complex for the first time. Awesome to see a massive East London crowd here today, and looking forward to some phenomenal race action. My queen's in the house. She's just joined us along with Luke Selby. Stephen and Bronwyn are in the house as well. They should be here. I thought they would be here. And then Jodie's here, of course, down in Cochabana. Things are looking good. They certainly are. Good morning, everybody. Big welcome here to Brendan Kelly as well. The weather is absolutely perfect. You can't ask for better. A little bit of a cool breeze, trying to keep the rain away. Hopefully there's going to be no rain today. But Brendan Kelly, let me tell you something. You should be here, bud. This is going to be one of the best race days we've had at the East London Grand Prix circuit in a long time. Just trying to get everything else sorted out here in my little studio too. We've got race action happening on track. We've also got race action happening all around as well, with the live stream that's going out on YouTube as well as on Facebook. So if you've joined us from all around the country and all around the world, a massive welcome to you. And we certainly hope you're going to have a great day with us here today. Bullets in the house as we get cars lining up on the grid now for their first race in anger. It's one of 3 races today for Formula V's, and it's great to see that the initiative has moved together to put Formula V into the National Championship categories once again, and part and parcel of it. What does the N in the name stand for? Class, I'm not sure. Voter, I'll have to have a check and see. I'll wait until I get to G&H Transport before I get to N. It might be a national or previous national class in the N class. GT3 is a national class, that's what it is. The GT3 is a national class, so hopefully that's what the N stands for if Voter Russ is listening to us. Also looking forward to race action now between all the other categories here today. We've got Toyota Gazoo Racing Cup, we've got the CompCare Volkswagen Polo Cup, we've got Global Touring Cars and GDC SupaCup. We've got the SunBet ZX10 Masters Cup with Red Square sponsoring them, and NGK Spark Plugs and Bridgestone tyres. And looking forward to some great action as well from the big bangers. G&H Transport Extreme Supercars are here in full flight as well. So that's the kind of race action I expect to see today here from an awesome, perfect day for racing at the East London Grand Prix circuit. Away they go down towards turn 1, and it looks like it's going to be a big fight on there between Greg Wilson and Gert van der Berg. They were on the front rows, they head down there and they are side by side. The 2 teammates absolutely evenly matched, heading towards the infamous Potter's Pass for the first time. And on the inside, it's going to be Wilson in the 7 car who gets the whole shot and heads into turn 1 Potter's Pass right on his tail. Fantastic start from Peter Hills. He was fastest yesterday getting around the circuit in a 1:33 in a Formula Vee. That is an absolutely awesome time. And you can see side by side out of Rifle, that could end up in tears. As they come under braking, here comes Lionel Janssen on the brakes, looking for a chance to squeeze through, maybe getting on the inside of Hills into Kookaburra. It's a change up between 1 and 2 as Gert van der Berg used a little bit of slipstream to get ahead of Wilson now as they get onto the beach straight for the first time. All of them going to the right hand side, trying to avoid the little bit of wind that is out there. I did say to you there was a little bit of wind on the circuit and around the track, and it will certainly affect these little cars without any wings and slicks on. But no worries at all for them so far as they come into gate corner and into the complex for the first time. Heading into the complex and out of the complex now, you can see just how hard it is going to be for them. 911 coming into play there as well. Great to see race action right through the field. But keep an eye on that little 911 car. It's certainly a machine that Josef Kotze wants to get a little bit higher up. Here comes a challenge for the lead once again from Wilson. Wilson diving on the inside from the back. Has to give way there. Theo Vermaak in the mix as well in the association class. Looks like he might be leading out that association category class at the moment as they come through to complete lap number 1. Hopefully when they complete lap number 1, we'll get live timing. And we do. Here they come. Across the line. Front and back from Janssen. Lucian Ramchanda in the Liqui Moly car. Across the line in third, but it's Theo Vermaak who's in there as well. What a start here from these guys. Absolutely amazing to see how hard they are pushing, but it's Wilson, Van der Berg and Lionel Janssen. Lucian Ramchanda right behind him as they head down into Rifle corner again. As you can see in the background, hardly any breeze and not a lot of white horses out on the ocean either. One of the most picturesque circuits ever in the world to go racing at, but you don't get a chance to see it when you're behind the wheel of a race car. You've got to take into account that you've got so much race action to look after and to ensure that you can stay on track and in the mix here for possible wins and victories all day long. So we've got a couple other people who've joined us now from all around the world. A massive welcome to all of you as well. Thank you so much for your support. You have joined us at the real Extreme Festival, the real festival of motoring and motorsport in this country. And we're putting on a show of note right from the word go here from DOE and Start My Cars Formula Vee category. Andy Owens, Richard Moore, Robert Moore I should say, Jan Boyson, Jody Collins, Tiny's in the house, Landy Sinden's here too. So all the usual suspects and a couple more come into play here today for race action on race 1 of round 5 of this Extreme Festival. Up to second is Lionel Janssen. Now Janssen's had a fantastic run over the last couple of races. He certainly has been a man on the move in terms of looking for a championship win at the end of 2022. They've got 8 laps to go as they cross the line this time, 2 down. And it's Janssen who just squeezes out and gets ahead of Gert van der Berg. Van der Berg comes back at him and here comes Wilson. Wilson's in there as well. Wilson now back into the lead into Potter's Pass. Amazing stuff here from Formula V's. There's 6 cars. Make that 9 cars. The first 9 cars all in with a chance of taking a victory here. Incredible to see Theo Vermaak up in the 6th place overall there, tucked in between the 2 Hills boys. Here they come under braking, 4 abreast into Kookaburra. The 10 car is Ramchanda, and Ramchanda's on the inside of the champ. Is that Van der Berg dropped down 1 place? Yes, he is. He's dropped down into 4th there by Lucian Ramchanda's outbraking maneuver into Kookaburra corner. Not a bad start there from these guys as they head onto the beach straight away now. See the long shot here on the beach straight and into gate corner. As they come through the complex now, this is where things could change up dramatically. And usually by this stage, those Bridgestone tyres are now up to race temperature. So it's time to start getting the move on. Jaco Schricks is starting to do that as well. Schricks, you remember, coming back from a big injury, hasn't quite got up to full race pace that we normally see from Schricks. But he certainly is loving life back at the wheel of his race car after a long time out after that injury on a motorcycle. On the brakes up into Beacon. Here's a move from Hills. Hills on the inside of Ramchanda and returns the favour. So there's a move up there from Peter Hills up into 3rd. Ramchanda back down to 4. Slipstream City now as they go through and complete lap number 3 of 10. Janssen, Ramchanda, Van der Berg, Hills, Schricks, Van der Linde. Sean van der Linde's in the mix there as well. And coming through there you can see some manoeuvring happening, but Jaco Schricks is certainly on the move there as well, starting to put in the good laps. None of them in the 33s just yet that we saw out of Peter Hills yesterday. Top 5, make that top 6 all in the 1:34s. Theo Vermaak made a mistake somewhere on track. He's dropped down to 9th. He's actually out of the top 10 now. He dropped down to 10th place, so maybe he's had an issue somewhere on track. He was in this pack. Just going to look for that yellow car just in the background as he comes through Cocobana. It certainly looks like for Mark has made a mistake. Yeah, he's dropped right out of it. Some kind of issue there for Theo as he went around on that last pass. Possibly up at Beacon Corner. We didn't quite get it, but needless to say, he has dropped out of this lead pack of 6. This is fantastic race action here. You can see Brandon Hills now starting to put the pressure onto the back end of that field. It's Van der Berg. He's on the tailpiece of Van der Berg, doing the same thing there to Ramchanda. Peter Hills has moved up to second ahead of Lendl Janssen now as they go through the sweep. Heading up onto the back straight up towards Beacon Corner. Peter Hills pulls out of the slipstream, looks for a way to go through into the lead. Not quite close enough though to make it stick and get past Wilson. Wilson hangs on for now. Van der Linde and Shrix just behind that. And you can see them coming down. Yusuf Kotze. And there's Theo. Theo for Mark just behind Yusuf Kotze in the 911 car. So whatever went wrong there for Theo, it's a big pity we lost him. He was having an absolutely amazing run. And in a position that we don't normally see him in. But it's great to see him up there. No doubt about it. Walker, Christophe and El Camino are in the house as well. Welcome, guys. Hope you guys are enjoying all the action so far. And look at this. It's 2x2 going into rifle corner. You don't want to be doing that. You need some big cojones to go through turn 1's absolutely flat. And and a touch! Ramchanda makes a big mistake, goes up the back end. And looks like that was on the back end of Kurt van der Berg. He's made a huge mistake. And the Liqui Moly car is being sent to the sidelines. He's going to get back on track, but he's going to tuck in just behind Theo Vermaak. Have to watch as he comes onto the circuit as well, because there's a little bit of a lip there that you can catch a very low-slung single-seater on. But what a maneuver there from Lucian Ramchanda, trying to get under braking, trying to avoid the car. And I think he may have tagged onto the back here of Wilson, because Wilson seemed to be dropping by the wayside. It was one of those Start My Car DOE machines. And hopefully Paulie got that. We can have a look at it on an action replay, but certainly some big action there. And you do not want to be locking wheels in single-seaters, particularly under braking into Cocobana. You'll probably end up on the beach. Unbelievable, that's how it goes. But it's opened up a massive margin now for Hills and, by the looks of things, Lendl Janssen. They stayed out of that little bit of fracas. Wilson has dropped back down into 5th, so I'm assuming that he was the car that might have been tagged. Let's see if we can get that action replay for you as soon as we can. But here they go. Another lap down. It's a halfway stage. It's Hills and Janssen ahead of Van der Berg, but it's a big 3-second gap now down to Gert van der Berg. And things have changed up there dramatically after that little incident between Ramchanda and one of these lead cars. Sure. So, avoiding action being taken by some of them. Back down into Cocobana they go, and this is where things could potentially end the race, because the gap has opened up now between 1 and 2 and 3, 4 and 5. And unfortunately looks like we didn't quite get that action replay, so we'll have to wait and see if we can get it a bit later on. Maybe we'll get it a little bit later on. But as you can see them now coming back into gate corner, Peter Hills is showing his dominance. 1 minute 33s are what he was doing in qualifying and practice yesterday. He's into the 33s now, but so are Lendl Janssen and Gert van der Berg and Brandon Hills. So we got 3 cars down into the 133s. Lucian Ramchanda also into the 33s as well, but unfortunately he's dropped right out of it, as you could see after that incident down at Cocobana Corner. They come up towards Beacon now, and under braking, as you can see, it's pressure coming from Lendl Janssen. He's waiting. He's not going to go too soon because he knows Peter has got some great pace. So as they come across the line now, they'll be completing 6 and they'll have 4 to go. Top 2 pulling away now, almost 4 seconds up the road from Kandenberg, Hills and Wilson. But Lendl Janssen in that Bull Securities and Silver Lakes Volkswagen Formula Vee, trying to find a way past on the Mangaza racing machine of Peter Hills. Janssen was quickest on that last pass. 32.5. Wow, that's a fast lap around here in the Formula Vee. 32.8 looked good from Peter Hills as the leader, but a 32.5 behind him now puts him into the fastest lap this weekend in Formula Vee for Lendl Janssen. Janssen is on a flyer here, there's no doubt about it, and he is looking good. This is how he wants to try and be taking victories and taking championships. He has had a phenomenal run over the last couple of rounds of this championship, and he's looking for more of the same here in East London. Hills is going to make it very difficult for him, though. He's not going to give this up without a fight. Peter Hills, Lennel Janssen, Gert van der Berg, that's how it stands as they come out of the complex and head up towards Beacon Corner on the 7th lap. Parked on the sideline up that back straightaway. Is that possibly Greg Wilson's car? I'm not quite sure. We're not getting close enough to look and see who it is. Driver's on the sideline. And I can't see the driver, unfortunately, but there you go. Another lap completed. Just want to run through and see. Is that possibly Jaco Schricks? I think it might be Jaco Schricks. It might be Jaco Schrick who's parked on the sideline there. Maybe he's just starting to feel the effects of lack of time at the saddle. And with that injury he had after that motorcycle crash, maybe starting to feel the effects. It is quite a bumpy circuit that we play on here today. Here we go, through the right-hander at Potters. One of the most infamous corners in motorsport in the world. Potters Pass, you have to have some big cojones to get that right. And you can see now, when they go 3x3 into Potters or 3x3 into Rifle, the next corner at turn 2, you need to have your wits about you. And Brandon Hills is trying to keep 2 cars behind him. The 2 teammates are hounding him. Wilson versus Van der Berg versus Hills. Right now, it's advantage Hills for 3rd place. I don't think there's enough time for them to catch the top 2, but the fight is certainly on there for 3rd. 1 and 2 come into the complex. Lennel Janssen, as I said, I think is just biding his time. I think he knows exactly when he can pounce, and if he does time it to perfection, the win is on the cards here. Haley Fourie, Vessel Smith and Jan Bester have joined us as well from wherever they are around the world. Big welcome to all you guys on our YouTube and Facebook streams. We're going to be streaming the entire day's race action today. 3 races of Formula Vees. We've got 2 Global Touring cars, 2 GDC Super Cup, 2 SunBet ZX10 Masters Cup motorcycle races. We have 2 Investchem Formula 1600s and of course 2 CompCare Volkswagen Polo Cup. And the big bangers will be out twice today as well with the G&H Transport Extreme Supercars. All those proudly brought to you of course by 2 Wheels TV and up to 60 seconds. And courtesy of Link Online to bring you all the action on our live stream feed all around the world. We're into the penultimate lap. And Hills is hanging on for now ahead of Janssen. Oh, is he? No, he's not. Janssen's got through. Lennel Janssen has just pounced with a lap and a half to go. Possibly good timing there from his point of view. Wilson is now back up ahead of Brandon Hills as Brandon tries to go on the inside of him into Kookaburra. So it's on. 1 and 2 are fighting hard. 3, 4 and 5 fighting even harder. And anybody of those 5 cars could end up on the podium still. Listen, Sean van der Linde could end up on the podium as well if something goes wrong between these first 5. Absolutely brilliant stuff here. This is how we do things at Extreme Festival, the real motorsport festival in this country. Doing an amazing job here to bring you all the action on the categories racing today at round 5 here at the East London Grand Prix circuit. And as I said, absolutely fantastic to see all the crowds right round the circuit enjoying the action here live and back on track. It's fantastic to see that now that things have opened up again, we're getting back to normal. We've got 1 to go. What is Lennel Janssen going to have to do to keep Peter Hills at bay? Across the line they come. Down towards turn 1, Potters Pass. And it is on. Big time. Big time here between these competitors for what is going to be the race action today from Formula Vee. They are side by side into Rifle. Peter Hills is on the inside of Rifle, outside for Lennel Janssen. He's going to run a bit wide. Oh, that might have had to get him come off the throttle slightly. I think he did. And that's given Peter just a slight advantage to dive back into the lead. So it's Hills now, leading onto the beat straight. Janssen straight into his slipstream, looking to return the favour as they get to the end of that beat straight away. Hills will hug that inside line. Won't give him any room to go in the inside of gate corner into the complex. Behind that, just as exciting, as Brandon Hills applies the pressure onto the back end and looking for a way through there on Gert van der Berg and Greg Wilson. Hills hangs on as they come into the complex. Double left-hander into the right-hand sweep and up the hill. Let's see if he can hang on. Peter Hills looking for the first victory and looking for his first victory here at East London in a long, long time. It's going to be fantastic to see this. Here comes Janssen at him though. Lionel Janssen is side by side as they get into the brakes. Who's going to have what it takes into Beacon Corner? Hills had to be very late. He was. Hangs on as they come out of Beacon Corner now. It's a drag race to the line. Watch for the final pull out there from Lionel Janssen. Is it going to be Janssen? Is it going to be Hills? They're going to come to the line. Lionel Janssen will pull out. No, he's not close enough. He's not close enough. Peter Hills takes it from Lionel Janssen. And third, only just to Brandon Hills. Wow. So the Hills are hugging and pounding that podium in Formula V's. It's Peter Hills from Brandon Hills, 1 and 3, and in the middle of them, the meat and the sandwich, the Bull Securities car of Lionel Janssen. What a finish up there for Formula V's. Across the line, you can see Yusuf Kotza comes through there. Roy Douglas just behind him, driving from them in the association class. Sean van der Linde up there as well. Theo Vermaak, I think, might have still squeezed through there for the win in the association class. He might have got second there, I think, possibly to Sean van der Linde. But that's how we wrap things up here for Formula V's at the first outing for round 5 of the Extreme Festival. First cars on track, and what a battle they put on for us. So it's Peter Hills, Lionel Janssen, Brandon Hills, your top 3 ahead of Gert van der Berg, Greg Wilson, Sean van der Linde, Theo Vermaak, Yusuf Kotza, Roy Douglas and CF de Toy coming through to make up the top 10. Unfortunately, Shrix, Ramchand and Carl Watt with DNFs in race number 1. They've got 2 more races to come later on today. And that is our first race action of the day in the bag. Hope you enjoyed that one. That is going to be some spectacular race action this weekend. There's no doubt about it here from the Extreme Festival side of things. And as we get into it, of course, we are going to be looking for action now from Investchem Formula 1600. So from one single-seater class, we head into the next one. We'll be back shortly with race action from the Investchem Formula 1600s. Big welcome back to East London Grand Prix Circuit, and here with the picturesque Prince Albert Circuit in East London. Absolutely ideal conditions to go racing with today, and we've already seen some fantastic race action so far coming out of DOE Start My Car Formula Vee category. We went from one single seater to another, and as you can see down at Rifle and Cochabana and at Potter's Pass, big crowds in the complex as well. A big welcome to everybody in the complex. Hope you guys are also getting a chance to hear us out on the live stream and check out what's happening on the live stream action. The cool thing about being here at the circuit and having the ability to go live is that you can pick up on action that you might not see at the vantage point that you're at the moment. And that's what we're going to try and do here as the Investchem Formula 1600s make their way onto the track for their first part of the day's proceedings. As you can see, a little bit of a cool breeze blowing down the main straightaway, and that of course will turn things around here with the racing, particularly on the two-wheeled side of things a bit later on. Bikes of course are not always conducive to the kind of race action when you've got a headwind coming towards you on the main straightaway. But lining things up here, Josh Leroux and Antoine Geldenhuys on that front row, Gerard Geldenhuys and Siya Nkonkwana on the second row ahead of Troy Dolenchek and Evan Holtzhausen. Alex Voss didn't quite get the qualifying he wanted. He's down in 7th place, just ahead of Andrew Schofield. Nick Van Wheelie and Jason Kutsia, who was of course our fireball yesterday, he had a huge fire in his car and the car caught alight on the circuit, so a magnificent job by the team to get that car back on track and ready to go for qualifying this morning. And then it's the birthday girl from yesterday, Taya van der Laan and Shrin Naidu, who make up the 12 cars about to go to battle in the Investchem Formula 1600s. Lights out and we're racing down towards turn 1. Josh Leroux did get a good start, and as they head towards turn 1, looks like he might be leaning things up, but look at around the outside from Gerard Geldenhuys. On the grass comes Alex Voss as well, trying to find a way through there on Kutsia by the looks of things. And as they head down towards turn 1, it's Geldenhuys 1 and 2, Gerard and Antoine. Outside line for Schofield as he tries to hang on to that outside line and just avoids going off the circuit at one of the most dangerous places to do that. Speaking of the circuit, Josh Leroux was off the track completely and now goes side by side with Antoine and dives on the inside of Gerard into the final corner, Cochabana. Oh, he's gone in there way too hot and he's run off. Josh Leroux heads to the beachfront. That's not how you do things. What a frantic start here to Investchem Formula 1600s. Leroux was off track twice. He came around the outside of Rifle and then went on the inside of Gerard Geldenhuys to try and get into Cochabana. Didn't work out for him and he went straight towards the beach. What a start there coming out of Evan Holtzhausen. He is there in 3rd place, tucked in behind the two Geldenhuys boys. And then you got Jason Kutsia starting to make his way through as well. Look at that. That's the car that we spoke about earlier on, the 77 car. Had some problems yesterday, but he managed to get them sorted out. Have a look at this. This is Josh Leroux on the brakes into Cochabana. What brakes? He wasn't braking at all. He nearly broke the car. That's about the only braking he did down into Cochabana corner. Trying to come back through the field now rapidly. You can see him in the background starting to tick them off and wanting to try and catch up to the back end of the field. Nkonkwana with some nose damage. Looks like he's gone into the back end of one of the cars as well. Sio losing that nose cone on the first lap of 10. Across the line we go. Nkonkwana side by side there going along with Alex Voss. Good start from those two as they head in towards Potter's Pass. What a start there from Troy Dolenchek as well. Troy Dolenchek, oh, you can see Nkonkwana is going to battle now. His nose cone is gone and the left wing is gone as well. Schofield's going to eat him up into Rifle corner by the looks of it. As he comes up on the inside line, you can see a little bit of a clip of the dirt there. But the first 4 have pulled away ever so slightly here in towards Cochabana corner. They come out of Cochabana and onto the beach straight. Voss is up to 5. Schofield into 6 just ahead of Nkonkwana. And here comes Josh Leroux in the background, right from the back of that pack. Going to have to come from 12th place to get back into the mix there with the leaders. And that's not an easy task. Oh, sideways from 2 cars, both the Geldenhuys boys. Sympathy sliding there, I would say. Gerard got out of shape, Antoine tried to avoid him, and the two of them went slipping and sliding almost onto the kart circuit. So race action here has been non-stop in the Investchem Formula 1600s. Flying up onto that back straight now. We have a new leader. It's a man who has not been at the front of a race in a long, long time. He did in Cape Town get to the front, but didn't quite take the victory. But he's now leading this race comfortably. Evan Holtzhausen gets forced wide. That's a big move there from Alex Voss. Alex Voss has come incredibly from 7th place up to 3rd and make that into 2nd place now as they cross the line. Unbelievable action. There you can see sliding into gate corner from Gerard. Sympathy slide there from his brother Antoine. They go across the molehills and the grass onto the inside, almost onto the motocross track. Jürgen Holzhausen follows them. He's going to just try and slide between the two of them. He managed to stay on the black stuff pretty much with a little bit on the dirt. But the two Gelderhuis boys made a massive mistake there. Look at where Josh LaRue's got to. He slid up into what is nothing. Oh, another big moment! A huge moment! Monkhonkwane gets taken out by an unceremoniously massive crash. Heading down into Kokobana corner. Jürgen Holzhausen was trying something. It didn't work. And he ended up rolling out of Kokobana corner. That is a massive moment there. Jürgen Holzhausen still in the car. Fortunately moving though, you can see, but you can see he's big time, possibly unconscious. And one of the first drivers to get to him, of course, is his fellow driver. Looks like Sia going across to make sure the man's okay. That was a huge moment. Sia Monkhonkwane had nowhere to go. He was just in the wrong place at the wrong time. And you see him trying to help extricate the driver out there. Looks like a safety car and possibly even a red flag. We'll have to wait and see exactly what's happening there. But look at the effort that's been put in here to try and help his friend out. Monkhonkwane now helping out his good friend Jürgen Holzhausen. Holzhausen does not look in a good way. But that was a huge, huge incident coming towards Kokobana corner. And Sia trying to help out. The ambulance has been deployed. He's right in front of us, so you can actually see him heading down towards that section. Red flag has been called, understandably, after a massive moment. As I'm about to say, Troy Donenchek was in a position where he's never been before, leading the race. And then this huge incident. Don't know if we'll get an opportunity to see that one more time, but I don't know if we want to. It was such a big moment there between the drivers down into Kokobana corner. You could see Jürgen Holzhausen's intentions were good. He wanted to try and get into what was going to be the lead of the race. Ambulance is heading down there as they head towards Rifle Corner. Big thanks to the Anderson team for being here today as our official support from the medical point of view. Heads out of Rifle Bend and will be heading exactly to where that car is. The safety car also going to be sent down there with our COC. But that was a huge moment there for anybody watching motor racing in the world of fans, friends and family. We just hope that the man that was in the car is okay. And, awesome effort there being put in, of course, by his fellow competitor to try and get him out of the car in case anything else went wrong. You know, you never know with the cars with race fuel on board. They are made very, very well in terms of the safety cell of that car. And you can see it was put to the test in a big way there from Jürgen Holzhausen's point of view. So, safety car, doctors and medical team on the way down to Kokobana corner. And that's definitely not what we were expecting to see happen here at the East London Grand Prix circuit. But of course that is what is the thrill and spill and sometimes the heartache that can happen with motorsport. Michael Smith and Tanya Ackerman, you've joined us at the right time. Unbelievable race action out of the DOE Start My Car Formula Vees, and now spectacular action coming from the Investchem Formula 1600s. As soon as we know the driver is okay, we will be going to, of course, some highlights of what we've seen so far, but we just want to make sure that Jürgen is okay. Those guys that on the yacht possibly had a great view of Kokobana and that incident. He flew so high. He's possibly looking for Andrew Schofield to help him out with a bit of sponsorship there from Fly Safair. Man alive, that was a huge moment. A huge, huge moment there for Jürgen Holzhausen. He was trying something to get on the inside, and it just didn't quite work out. Looks like our other course car has headed onto the track as well. East London Towing and Recovery are going to be sent down there as well to try and assist with the cleanup and the extrication of the driver. As I said, as soon as we've got word that the driver's okay, we will be letting everybody know on the world of social media and our live stream feed. But if you have just joined us, a massive, massive crash in the Investchem Formula 1600s that has brought the race to a halt, and unfortunately it's going to be a while before we get underway again. Fantastic to see the big crowds out here, and that's why they've come to see all this action. They knew that the real motorsport festival was back in town, and Extreme Festival are here in full force to bring action here to the partisan East London crowd. So guys, as understandably you can see, there'll be a little bit of time before we get any information from down at Cochabana. But let's catch up with a couple of the drivers just before this at the pre-race press conference and see what their plans were for the weekend.
Next up, the Investchem Formula 1600s, and it's a birthday girl, Kaya van der Laan, 16 years of age. Don't have to be so shy, but what a way to celebrate your birthday, racing at probably your favourite track.
It's my first time.
And tell us how it's been going at the track.
It's pretty good. I'm enjoying the track a lot so far. First session out I went off, but it's okay, we'll get there.
Some advice, Potter's pass, foot flat, okay? Okay.
I'm getting there.
Right, good. Nicholas, you've obviously driven here many times, probably one of your favourite tracks actually.
Yeah, no, I've been here many a times, so lots of good memories here. It's always quick here, so always enjoy it here. It's a nice fast track to come to, so enjoy it a lot.
And Mr. Felnes, it's Gerard Felnes by the way. Championship's starting to look quite good for you, eh?
Yeah, only 7 points.
Yeah.
It's very interesting, and I'm going to try and squeeze every single last point out of this race.
Slipstream City, I presume.
Slipstream, eh?
Andrew Schofield, you know Slipstream City as well, don't you?
Yeah, there's a skill to it, so it takes a little bit to get used to. There's no harm in doing a little bit of practice with it, but it's a lot of fun, this track, especially through Potters. When you can get a good slipstream, then your eyes get big when you get to Cochabana, so it's a lot of fun.
Well, we're all holding thumbs for you guys. Public are here, put on a great show and have fun.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
How about you, Greg?
Thanks, Dave. Yeah, it's amazing to catch up with those drivers and see how excited they were. But of course, we're now just standing by to get information from the down driver. After a big incident at Cochabana Corner, if you've just joined us on our live stream, we had a huge incident in the Investchem Formula 1600s with Evan Holtzhausen rolling out of Cochabana Corner in a big crash. So just standing by for information to come our way. As soon as we get that, we will bring that information to you. Oh, that was nice to see. Good camera work there, Daryl. A little bit of aerial material for us. Coming from the, I think it might have been a porpoise or maybe a pilot whale out there. But not quite a big whale. There was a whale out there earlier on, but certainly giving the guys on that yacht and us a little bit of entertainment as well. Hopefully our cameraman will catch it on a couple of occasions today. Having some fun out there. I did hear from Davy van der Merwe as well. He was talking to us about the fact that he was possibly looking at going to do some of that exciting submarine racing. I think it might be happening right now out there, if I'm not mistaken. Daryl, I'm just trying to zoom in a little bit there. We might pick up on some of that submarine racing that happens here at East London. So it looks like we've got a couple of other fans who've joined us here while we've been having a small break in proceedings. Miss Winstanley all the way from Cape Town. Sean Bontekoning's in the house, and Colette Howie's joined us too, along with Ilse Venter. Unfortunately, ladies and gents, you've joined us at a little bit of a break in the proceedings. We had a big incident at Kookaburra in the Investchem Formula 1600s, and we're just waiting to get information from our medical team and the clerk of the course and race control as to the condition of the driver involved there, Evan Holzhausen, rolling about 4 times in a Formula 1600s down towards Kookaburra corner. So a big incident that we're just waiting to get information on before we continue with the race day. Well, Benita Nell and Stuart Smith, Howie, Mo Mohope, Lady Mo's in the house. You've joined us here after a big incident at the Kookaburra corner at East London Grand Prix circuit. The ambulance, the Alderson ambulance team have just arrived back ahead of us here. Our commentary position is literally right next door to the medical centre. And we've just seen Evan Holzhausen being wheeled into the medical centre. He was holding his arms together on his own, so that's a good sign. And I managed to see the man who helped him get out the car there, Siabonga Monkonkwana, come out of the medical centre after helping the driver get out of the car, and he gave me the thumbs up that he was okay. We're just waiting for official confirmation though from the COC before we continue with action here from the Investchem Formula 1600s. Yeah, Jody, I know that you're down there at Kookaburra. You witnessed it basically firsthand. We saw it on camera. Our cameraman down there, Brad, got it absolutely front and centre, and if we do get the opportunity, we will show the replay. We're just waiting for confirmation that the driver is okay before we do that. But yeah, it's not a nice one, and I have seen a couple of big ones in Kookaburra in my career as commentating, but that certainly rates up with one of the biggest and worst crashes I've seen in the Kookaburra section of the circuit. So we just got information fed through to us now from Evan Holtzhausen's dad. He was in the medical centre, came out and had a chat to both Claudia Enriquez and Dave Peterson, who are standing by there to get information for us. And looks like he's okay. He's going to be sent to hospital for a full checkup, but fortunately okay. Let's have a look at it from a replay point of view, as the drivers are sort of making their way around. We're just going to pull that replay up as soon as we can. And as soon as we got that replay, we'll show you exactly what happened down at Cochabamba. Robbie Smith has just joined us as well. Smurf, you've had a couple of incidents down at Cochabamba that you've been involved in the past, so this won't be new to you.
Control, if you can come with me for a second, the truck's coming up with a wreck on.
Okay, coming.
confirmation that the second rollback is in.
Well, we're back in the race action now. It's not race start there. It's going to be a warm-up lap for these guys to get a little bit of heat into those rubber. And unfortunately, no replay available for us just yet. We have been just asked to hold on to that replay for a bit later on, just to make sure 100% that Evan is okay. He is going to be sent on to East London's hospital, of course, for a full scan and check to make sure everything is okay. He's in the medical centre at the moment, and from our side, we wish him all the very best for a speedy recovery after a massive moment down at Cocobana Corner. This is the corner we're speaking about. You can actually see there's some of the brake markers already across the grass there on the right hand side, and the black marks on the inside are where the 1600s were coming down at full pace, which is probably close to about 250 k's an hour in these cars. And 3 or 4 of them came together, and Evan Holtzhausen unfortunately was the worst for the wear out of all those cars. So Josh LaRue was already involved in some incidents as well. He got it wrong on the very first outing down towards Cocobana Corner, ran off the track and had to come from the back of the field. He's got a slightly smaller field to play with now. Looks like Gerard Geldenhuys has gone back into pit lane. He hasn't been able to make it back on track after his spin and slide into gate corner, where we see Alex Voss headed into right now. He did a bit of grass tracking and went onto the dirty stuff, and unfortunately didn't come back on track. His brother is still there, Antoine. So is Schofield, Van Wheelie and Kutsia. That car yesterday actually had a big incident too, with Jason Kutsia behind the wheel. It burst into flames coming out of Rifle Corner. So some big moments so far this weekend in the Investchem Formula 1600s. Troy Dolenchek is the man who will be on pole position. He will start the second part of this race in a position he's never been in before in his career in the Investchem Formula 1600s. He's going to have Gerard Geldenhuys, who actually is on track. I beg your pardon, I just missed him there. He was too far up the road, so apologies there to Gerard. He was too far up the road. I didn't get to see him between the lead car and the second pack of cars. So Gerard and Troy Dolenchek will be alongside each other on the front row. Voss and it should be Monkonkwana, but Monkonkwana, of course, is already here in pit lane, and his car was quite badly damaged in that incident as well, after he got sideswiped by the rolling car of Evan Holtzhausen. So let's get them lined up. Voss will be third. Looks like Antoine will be the fourth car on track. Or is that Schofield? Could be Schofield there. Pink and white car of Andrew Schofield, the Fly Sapphire car. Eric Schultz coming down to my whisper in my ear now quickly for 2 seconds, so just get some information from him. Right, as we go racing down towards turn 1, Potter's Pass again in the Investchem Formula 1600s. Information from the COC there, from Eric Schultz, saying that Evan Holtzhausen is okay. He's very sore and going to be sent to hospital, as I said, for a full checkup to make sure everything is 100%. And Dolenchek has lost out 3 positions already as they head down towards turn 2, Rifle Bend. Through Rifle, around the outside goes Schofield in the Fly Sapphire car, trying to squeeze Dolenchek out there down towards Cocobana. They're onto the brakes into Cocobana. It'll be cold brakes, first of all, that they need to be aware of. I think watch out for Josh LaRue in the background. He'll be pushing as hard as he can now, knowing that there's a lot less cars to get through than what there were earlier on. So Monkonkwana is gone. And it looks like, as I said, we've also lost Van Holtzhausen, understandably. And I was thinking possibly Alex Voss got involved in that too, but he's now in the mix and sliding and completely sideways, 360 degrees out of gate corner, and Voss goes to the back. Jason Katsia goes onto the inside on the grass. So there's just non-stop action in Formula 1600s today. The 27 car there going into gate corner, cold tyres, and sliding out of gate corner down to the back of the pack. So we've got Geldenace's 1 and 2 by the looks of things. Gerard versus Antoine. And Troy Dolanchek is now up into third place. From the pole position he was on, he's dropped to third. It's Schofield ahead of a slightly damaged Nicholas Van Wheelie as well. He's got no top end of that nose cone. And there you can see just sliding out of gate corner, 360 degrees onto the grass, catches it, gets back on track, and drops down into what is past. Schofield is 4, Van Wheelie is 5, 6 is Katsia. Jason Katsia trying to close things down there on Nicholas Van Wheelie. Magnificent paint and hardware, Formula 1600 pushing to try and close the gap down between himself and the 8 car of Flyer Safair's Andrew Schofield. Sultan Engineering coming through there. That is the incredible drive coming out of Troy Dolanchek so far this weekend. Really has found his own here. Second place is between them and opening up a little bit more of a margin and trying to close that gap down, of course, on the championship leader, LaRue. Going to see where Josh LaRue's got to as well. I can't see the blue car in the background at all. There's a problem there for Josh LaRue to have to come into pit lane to get something sorted out. I think he may have. LaRue has gone missing. LaRue has certainly gone missing here on our timing. And I'll have to keep an eye on to see whether or not we're going to see any changes up there between them. Josh LaRue was in 10th place on track and he's not on circuit at the moment. First 4 absolutely hauling away here. Geldenace opening up a bit of a margin on his brother. Dolanchek closing the gap down to second, bringing Schofield along for the ride. So really good little battle there between the second and third place cars. 2 young guns in this category fighting hard. And Dolanchek certainly looks like he wants that second place away from Antoine. They're only a second up the road is the leader, and that's Antoine's brother Gerard. As they come in with the 2 Abacus engineering cars, having some pressure put on there by Cape Tonian Troy Dolanchek. Schofield waiting in the wings to pick up any pieces between those first 3 if something goes wrong. They head up the back straight away now towards Beacon Corner. Going to be about a lap to go after this one. Slightly shortened second section of this race. And as they come out of Beacon Corner, there's big pressure. Look for the slipstream now from Troy Dolanchek. If he can use that slipstream, he can possibly get through on Antoine Geldenace by the time they get down towards Cochabana. Schofield will be looking to do the same thing. Look at Jason Katsia closing on Van Wheelie. Katsia closing on Van Wheelie now for a possibility of a top 5. Looks like Dolanchek just lost a little bit of ground there. Didn't quite stay in the slipstream as they went through Potters. But he tries to close it down now through Rifle. Out of Rifle. Absolutely everything she's got through Rifle. 280 odd k's an hour. And now on the brakes down into Cochabana Corner. Troy was not close enough. That's where I thought he was going to try and set things up to get the win. And the win is going to be for second place, of course. Now they come slipping and sliding out of Cochabana Corner there. Just in the background, Katsia has got through on Van Wheelie. Jason Katsia up into a top 5. That'll be one of the best finishes we've seen out of Jay in this class. Into the complex. Here they come. Sliding slightly there from the Sultan car of Dolanchek. Dolanchek wants by, but Geldenace is keeping him honest. Antoine is going to have to go defensive up the hill towards Beacon. Might compromise his drive slightly. He had about 2 car lengths there out of the sweep, so that might be enough. I think it is. It's enough there. He closes on his brother under braking into Beacon, but Gerard would have rolled off slightly just to make sure that everything goes according to plan now to the checkered flag. And here they come. 7 remaining cars on circuit, about to cross the line with Gerard Geldenace taking a win ahead of Antoine Geldenace and Troy Dolanchek. Schofield comes through for the 4 spot. It's Jason Katsia in 5th, beating out Nicholas Van Wheelie. It looks like Alex Voss is going to come through for a 7th place after his off-track excursion on the first lap of this restart of race 1 of the Formula 1600s. Okay, maybe we're not done. Timing monitor just adjusted itself there, Paul. I'm not quite sure what we're doing wrong there. It looked like that was going to be the last lap, and then the timing monitor tells us no, we still got 4 to go. So I'm not quite sure how that works, but anyway, we are still racing here. It's not done yet. Here they come into gate corner. Geldenhuys and Dolenchek. Troy Dolenchek looking dangerous. It's 0.8 of a second between the first 3 cars. Absolutely nothing in it. Dolenchek looking for a way past, can't find it at this point in time. Up through the sweep once again and towards Beacon Corner. Look at how Dolenchek is trying to get onto that tail piece of Antoine Geldenhuys' Formula Ford ahead of him. The Formula 1600 absolutely flying from the Sultan man. Trying to close down on both of those Abacus Division racing machines of the Geldenhuys boys. G versus A. Gerard versus Antoine, and Antoine at this stage is second. As I said, the Fly Sapphire car there of Andrew Schofield waiting to pick up any pieces. And there's been quite a few pieces of Formula 1600s thrown around the track today. We saw a massive moment with Josh LaRue in race 1's lap 1, or race 1 start 1 lap 1. Then we saw some incidents between the 2 Geldenhuys boys. And we saw Evan Holtzhausen getting out of shape. Then a massive moment from Evan Holtzhausen here at Cochabana, taking out Monkonkwana and Alex Voss. Then on the restart, a little bit of slipping and sliding that saw Alex Voss drop right out the back. So it's been action aplenty there. You see Jason Garcia putting a wheel on the dirt. It's hasn't ended here in Formula 1600s. And some more action into gate. Antoine trying to squeeze on the inside of his brother. Gerard saw that coming, shut the door. Dolenchek now all over the back end of Antoine Geldenhuys, looking for a way through. Very, very close race action here between these top 3. Any one of the top 3 are going to certainly have an opportunity here to have a go. And now as they come up towards Beacon Corner again, late braking required from Antoine Geldenhuys. Once again to close that gap down to within half a car length. Gerard hangs on for now as they come across the line. They'll have 2 to go. Antoine Geldenhuys was quickest on the last pass. Will he be quickest again? Setting the pace here for this race, but only in second place behind his brother. 26.6, 26.5, 26.7, 26.4. Dolenchek this time, quickest out of the 3. And you can see why. Look at him. Oh, in the cross from Dolenchek. Looking on the inside of Rifle, and he makes it through. Unbelievable maneuver, and he's going to try and come and do the same thing at Gerard. Dolenchek having a late outbraking into Rifle Corner, gets through on Antoine, and then almost instantaneously goes on the attack to get through on Gerard. Schofield is there as well. Schofield with a huge, huge moment there, watching from the back and seeing what could potentially go wrong, knowing what can go wrong through Rifle Corner. He just rolled out of it slightly and let these youngsters go at it. They come into gate corner again with a lap and a half to go. Anybody of these top 3 can take this one. And any one of these drivers has the ability to do that, including Andrew Schofield. Schofield looking very dangerous now. He realizes if he ups the pace just by half a second, he'll be into the mix there for a potential win. Here they come. Back to the top of the hill again. And on the brakes into Beacon Corner, and Dolenchek keeps Geldenhuys at bay. Antoine can't find a way through. They start their final lap. Oh, here we go. About 4.5 Ks to go of this race with the last lap board out. And they are side by side, and Antoine has got the drive, uses the slipstream, and gets through on Troy. Troy going to try and return the favour now as they come out of Rifle. Can he get through there and have a look? He looks, here we go. On the inside of Rifle Bend, he had a look the last time. Will he have it going to Cochabana? He's right in the slipstream now. But there's defensive driving coming from Antoine Geldenhuys not to allow that door to be opened up into Cochabana Corner. Watch for the cutback coming out of Cochabana onto the beach straight. Andrew Schofield is right there as well, looking for a chance to pounce. Schofield is saying, well, if something goes wrong with any one of you 3, I'll take it. Here they come towards gate corner again. Gerard Geldenhuys has already slipped and slide through there once today. Will he keep it all together into gate corner? Yes, he does. Antoine under huge pressure from Troy Dolenchek. Dolenchek looking to try and squeeze through on the inside of the complex. Double left-hander into the right-hand sweep for the last time onto the back straight. a short straight, a slight uphill and an incline that could potentially ruin the day for drivers in front of you if you can find a way past. It doesn't look like that's going to happen though. This time Gerard is late on the brakes and will go to the line for the flag. Antoine is right there on his tail, and Dolenchek looks like he's going to hang on for third. The young guns of Investchem Formula 1600s are going to be the top three here, and they finish up in that order with Schofield right on their tail for fourth. Gerard Geldenhuys, Antoine Geldenhuys, Troy Dolenchek, your top three. Finish up just ahead there of the Fly Sapphire car of Andrew Schofield. Jason Kutsia finishes up in fifth place, his best finish in this category. Some waves to the crowd, and there's a big partisan crowd here today at the East London Grand Prix circuit. They've enjoyed all the action that's been supplied to them today from the Investchem Formula 1600s. Absolutely mind-blowing race action. That is definitely some of the best Investchem Formula 16 action we've seen in a long time here from this category. No holds barred racing, and as I said, we just hope that everything has gone according to plan there. I've seen them, the Alderson ambulance is about to make its way down the main straight and off to hospital there for Evan Holtzhausen. As soon as we get information from our medical team, we will bring you up to speed with the condition of the driver, but of course on his exit here, and according to the COC and to his dad, looks like everything was okay, just very sore, and of course highly shaken up there after a massive moment down at Cochabana in the first part of the first race and the first start of Investchem Formula 1600s. Gerard Geldenhuys, a happy man. He'll take the victory over his brother, and Troy Dolenchek on the podium there for race number 1. Up next, we're heading into our CompCare Polo Cup first bit of action, and they'll be on circuit shortly. We'll be back with commentary in a few moments' time.
have to cross the tyre barrier. Is that okay?
So up next we've got the CompCare Volkswagen Polo Cup, and they're about to make their way into the circuit. While they're on the circuit and making their way around, we managed to catch up with some of the top contenders in this championship before they went to battle here in race number 1. CompCare Volkswagen Cup here in East London, and it's 9 points in a jury. You've got two very hungry boys either side of you. What's your plans to keep them out?
To beat them, hopefully. Otherwise, yeah, no, it's just qualifying today. I think we just got to put our foot down and just try our best, head down, and just get the best lap we can. Today hasn't been the best day in terms of pace and driving, but I think now it's just hopefully taking a fresh start from session 3. And yeah, like you said, the boys are hungry. Clinton's been strong today, and Tate's always strong. You know, so you can't count anybody out. And there's a few other factors in between as well. So let's see.
Then from your side, you come out of 2 almost perfect weekends. You've got about 4 or 5 points in it to try and catch Yuri, so it's got to be another perfect weekend, and you might take the lead of the championship.
Yeah, it's 3 points between me and Yuri. I'm looking now at Potters. A previous session we were second quickest. Going into Potters, I think I had my scariest moment today, going cross-arm, going through there, but yeah, kept the car on track. We had to catch him because when we went to Red Star we were 18 points behind, and now coming to East London we're 3. And yeah, got to catch Umpi. I know he's going to make it difficult for me this weekend, but yeah, Tate's also quick, and like Umpi said, another few factors involved. Universal boys, they're always quick in qualifying, and yeah, let's see what happens.
Tate, from your side, it's been a bit of a tough one to stay with these guys, but I think it's maybe time for a bit of a turnaround from your point of view.
Yeah, I mean, I hope so. I mean, recently I haven't had the best of weekends. I mean, you know, Red Star was an exception. I mean, but yeah, I think I'm 9 points now behind the lead. Just looking to close it up this weekend to secure a nice and easy top 3. Hopefully the win. But you know, Clinton and Yuri are always quick, and like they said, the Universal boys are always going to be in it. But yeah, no, I'm also worrying about Charles Visser. You know, he's really close to us, and I have no doubt that he will be sort of in the top 4 or 5 this weekend, and most probably hunting down for the win as well.
Well, Tate Bishop, your predictions weren't too bad there. Davy van der Merwe impressed everybody in qualifying yesterday, setting the fastest time and then also winning the Super Pole, putting himself onto pole position now for race number 1. Tunde Besaidnout, who was expecting to be at the front end, is at the front end. He's on the front row. He's in second place with some little bit of work to do there to try and fend off the attack from what is Team Red Racing behind, and of course the Bullion IT team and Angry Racing boys from Cape Town. We've got Charles Visser, who Tate mentioned would be at the front of this battle. He's in 4th place, I beg your pardon. Alongside him is the Bullion IT car of Yuri Umpi Swart. And Umpi also looking for a chance now to retain the lead of the championship after 2 races today here at the East London Grand Prix circuit. Behind them, Natim Samanga and Tate Bishop. And a good run from Dean Fenter and the rookie Jagger Robertson, also out of Team Red Racing, the Big Boss Auto and Liqui Moly sponsored Team Red Racing Polo. You've got Dean Fenter just ahead of him though, from Gerald Wright's Motorsport stable. And then Gio Lopini, not quite up to pace yet, but also finding some good race pace in the practice sessions that we saw yesterday, so hopefully he'll be able to put that into practice in the race today, ahead of Jason Loosemore, who makes a welcome return after some international duties on the Oval Track Championships. Kept him out of Red Star Raceway at the previous round. Cora Hill and Ethan Kutsia alongside each other there for 11th and 12th place on the grid. And then it's Mo Karodia and XO Nzambuka at the back there for Squadra Course. So the data-sponsored Team Red Racing Universal Motorsport Polo on pole, Stu Davidson's and Sons on second, and that battle is going to be a big one. Linda Mercedes wants to get to the front of this championship by the end of the day's racing, and I can tell you Davy van der Merwe wants to close the gap down. It's about 14 points down to him in 5th place in this championship, and him and Charles Visser will certainly be trying to work together from a Team Red Racing point of view to close the gap down on the top 3. We chatted to the top 3. Yuri, Clinton and Tate are definitely looking forward to being at the front of the championship and then staying within the top 3 after these 2 rounds of racing today. Awesome stuff from Thiessen's point of view to join us online for our link online today. And nice to have them as our day sponsors here as well. Simon Thiessen, a big supporter, of course, of motorsport here in East London. CompCare Volkswagen Polo GTI makes its way down towards turn 1 Potter's Pass and getting the go-ahead there from our COC. The Polos roll down towards turn 1 and are now into race pace and race face, I should say, not race pace. The race face coming down there on all these drivers getting prepared to head into the infamous Potter's Pass for the first time. Side by side and sideways, they're trying to get as much heat into that Dunlop rubber as possible. Trying to warm the Ferodo brakes on these cars as well. Calyx car there of Cora Hill, our only lady driver here today. Normally partnered up by a couple of ladies in the field. Big shout out, of course, also to a former lady driver from this category, Tasman Pepper, who's expecting her first one of hopefully a couple in the Pepper Campos stable. And I'm sure they're watching from the sidelines here and they're going to be looking forward to race action not only here in Polo Cup but also in the Global Touring Cars, SupaCup and GDC later on today. Dean Fenter just missed out on the top 6. So did Jagger Robertson for the shootout for Super Pole, and also in the second lucky draw. Jagger Robertson was actually second quickest in the second posted times in qualifying. Him and his teammate had to do a lucky draw. Slightly different version of the lucky draw as well. All the numbers were placed onto the grass face down and everybody picked a number in the order that they'd like it to be in. And then from there, all revealed the numbers at the same time. And you'll see how that grid pans out for race number 2 later on. Now Tim Samanga with Tate Bishop alongside him on that 3rd row. Jagger Robertson will be looking to come through rapidly, trying to break into that top 6 permanently now for the young rookie. Cora Hill will be looking to try and just get slightly higher up than where she is at the moment, probably take on Jason Loosemore and Mo Karodia. Ethan Kutsia didn't quite have the qualifying he wanted. He was quick in qualifying yesterday, was Kutsia, in the 4th of the Team Red Racing machines. Now they come round. Up to Beacon. A little bit of racecraft being put in there, like Linda Mercedes note. Trying to get a possible practice start in there. Not always easy to do in these cars. They get a practice start in their 3rd and final practice session of the weekend, usually. Davy van der Merwe brings them to the line. How long is it going to take to get this entire field racked and stacked and ready to go? Big welcome to Terry Gaffney and to KO. Peter van der Spey's in the house, and so is Toby Muller and Damien Archer. Stand by for some big action again now from the CompCare Medical Scheme Polo Cup. Trying to get as much of an advantage as possible out of all the positions on the grid. We're under starters' orders. We just wait for the green flag at the back. And we are good to go. 5-second board is up. Lights about to go on. We're about to go racing here for CompCare Volkswagen Polo Cup. Round 5. Lights out. Drop the hammer, and it's Davy van der Merwe who gets a good start. He's going to head down towards turn 1 with Clint Mercedes alongside him. Right on their tail is Yuri Swart. Yuri Swart trying to squeeze through there and keep Charles Visser at bay. The two Cape Townians going side by side into Potters. He's going to have what it takes on that inside line. I think Charles might have to give way. No, he's not going to give way. He's going to hang on to the outside in that Team Red Racing machine. Jagger Robertson doing the same thing there to Giordano Lupini. They are side by side, 2 by 2. They go towards Rifle. A little bit of a touch there between the two Cape Townians. Charles Visser and Umpi coming together slightly, just a little bit of rubbing between the two of them. As they head onto the brakes now into Kokobana, it's still Charles Visser and Umpi side by side. And look at that, Natim Samanga and Tate Bishop side by side as well. Jagger Robertson tucks in behind Dean Fenter as they come out of Kokobana for the first time. But they were also 2 by 2, almost 6 different rows of the grid went into Kokobana, absolutely side by side. And there's still a couple that are staying side by side into gate corner. Davy van der Merwe holds on for now. Charles Visser is sideways into gate corner and hangs onto it. Comes across, gets a slight tag. Here comes Tate Bishop on his inside. It's Cape Town's finest. 1, 2, and 3. Oh, and a big tag on the back of Charles. Yuri Swart gives him a little tap from the back. Around the outside comes the angry car of Tate Bishop. Bishop looking for a way through now. And, oh, Charles Visser is fending off his two fellow Cape Townians admirably. They are tagging left, right, bang, 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 2, 3, 4, 5 times. Oh man, can you believe this? Into Beacon Corner. Charles Visser gets tagged from Yuri, then he gets tagged from Tate Bishop. The two of them roughing him up as they go up towards Beacon Corner to complete this first lap. The Cape Town Massive are fighting there for 3rd place. And 1 and 2 getting away. Davy van der Merwe and Clint Mercedes. It's just across the line. And man, so tight between all this action at the front end of this field. The Cape Town boys are going at it, and Natim Samanga is waiting to pick up the pieces in the background. He knows if something goes wrong there's a chance there for the Squadron course car to get up into 3rd. Yuri Swartz pulled a small advantage now after the little tagging that happened between himself, Charles Visser and Tate Bishop up towards Beacon. They're trying to come back at him now as they head down onto the brakes. Dean Fenter joining the party as well, along with Natim Samanga. Charles Visser getting roughed up there big time by his fellow Cape Townians as they went up towards Beacon. Oh, and Loosemore gets out of shape. Security's fencing and alarms CC machine from Team Red Racing gets a little bit out of shape there. Remember, he's an oval track driver, so he possibly forgot how to turn right. He hangs on though and gets back on track. Umpi under pressure. Oh, how's the late braking from Tate Bishop to fend off the attack coming from Natim Samanga. Dean Fenter, Giordano Lupini. Then you've got Jagger Robertson. Liqui Marley and Big Boss sponsored Team Red Racing machine there of Robertson with Ethan Kutsia on his tail. Much better start here from Ethan Kutsia. That's the kind of stuff he wants. He wants to be in that top 10. He's up into 9th place at the moment, and on his tail is Cara Hill. Watching in the background as well for the return there of Jason Loosemore as they're back on track and up towards Beacon again. Those Dunlop tyres are now up to optimum racing temperature. The Ferrota brakes are starting to work well. And let's see whether or not we can see some late braking with those Ferrota brakes now from that second pack of cars. Slipstream City, here it comes. Charles Visser in the slipstream, looking for a way through there on Yuri. Maybe going to use one of those push-to-pass mechanisms that they've got, giving them a little bit of extra power. Will he go for a push-to-pass as they come out of Potter's Pass? Dean Fenter squeezed just ahead of Natim Samanga. And Samanga looking to try and come through on the inside there for Squadron Course. Oh, Fenter on the back wheel off the dirt and almost out of shape out of Potters. Had to roll out of it. That's going to give Nati the advantage. Nati puts a wheel on the inside of Rifle. These guys realize you have to race between the two white lines. That's kind of the rule of racing, guys. Not the grass, not the dirt, the two white lines. But they're using every bit of the track and more. Once again, late braking for Mo Karodia this time. Team Red are having a nightmare down at Kokobana Corner, particularly the back end of Team Red. Karodia with fighting hard with Zolila and Jambuka. And the two of them locking up down into Kokobana Corner, and one went off, one stayed on. Visser under on a move, I should say, to try and get through on Umpi. Umpi's teammate in the second of the Bullion IT cars there, Giordano Lupini, looking for a way through there on Fenta. The IDN cars and Right Motorsport machine trying to find a way through, but can't just yet. Davy van der Merwe, I think, has got his plane ticket already. He's on his way out. He's checking out of this race completely. Clinton Mercedes doing everything right to stay in second, realizing that his two arch rivals, in fact his three arch rivals in the championship, are fighting behind him. And by fighting, they're slowing each other down. This is how we do it in the CompCare Medical Scheme Polo Cup for 2022. Absolutely mind-blowing action as always. Lots of support on the sideline, lots of support here at the circuit as well. Cara Hill putting the pressure onto the back end there, looking for a way to try and come back at Ethan Kutsia. Charles Visser doing the same thing here to Umpi. Yuri Swart in the first of those Bullion IT cars under massive pressure now from Charles Visser. He wants to return the favour as they head through Rifle. Watch for the drive down towards Kokabana. Will he be good enough on the brakes to squeeze and have a go? Oh, in the background, Dean Fenta and Nati on the dirt. Coming out of Rifle corner. Fenta goes defensive, keeps Natim Samanga out. But the Squadra Courseman is looking for a way through. Tried to use the inside line again out of Rifle and put a wheel onto the dirt again. Cara Hill comes out of Kokabana looking to try and attack Ethan Kutsia. So Lilo Njambuka at the back of the field. He's not stone last at the moment. He's still got two cars behind him. One of them is Mocha Rodia. The other one is Jason Loosemore. Into gate corner, side by side. Nati on the outside. Dean Fenta now on the outside of the return into the complex. Double right-hander. Here comes Gio. Gio Don Lilipinis forces his way through. Squeezing out Dean Fenta. Fenta closes the door. They hang on only just to stay on the black stuff. Very, very hard action between Dean Fenta and Gio Don Lupini as they came out of the complex and into the double right-hander there. Or into the double left-hand, I should say. And then into the right-hand sweep. Tate Bishop has got Natim Samanga in his mirrors now. Coming along for the ride comes Jagger Robertson. Robertson looking to go with Giordano Lupini and get into the mix there for what is going to be about 7th place on track. Top 5 have opened up ever so slightly. 6th place at the moment, as you can see, is where the fight is. Fenta and Samanga, Lupini and Jagger Robertson. They're fighting hard there. Currently Fenta hangs on for now, but only just to keep out the intentions coming from Natim Samanga. Samanga is bringing Giordano and Jagger Robertson along for the ride. Clint Poseidon starting to close things down now as well onto the back end of Davy van der Merwe. Van der Merwe has just put in the fastest lap of the race, a 35.7. Absolutely mind-blowing lap there on the last pass. And then as he crossed the line this time, a 136.7. But it was a 136 dead coming from Clinton Poseidon, which has allowed him to close up that 0.7 of a second gap. So it's Poseidon on the attack, looking for the victory. Davy van der Merwe trying to fend him off and keep him at bay. As they come into gate corner, it's side by side between Cape Town's two finest drivers. Charles Visser on the grass. Here you go. Getting those Dunlops to do a little bit of off-track work as well. They don't work so well on the grass. They work much better on the tarmac, and that's giving me a little bit of an advantage to Umpi. Umpi in 3rd place should still be able to hang on to the lead of the championship. It'll probably come down to about a point between himself and Clinton Poseidon, who's sitting in 2nd. So it's Umpi from Charles from Tate Bishop hanging on at the moment for 5th place. But Dean Fenta, as I said, is bringing Gio, who's moved ahead of Natim Samanga now. Samanga now into the clutches of Jagger Robertson, but he's trying to come back at Giordano Lupini. Cross the line again. Another fantastic bit of race action coming out of the CompCare Medical Scheme Volkswagen Polo Cup. In the background, side-by-side action there as well between Cara Hill and Ethan Kutsia as they come across the line. And now they come flying through Potters. This is the battle. It's the Bullion IT team versus Squadra Corsa versus Team Red Racing, Big Boss Auto and Liqui Moly. Out front, Poseidon seems to close in this section of the circuit. But then it's Davy van der Merwe through the complex and the second half of the lap that manages to just maintain the gap between himself and Poseidon. It's come down to less than a second though between himself and Clint Poseidon. We know that Davy van der Merwe is capable of doing 35.7s around the track. There was a 36.4 and a 36.2 respectively from the top two as they came across the line the last pass. This is where Davy's got the advantage. Just pulls away ever so slightly there from Poseidon. Poseidon doing the same thing now. As you can see, a gap opening up big time now between Yuri Swart and Charles Visser. Visser's mistake into gate corner on the last pass has cost him dearly. He's lost the ground that he made up, and he's lost the traction to pull onto the back end of that first Bullion IT car of Yuri Swart. There you can see the gap. It's going to be a hard and what's going to be a difficult task to bring that gap down between himself and Yuri. Tate Bishop under massive pressure now. Look at this. Coming into Beacon Corner. Fenter's on his tail, and so is Giordano Lupini. If Bishop is not too careful, you're going to have that IDN Cars Right Motorsport Polo locked onto the bumper and almost onto the toe piece there of Tate Bishop's car. And he's in the slipstream now, heading towards Potters, looking for a way through the inside. Not going to be easy, that's for sure. Up next, SunBet ZX10 Masters Cup. Remember, our two-wheeled action coming your way in a few moments' time. But we've still got some race action to complete here. 6 of the 10 done. 3.5 to go. Coming onto the beat straight. First 4 now evenly matched and not really gaining any advantage or losing advantage that they've gained already. The fight is certainly between Tate Bishop and as they come through there, locking of the brakes from Besaidon, it shows just how hard he's trying to get in there, and once again sliding into gate corner from Charles Visser's point of view. Oh, good dive on the inside there from the Squadra Course car. Natia Msimanga keeping Jagger Robertson out for now. Jagger looked dangerous though, and he's looking for a way past. Crowd absolutely loving it here at East London. And the Grand Prix circuit has put on some spectacular race action so far here today. Coming across the line to complete another lap in anger. Davy van der Merwe doing it all right. So far he's been quickest in qualifying. He won the Super Pole. He dropped to 3rd place in the lucky draw. It looks like he might still be in with a shot here of the win in race number 1 of the CompCare Medical Scheme Polo Cup. This is the fight. Gerald Wright's car with Dean Fenter at the wheel has got through. The Wright Motorsport IDN Cars Polo is moving his way up into now the top 5 and ahead of Tate Bishop. Bishop falls into the clutches of his fellow Cape Townian once again. Giordano Lupini looking for a way now to pounce and get through on the angry car. Behind that, Natia Msimanga still keeps out Jagger Robertson. Jagger is closing the gap down though on Nati. Nati and Jagger are going to look for a chance now to try and fight it to the line. Again, lock up from Besaidon into gate corner. He's not given up just yet, neither is Charles Visser. Visser is all over the back now of Yuri Swart. It's come down to less than half a second there between the two of them. And it looks like Charles Visser is not going to give this one up without a fight, or at least a little return of the favour there. He got bullied big time coming out there by the Bullion RT car and the angry racing car of Tate Bishop. And I'm sure he'd love to return that favour on Yuri if he can. Into the brakes, into Beacon Corner. That's the 2 Kemptonians going through the shot. Coming up right behind them, it's Dean Fenter, Tate Bishop and Giordano Lupini. Lupini with Msimanga in a little bit closer attendance than what he has been. Top 2 through and completing the 8th lap in anger. No change for those first 2. Here they come, side by side across the line. Dean Fenter on the outside. Bishop will try and hang on to that inside line for Potter's pass. But there's a push to pass that's been used there by Dean Fenter to get through. Good timing there from Dean Fenter to use that push to pass to get through on Tate Bishop. Heading into Potters and now towards Rifle. Tate Bishop going to look to come straight back at him. So is Giordano Lupini. Lupini looks to go on the attack as well. Oh, inside line and on the dirt from the two of them. Onto the brakes into Kokobana. We want to see them come out of Kokobana corner now as we see Visser onto the back end of Yuri. Yuri Swart under huge threat there. Fenter, Bishop, Lupini and Msimanga. Jagger's just not able to close the gap between himself and those 4 cars ahead of him. Once again, Davy van der Merwe, Clinton Besaidon. This time he doesn't lock up into gate corner. Here comes Visser. Visser going absolutely hammer and tongs at the moment to close down that gap, and he's done it. He's closed the gap down to less than half a car length between himself and Yuri Swart. And they've got a lap and a half to go. Absolutely mind-blowing race action so far today. Formula Vee's was incredible. Investchem 1600s absolutely brilliant stuff as well. And here in CompCare Medical Scheme Polo Cup, it's top quality stuff again. This is Mo Karodia now. He's caught up onto the back end of Zolile and Njambuka again. Already had some action between the two of them. The two of them got under locked up breaks down into Kokobana as the last lap board comes out for our top 5. 37.2 from Darby, 37.5 from Clinton Mercedes. So Darby, I think, might be able to control this one to the line. Possibly hang on for the win. It's what he needs to bring himself back into contention for this championship. Mercedes is going to possibly either be on the same points or just behind Yuri Swart. It was 3 points in it coming into this one. Mercedes going to get second. Yuri's going to get third. So they'll either be on equal points or possibly just ahead of each other. I'll try and get the confirmation of the points in between the first and second heat there between them. Visser could be a major role player here in how that ends up on the championship as he goes on the grass. He's on the grass looking for a way through there, Charles Visser. Yuri's giving him no room to play. Just positions the car perfectly and does not give any room to Charles Visser to come through on that inside line. Charles is looking for a way through. Yeah, he's not given up, as I said. Visser certainly wants to be the first Cape Townian across the line, and down in 4th place at the moment, it wouldn't make him. He has to get through there on the Bullion IT car of Yuri Swart. Top 2 up towards Beacon for the last time. Davy van der Merwe has not put a wheel wrong in this race. Off the line was quickest, whole shot it into Potter's Pass, and has hung on to the lead for the 10 laps of race action. Coming into Beacon for the last time. The drive to the line is on. The win goes to Team Red Racing and the Data-sponsored car there of Davy van der Merwe. He wins out over Clinton Mercedes. And to the line, it's just a big dice between the two Cape Townians. One out by Yuri Swart and Charles Visser. Tate Bishop beats Dean Fenter to the line as well, getting through on him on the last lap too, to make it Cape Town 3, 4 and 5. Dean Fenter in 6th place. He finishes just ahead of Giordano Lupini and Natium Samanga. It's Jagger Robertson in the top 9. And a fantastic bit of race action there from our CompCare Medical Scheme Polo Cup. Sure, 2022 has been absolutely electrifying. Ethan Kutsia will finish up in one of his highest finishes ever in a Polo Cup race. Fantastic race action there from him too. He also got involved in a bit of argy-bargy. So we've got Davy van der Merwe ahead of Clinton Mercedes. Yuri Swart gets 3rd, Visser gets 4th. Tate Bishop finishes up in 5th place, just ahead of Dean Fenter. Then it's Giordano Lupini, Natium Samanga, Jagger Robertson and Ethan Kutsia. Cara Hill, Jason Loosemore, Mo Karodia and Zolile and Njambuka. That's how things wrap up here for race number 1 in our CompCare Medical Scheme Polo Cup. They'll be back later in the day for some more race action. But as I said, coming up after probably a little bit of a break in proceedings here, we've got 2-wheelers coming out. Our SunBet ZX10 Masters Cup, powered by Red Square, and of course shod with Bridgestone tyres, sparked by NGK spark plugs. They'll be out on track as soon as we've got a small track cleanup that has to happen, and we'll be back shortly with race action and commentary in a few moments' time. So back to race action here at the Extreme Festival's round 5, East London Grand Prix circuit, and on the track at the moment the SunBet ZX10 Masters Cup, powered by Red Square, shod with Bridgestone tyres and sparked by NGK spark plugs. It's now time for some two-wheeled action, but before we get into the action itself, let's catch up with some of the riders and find out what their plans are for today's racing.
Next up could be the race of the day, the SunBet ZX10 Masters Cup, and they are masters around this circuit. Rodney, welcome back. Great to have you here, and obviously one of your favourite circuits.
Yeah, it's nice to be back with a group of guys. I haven't been here for a while, just getting to get to the grips of all the fast corners, but I'm sure everything will go well as we progress today. But it's nice to be back with all old toppies.
Certainly great to have you back, Dieter. First time at the scary East London circuit, but I believe you are really enjoying it.
I am really enjoying it. It's a really fast track, lots of fun. I'll get to grips with it soon enough, and maybe we'll better our times a bit and put on a show for you guys.
And you're going to beat Ian Hardwood, aren't you?
Oh, for sure.
Ian Hardwood, we've got you here because you couldn't find a bright pair of leather, so you had to just wear those.
Well, unfortunately, Dave, I've been stuck with these ones, and I'm being called Shrek because I look like him when I'm all bright and green, but it is what it is.
But what is good with the series, it's so successful. It's the main motorbike series in South Africa at the moment. Just take us through it with your sponsors, etc.
Yeah, Dave, currently ZX10 is the premier class of motorcycle racing in South Africa. Undoubtedly, we have massive fields. We have 19 riders down here, which is great because, I mean, it's an expensive trip to come down or whatever. And we couldn't do this without the sponsors that we have. We're not guys like SunBet, Red Square, NGK, Bridgestone, Kawasaki. It's just an unbelievable series. It's a great atmosphere. It's a friendly atmosphere. We go out, we ride hard on track, and we have a beer afterwards. It makes it fun, all worth it. And thank you to everyone who supports us.
Well, thank you guys, and go out there and put on a great show.
Thank you.
We'll give it a bash, and I'm going to try and beat Rodney and Dieter.
Well, there you go. Over to you, Greg.
Thanks, Dave. Yeah, to catch up with those guys, you can see the camaraderie does not stop in this category. It continues at every single track around the country that we go and race at. And it's one of the reasons that it's become literally the premier class of racing in terms of two-wheelers here in South Africa. Amazing to see this big field about to go to battle now, as we are standing by to see exactly what's going to happen here at the East London Grand Prix circuit for round 5 now of the two-wheeled action of our Extreme Festival classes. It's the local man who's on pole position, Jason Lamb, ahead of Graham Van Breda and Ronald Slamet. That is how they'll be lining up on the front row there. It's Tyre Mart East London's Jason Lamb ahead of the Stefanuti Stocks and Motul-sponsored Kawasaki of Graham Van Breda. And then if I just shoot through to my messages that were sent to me this morning, Ronald Slamet, of course, on board the Value Markets, or Volt Markets, True Vine Group and Mass Sports Kawasaki. Helped out with MyK Oxy and Plant Fueled Nutrition, and of course with Lacquer Racing behind the scenes. Alan John Fenter helping out with the setup of that motorcycle for Ronald Slamet. Michael Smith is behind them with Brian Bonter-Koenig, who had some problems yesterday. Got his bike sorted out. Trevor Westman, first time ever for the killer at the East London Grand Prix circuit. He's in 6th place. Enticott, one of our championship contenders, ahead of Johan Leroux and Hein McMahon. Slucky there as they go into their warm-up lap. He's down in 9th place. Peter De Vos, he made a welcome return at Red Star Raceway into the ZX10 Masters Cup field again. He's got Clint Munton and Travis Nordier for company. I'm not sure if Nordier was able to get back on track though. He had some problems with a motorcycle engine blowing yesterday, and the Buco Kawasaki here from East London, I'm not sure if the 8.4 bike is on track. I'll have to keep an eye out for him as they do this little warm-up lap. Big welcome to Bruce Edwards, Dave Wiseman, Tiago Rebello's joined us along with Craig Martin and Ali Allison. Willie Adlam, how are you doing, buddy? Thanks for the support, and remember, please guys, pass this on to all your friends, fans and families by liking and sharing our posts on both YouTube and Facebook today. We want to grow the platform as high and as much as possible for our Extreme Festival coverage. 5th row of the grid, it's Travis Nordier. I'm saying, beg your pardon, Byron Rothwell. on the Magic bike. There he is right there, number 37. He'll be alongside Ian Harwood, and alongside them will be Henk Scaling on the 69 bike. Look out for Jason Langeveld, Dieter Huisman, Ruan Oberholzer, and the welcome return of Rodney McLaughlin, as we heard in the press conference just before race number 1 there. Great to have Rodders back on track and into the mix again here for ZX10 Masters Cup. Then we've got 3 classes in this category within the class itself. Class A is your your Masters class, Class B is your Veterans, and Class C is your Grandmasters, all based on age. It's 35 and up, 45 and up, and 55 and up for classes A, B, and C, and that's how they're going to go racing here for race number 1. Here they come to the line now, and under starters orders. Jason Lamb has come away with a double victory at Red Star Raceway, a circuit he'd never been to in the past, and dominated there to try and ensure that he can get there. Look out for Travis Nordier as well, coming through the field on the Buco Kawasaki, if he has been able to get that bike sorted out. Landy Sinden, our only lady rider from the ZX10 Masters Cup, has joined us on the live stream. Big welcome to you and the youngsters, all watching from the sideline and ready to go now for race 1 of the SunBet ZX10 Masters Cup. Lights out and we're racing. What a start from Vambadar in the middle of the road, first row of the grid. He heads down towards Potters. Looks like he might get the whole shot. No, Ronald slam it, absolutely flying. The Red Baron heads into turn 1 first. Bonte's up there as well. Good start there from Brian Bontekoning. Look out for Peter de Vos, just squeezing up the inside there of Johan Leroux on the Avadan Kawasaki as they head towards Rifle Range Bend. It's 280 kilometers an hour on a ZX10 before they climb on the anchors and down the box towards Kokobana. Here comes a big move on the inside from Jason Lamb, getting it back up the inside there of Graham Vambadar. Hein McMahon around the outside of Peter de Vos out of Kokobana. Cuts back onto the inside of the rider in front of him, trying to find a way through. Harwood side by side by the looks of things in the background there with Scaling and with Langeveld as they head into gate corner for the first time. Lamb up the inside. Welcome to my house, Ronald Slammett. I think there'll be more of the same with that a little bit later on in the season when we go back down to Cape Town. If Jason Lamb is in Ronald's back garden at Killarney International Raceway, he might be having a similar kind of maneuver there on Jason Lamb and saying, welcome to my house. But right now, it's Jason Lamb who leads things out at his home circuit. Time Art Kawasaki. Volt Market Kawasaki in second. Stefanuti Stocks Kawasaki in third. Onto the brakes comes the move from Michael Smith, who slots up into 4th place. The Wayward Kawasaki there with Dave Enticott having a fantastic run so far in this championship. All race season long, Enticott has led this championship and he still continues to do the same thing here today. But the gap is coming down, and that gap is coming down into the clutches of Graham Vambadar, Ronald Slammett, and now Jason Lamb. Jason Lamb is becoming a huge factor in this championship as we're getting into his home round here at the East London Grand Prix circuit. Jackie Selby, welcome to East London. Hope you're enjoying all this race action. 277 k's an hour is what they hit on the exit point of Rifle Range Corner, and it's just under 280 k's an hour before they climb on the anchors for Kokobana. Fastest part of the track then, getting the information there from Ronald Slammett and Lacquer Racing earlier on in the morning. Last weekend, when the other motorcycle championship were here, Alan John Fenter and Clint Seller were going 289 to 290 k's an hour on their respective Suzukis and Hondas. The ZX10s at this stage, fastest man so far down into that section has been the Red Baron, and Ronald Slammett just under the 280 k an hour mark. You can see them starting to get away now, the top 3. Vambadar sitting in the 3rd spot at the moment, comfortable in 3rd as they come up under braking now. Behind that you can see Bontekonen closing things down now on the back end of Smith. 44 is Johan Leroux on the inside of Dave Enticott. Enticott loses out slightly there as they come out of Beacon Corner, and the Avadan Kawasaki gets ahead of him, but he comes back at him across the line. Here they come back down towards Potter's Pass. 7, 8 and 44 in the background. It's the Wayward Kawasaki of Trevor the Killer Westman, and Westman is now starting to get into the mix. He's got comfortable with East London. It's his first time down to the East London Grand Prix circuit, and the first time that he's going at it in anger here. The man from Cape Town, looking forward to his home track, of course, in a couple of weeks' time. He's now fighting hard at the Eastern Cape circuit. Border Motorsport Club has provided us an absolutely pristine condition circuit here today to race at. And ideal weather conditions, you can't ask for better for this than motorcycle racing. A small breeze down the main straightaway helps you with the roll-off and the pitch into Potter's Pass. It will affect you slightly on the beat straight, of course. Can't put them on the back wheels there. Just ask Cancelo about that. And ask Hein McMahon where he's found pace. Wow, McMahon is now right onto the tailpiece of that second group of riders, and it's going to make it almost a six-way battle for the second group. They are fighting at the moment for what is going to be 5, 6, it's the 7th place. 7, 8 and 9th place coming up the hill. Trevor Westman looking for a way to get up the inside of his fellow Cape Townian. 68 versus 78, and puts it into numerical order. Hein McMahon had to sit it up slightly out of Beacon. The Foss got it slightly wrong on the entrance there and had to also sit the bike up. It affected Hein McMahon's drive onto the main straightaway now. But he comes straight back onto the tailpiece there and right back into contention for a top 10. Top 3, Jason Lamb controlling things at his home track. Slammet in second and Van Bredars in third. Eastern Cape, Western Cape and the eastern side of Gauteng all fighting hard at the front end of the SunBet ZX10 Masters Cup. This is a good run here from Jason Lamb. He did have a big moment apparently yesterday coming out of Potter's Pass. Grabbed a handful of throttle and actually took a whole chunk out of one of the Bridgestone tyres on his rear of the motorcycle. Had a big moment and possibly changed his shorts about 7 times after that one. But he's back at the front where he likes to be, and particularly here at his home track. This is definitely where he wants to be on that tire mark Kawasaki. Late braking into Beacon Corner. He'll know exactly where to brake late and be the latest of those breakers into Beacon to ensure he keeps Ronald Slammet and Van Bredar at bay. Another lap down. And it's ZX10 Masters Cup in the house here once again at the magnificent East London Grand Prix circuit. Can you believe this kind of race action is happening here right in front of your eyes? If you're at the track, a big welcome to you. If you're watching us on the live stream, even bigger welcome. Hope you've enjoyed all the action so far. We have put on a magnificent show of racing here today with the real festival hitting the East London circuit and the town of East London once again. I can see a couple of guys jumping in from all around the world as well. Vanna Smith has just jumped in there as well from New Zealand. He's a massive motorsport fan, of course, probably just missed out on the Polo Cup action, his favorite brand of motorcar, of course. But it's ZX10's now in full flight. And Graham Van Bredar is slowly but surely starting to reel in the man in second place. And I think Ronald Slammet's days could be numbered here. Volt Markets Kawasaki is under a bit of pressure there. He's going to have to try and get that plant-fueled nutrition to work for him now on the True Vine Group and Mass Sports car. And that Mass Sports Kawasaki of his is in second place at the moment, but he's under attack big time from the Stefanuti Stocks and motor-sponsored Kawasaki of Graham Van Bredar. Van Bredar and Peter Labskachny have worked hard to get the best out of that motorcycle that they can. Slammet and Alan John Fent have done the same thing there to the second bike on track. And I don't know where Jason Lamb is finding this pace, but man, he is just in a class of his own at the moment in this category. Quick look at the classes at this point in time as they cross the line and complete another lap in anger. It's Smith from Bontekoning and Westman in Class A. Class B, I should say. Class A, it's Ronald Slammet, Hein McMahon and Byron Rothwell. And Class B's, at this stage, Jason Lamb and Graham Van Bredar. That's how things are standing at the point in time in terms of the classes on track. But in terms of what's happening on track, the biggest action is coming now out of Slammet as he gets caught and reeled in big time now by Graham Van Bredar. Van Bredar onto the tailpiece of the Volt Markets Kawasaki. And you can see just how hard Ronald Slammet is going to have to work now in these last couple of laps. Phenomenal race action all day long so far, as I've mentioned. And we've still got more of the same coming away. ZX10's, of course, fighting for 12 laps of action here today. So it means that they've got this lap to complete to get to the halfway stage of race 1. And they'll be all thinking to themselves, geez, it's about time for a red square reload to get through the second half of this race. pitching it into Potters. No change between the top three. Further back, Hein McMahon still fighting hard with Peter de Vos. De Vos sits up out of Beacon corner. It's going to give Slucky a chance to get past. Yes, indeed. Hein McMahon going to go side by side with Peter de Vos, and he'll be on the outside of Potter's pass heading into turn one. Top three go down into Cocabana. That's the split on the field. First $3. Oh, a little a second moment there for Van Breda. Two big moments for Van Breda coming out of Cocabana. The back end stepping out. Very lucky to survive that one. And in fact, survive those two. Never mind one. Might have just rattled Graham Van Breda slightly. Not quite sure if he just maybe caught a little bit of debris on the circuit, but it certainly gave him something to think about. Ronald Slammer wouldn't have seen that. He would be concentrating on trying to close the gap down on Jason Lamb, which he's not been able to do just yet. Unbelievable, this two-wheel side of things living up to as good of the action that's been provided by our four-wheelers so far today at round 5 of the Extreme Festival. The real Motorsport Festival is in East London, and they are bringing a show of note. They're over the halfway stage. In fact, they're into the second half of the race now with 5 to go. Jason Lamb, 1:22.5, his fastest lap of the race. He's currently doing 23 ones. 23 twos out of Ronald Slammer, 23 ones out of Graham Van Breda. So evenly matched in that mid-pack. Ian Harwood further back there. He's currently sitting in 15th place. He's got Dieter Heiserman behind him. Just up the road from him, it's Munton and Oberholzer. That might have changed up as well, as Henk Scaling is there as well. Scaling's got into the pack too. Have a look at this there. They come up to the top. This is the 44, no, in fact the 24, I beg your pardon, of Ian Harwood. Harwood, as I said, just tucked in behind the big fight there between Munton, Oberholzer and Henk Scaling. Back to Van Breda as he puts his attentions now firmly on the sights ahead of him. And that one would be, the one in sight, of course, will be firstly Ronald Slammer, secondly Jason Lamb. And Jason Lamb seems to have lost the advantage slightly. Lamb has certainly come a lot closer to these two than what he was earlier on. So some form of mistake somewhere from Jason Lamb, I have to assume, has brought the other two in second and third place back into contention. Across the line they go, heading towards Potters again. Lamb, Slammett and Van Breda. Equidistant apart as they go into Potters. On a motorcycle through Potters, you have to have massive cojones. I can tell you something, it's difficult enough to go through there in a car. But when you're going through on two wheels on about 3.5 centimeters of rubber, it makes it very, very difficult. Graham Van Breda is late on the brakes again, down into Cocabana. Closes that gap down on Ronald Slammet. That GoPro is going to come into very good use on the TV production. Remember that we've got Global Touring Cars, Polo Cup and Investchem Formula 1600s on a TV package going out in about 2 weeks' time. And then ZX10s just after that will have their own TV package as well. So I don't know what you're seeing here today on the live stream, or if you're at the circuit watching the live stream and live at the same time, you'll get to see all of this action on the highlights reels in about 2.5 weeks' time on DSTV channel 189 Ignition. Back markers coming into play now. Closing on Rodney McLaughlin. Rodders is a bit rusty at the moment, so he's going to be well aware of the fact that the blue flags have probably been waving for the last couple of corners, warning him that this pack is coming. The lead steam train is about to cross the line, and Rod McLaughlin is about to be reeled in by them and eaten up and spat out the back end. Here they come. Onto the brakes into Potters. Jason Lamb round the outside. McLaughlin's on the inside. He's going to have to ride around McLaughlin. He does that on the exit point, and a big moment. Oh, stepping all over the place there was Jason Lamb. The back end was slipping and sliding. He managed to keep it all together. Lamb hangs on. Here comes Van Breda. Van Breda looking into Cocabana. Has he been able to get close enough to Ronald Slammet? No, not this time. Slammet is under huge pressure now. Graham Van Breda realizes he's running out of laps. There's 4.5 laps to go here. And they're into the first of the back markers. They've got past Rodney McLaughlin relatively easily, though. Fortunately, McLaughlin didn't play too much of a role there to these first three. But as I said, great to have him back again. But you can see McLaughlin's still a little bit rusty from lack of time in the seat. through the sweep. Up towards Beacon they go. Slamet got good drive out of the sweep now. Is he good enough to get on the inside of Jason Lamb? Lamb grabs a handful up the hill and just manages to keep out Slamet. Slamet's going to be late on the brakes. He's going to have a look on the inside. Lamb will see him. He'll realize that he's right there. He'll hear that exhaust pipe and the ZX10 crying out underneath him as he pitches it into the right-hander. And now across the line they go at it towards Potters. Lamb on the inside. Ronald Slamet going to try and ride around his outside. Here's a good look. Wow. Ronald Slamet was looking around the outside of Potters' pass. If you want to talk about big cojones, to do that you need massive ones. As they go into rifle now, it is so close between these top three. Brilliant race action here in the SunBet ZX10 Masters Cup. Here comes Van Breda. He's on the brakes into Kokobana and he's up to second. Slamet saw him coming. He's going to try and cut back and come back at him. They are side by side and nearly touch elbows. Oh, that's brilliant. Absolutely brilliant stuff there between Slamet and Van Breda. Little elbow touch between the two of them as they went past each other again. Ronald Slamet realized that Van Breda was going to come in there a little bit too hot. He waited for him to come past. He cut back on the inside and came straight back at me on the beat straight. Top three heading towards Beacon again. This is top quality racing once again from the SunBet ZX10 Masters Cup. They're coming up on back markers for the last couple of laps. Will the back markers come into play here? Certainly a good possibility of that happening. Van Breda trying to get up the outside and not able to go around the outside of Beacon Corner to catch out Ronald Slamet. There you can see those two back markers. They're going to come up onto the back end of Dieter Hazeman and Ian Harwood as they cross the line. Oh man, it is so close. Action aplenty here as always between our ZX10 Masters Cup riders, and the top three are putting on a demonstration of note. This is the kind of race action we used to get at national championship level when we were at full national championship status. Remember, with the old Super GP days. Down towards Kokobana they come. Lamb late on the brakes again. Slamet has to be late, but he's not as good as Van Breda into Kokobana. This time, oh, a bit of a moment there for Slamet. That's going to cost him drive. That might be enough now for Graham Van Breda to hang on to second as they go to gate. He's there. Slamet looking to come into gate corner. No, but it's Van Breda. Van Breda has got him. He's got through and he's made it stick. Jason Lamb looks up the road. He can see two back markers. He's going to try and use them to his advantage. They're coming up on Harwood. Ian Harwood is going to be the first man there. Shrek is about to be caught. As they get up onto the sweeper. Right-hand sweep and onto the back straight up towards Beacon. Shrek will be the first man they're going to catch. The next man behind will be Dieter Hazeman and then possibly Ruan Alberholzer. Late braking from Jason Lamb. Holds that inside line. Van Breda uses the foot out technique, Rossi style, into Beacon Corner. There are 4 motorcycles up the road. Checkered flag is about to come out though. And the flag is out. Lamb hangs on. Unbelievable. Jason Lamb just hanging on. 0.08 of a second there to second place. 0.3 of a second down to third. Unbelievable race action between our top three, and it's Jason Lamb who wins at his home track. Lammy takes the win ahead of Slamet. Van Breda comes through for third place for the overall. Michael Smith in fourth ahead of Trevor Westman and Brian Bontekoning. And what a way to finish up. A fantastic battle between three of arguably SA's finest two-wheel riders at the moment. The Red Baron, GVBD, Jason Lamb. Absolutely mind-blowing action once again here in the ZX10 Masters Cup. So confirmation once again, Jason Lamb, Graham Van Breda, there he is, the happiest man in East London at the moment. The time art Kawasaki of Jason Lamb takes the win ahead of Graham Van Breda and Ronald Slamet. Michael Smith, Trevor Westman, Brian Bontekoning, the top 6. Then you got Johan LaRue and Peter de Vos coming through there as well for a good effort to finish up in his category. If If I go to the classes as well, just looking at the way the class breakdown works too, Smith, Westman and Bontekoning taking the top of their class. Then it's Slamet from Hein McMahon and Byron Rothwell. Jason Lamb and Van Bredar taking class B's. C's goes to LaRue, and the veterans category went to Clint Munton ahead of Henk Scaling and Dieter Hazeman. That's how we wrap things up here for the first heat of ZX10 Masters Cup. Hope you enjoyed that. Courtesy of SunBet, Red Square, Bridgestone, and fantastic to have, of course, Kawasaki on board this time as well for the 2022 season. Great action, and up next we head into some more, and we're heading into the slightly bigger bangers now as the racing continues here at round 5 of the Extreme Festival. We head into the G&H Transport Extreme Supercars, but before we get to them, the first heat of Global Touring Cars and SupaCup.
Cinematic, you know, they've got the cameras with a whole lot of marks all around the track, so you get the best out of it. The one guy found the mark and we was like, and they're on live TV and the commentators have been commentating, yeah, so, oh, someone obviously found the mark. And it's a video, he actually took like a video, it's like, it was in Texas.
Finally like a smoking.
And it was one of those things, it was probably like on a big tower like that. There was a huge tower there in the middle of the track and then they had this big sensitive mark. That'll be good fun.
The Gazoo Racing Corollas making their way onto the circuit. You can see that it's time for Global Touring Cars and the GDC SupaCup. But before we get into race action proper, let's catch up with some of the Global Touring Car drivers and find out what their plans are as they're getting into the crucial stage of this championship. Global Touring Cars in East London, Robert Volk, championship leader, and trying to maintain that lead over Sauer Variala. What's the plans?
Well, I guess hopefully keep this advantage going into qualifying tomorrow. East London, if you can start on the front, obviously it's a massive advantage. Try to see what we can do in the first race, and reverse grid's always difficult, so it didn't pan out for us at Red Star, but at least maybe East London we can overtake and have a go at it. So yeah, looking forward to tomorrow.
You speak about that first corner, that's a big one here. Let's move on to Mandla, fighting our way back up, and of course in the points battle, but there's quite a bit of work to be done this weekend for the team.
Definitely for the team, both teams are, I guess, that as well. We're hoping to have a clean weekend. The end of Red Star came right. Unfortunately, a few bumps and niggles, but it's part of the game. We're keeping it clean and definitely collecting more points this weekend.
Andy, it's the first time in the tin top. Must be pretty different going through Potter's Pass and Rifle with a little bit more protection around you.
Yeah, 100%. The first time I went around Potter's half decently, it was shat myself a bit, to say the least. But yeah, absolutely loving it in the tin tops and something different, and I always like variety, so enjoying it.
That's one way to put it, eh? But I suppose that's what it's all about when you go into Potter's Pass and you see the kind of race action that can happen in Potter's. Investchem Formula 1600s had top quality racing. DOE Start My Car Formula Vees, one of the best races we've ever seen down here at East London Grand Prix Circuit. We've just seen the SunBet ZX10 Masters Cup go to it, and we've seen some fellow competitors that used to be part and parcel of this incredible track now stepping up into Global Touring Cars SupaCup, and they were of course originally involved in what has just happened on track there with the CompCare Polo Cups. So here we go into Global Touring Cars and GDC SupaCup combined. What you're going to find here now, if you've just joined us for the first time, and a big welcome to everybody who's out there on the internet and watching us from all around the track and all around the world. We're in the Eastern Cape of South Africa at the East London Grand Prix Circuit. It's the Prince Albert racetrack, and a famous racetrack at that, having hosted Formula 1 Grand Prix here in the past, and some spectacular national championship racing and international racing here as well in the historic venue of East London. Coming to the line now to line up, we're going to have Global Touring Cars starting things out. There'll be a couple of seconds up the road on a rolling start format for this first heat, and then just behind them it's going to be the hard charge of our Global Touring Cars SupaCup category. It's basically a dominant factor this weekend from Team Red, as we saw Davy van der Merwe on the front row of the Polo Cups. We've got Brad Liebenberg on the front row of GDC, and we've got Leighton Free and Jeff Kruger on the front row as 1 and 2 of the GDC SupaCup category. So just showing how things can change up in the space of a day, and how dominant the one team is becoming here in these two categories. I saw a couple of posts being put out there by their social media and PR guys saying it's a dominant factor from the team. All they need is a Formula 1600 and they could be possibly outgunning everybody out there. Maybe that's something they need to think about. Just running through my grid here to pick up on the grid proper for Global Touring Cars and SupaCup. Brad Liebenberg will get himself the 2,500 Rand from ATS and Dunlop Tyres for the pole position for GDC, and Leighton Free will get the same for the pole position in the GDC SupaCup category. It's Liebenberg and Saud Variawa who are on the front row, the first of the Gazoo Racing Corollas. Second row will be Robert Volk and Michael van Rooyen, Julian van der Watt and Mandla Ndakani, and Andrew Rackstraw at the back in the Race Driver SA Investchem Audi. And then we start with Leighton Free and Jeff Kruger, Team Red Racing's two stablemates, one in the Express Hire and Team Red Racing OMP Racing GTI SupaCup. Alongside him will be the official Universal Motorsport racing machine of Jeff Kruger. Then we've got Jonathan Machotsi in the Sonax sponsored Volkswagen, ahead of Keegan Masters, the first of the Team Perfect Circle cars. He will be joined by his ex-teammate, now current teammate in Volkswagen Motorsport's original GDC team, and now as part and parcel of Team Perfect Circle. Daniel Rowe stepping up into the seat on behalf of Andre Besaidenote, who is off with an injury to his hip. And we wish him all the very best for a speedy recovery, and hopefully we'll be back into the hunt for the Masters side of this championship in 2023. King of the Hill from Samola is, I'm sure, watching from the sidelines to see what Keegan Masters and Daniel Rowe can do in that Team Perfect Circle Pirelli Auto Parts and Playboy and Motul sponsored cars. Arnie Neveling, the lone Stradale Motorsport machine there in 18th place on the grid, but of course in 6th place in the grid for the Global Touring Car SupaCup class, ahead of Nathan Hammond and Donnie van Niekerk. That's how they'll be lining up. And then behind them you're going to have, of course, Damien Hammond and JP van der Walt. And I think it's going to be awesome to see Nick Davidson and Paul Luthi coming from the back of the field as well. And Paul Luthi, of course, also piloting that machine all the way out of Scotland. He comes and joins us every single time, and he is now, of course, part of the Finish Line UK Limited racing team. So looking forward to seeing how he can come through from the back of the pack. He was a bit daunted about the fact that he would have to go through Potter's Pass with a full pack of cars on his tail. And I can tell you right now, I've been in that situation a few times in both what was the touring car version into what became production cars, and from production cars, of course, also got a chance to go through here in 111 Sports and Saloons in a Mini Cooper in a full pack of cars as well, and it's pretty hair-raising to say nothing of the least. So it looks like we're starting to clear the grid there and getting ready to go now for race 1 of GDCs and GDC Super Cup. As I said, Brad Liebenberg in the Hype Energy and Sparco sponsored Team Red Racing Golf GTI 8 ahead of the Corolla from Team Gazoo Racing. And it's Saud Variawa ahead of his teammate on the right-hand side of your shot. Michael van Rooyen, the Rustenburg Rocket, is tucked in just behind his teammate there, and the youngest driver in this category. They roll off the line there, top 2. Then it's Volk and van Rooyen, Van der Walt and Ndakani and Rackstraw. Van der Walt, remember, in the Ford Focus. And the second of the pace cars will be the Polo GTI, leading these Polo Super Cup GTI cars around the circuit, with Faria and Kruger on the front row, Machotzi and Masters alongside each other in the second row, Rowe and Neveling, and Hammond and van Niekerk. See them swiping from side to side there, trying to get heat into that Dunlop rubber as much as possible. Keegan Masters just ahead of his teammate there. Team Perfect Circle cars, Motul, Pirelli, Auto Parts, Playboy Deodorant, their sponsors. Chemical Logistics, the sponsor, of course, of the 2 Volk and Van der Walt cars. Van der Walt in the Ford Focus, Volk in the Corolla. Race Driver SA and Investchem sponsored machine there of Andrew Rackstraw. Rackstraw has been through Potters in anger in a Formula 1600 heat, and of course the outgoing and current champion in that category stepped out of it to climb into a global touring car for this season. But I'm sure he would have been watching from the sidelines at all the action and the fracas that arose in that first heat of Formula 1600s earlier on in the day. Just getting insight as well for everybody who's been watching from that side of things and has been looking for some answers from us regarding Evan Holtzhausen. He has been sent to hospital, and I actually just got a message sent through to me from Barney and from Sebastian, who are looking after him at the hospital at the stage, saying that they're doing all the tests that they need to do, checking all the scans and scopes and x-rays, and as soon as they've got more information they will send that through to everybody here at the circuit, and we can pass it on to you guys here on our live stream feed as well. So I think Eli Vergara and his team there from carconnection.co.za have been helping out with the safety car and pace car for GDCs, and it's Volkswagen's GTI Polo that is doing the pace car duties for GDC Super Cup. But here we go. Race action about to kick off here for Global Touring Cars Heat 1. They get into formation. A couple of these guys have come from karting, so they'll know exactly what they need to do. Brad Liebenberg is going to try and catch them all on the line, napping if he can in the Hype Energy Golf GTI 8. As the lights go out, we go racing, and it is the GTI 8 versus Saud Variawa. Gazoo Racing Corolla side by side. Look at Rackstraw on the inside. That is not a Quattro Audi, and he's using it as if it is a Quattro to try and get up the inside of Indikani. Volk hangs on. Saud Variawa tucks in behind him as Volk gets on the inside of Potters. Here comes Van Rooyen and Indikani. Munda Indikani and Van Rooyen almost coming together there in the second of the two Gazoo Racing Corollas as they came out of Potters, heading to Rifle. Hard on the brakes into Cochabana now. Look in the background as they start to sort things out now in the mid-pack of GDCs. And the Super Cup class makes its way down to Cochabana. Leighton Free trying to hang on to the lead as they get to Cochabana corner. Jeff Kruger's round his outside, on his inside, looking out for an attack coming out of Jonathan Machotsi. Machotsi now having to fend off the attack coming from Masters and from Arnie Neveling. Brad Liebenberg from Volk, from the three Gazoo Racing Corollas, and it's a move up one position from Rackstraw. He's ahead of Thundervat. The big pack of GTC Super Cup cars make their way into gate corner. They're into the complex. It's Farid from Kruger, Kruger from Machotsi. Then you got Masters, Neveling, Daniel Rowe, Hammond. Pressurizing Hammond, it is Donnie Van Niekerk from Cape Town in the Car Care Clinic and Titan Stunts car. Right on his tail, looks like a bit of pressure already being applied there as well from his point of view, as you can see, coming from the background. This big field coming through here. We're trying to watch the two races and give you as much of the action in both races as we can. As we're getting into the thick of it now, up towards Beacon Corner. Hammond is in the mix there as well. And look out for JP van der Walt. Round the outside comes Robert Volk, born in East London, remember, so he'll know the circuit like the back of his hand. He spent a lot of time in single-seaters and other saloon car classes in the past. He's had to go to battle here on numerous occasions in his global touring cars career too. So you'll know that he's going to have to try and find something special to beat out that Hype Energy Team Red Racing Golf GTI 8 of Brad Liebenberg. Chemical Logistics Corolla in second. Gazoo Racing Corollas are 3, 4 and 5. It's the Chemical Logistics Ford who's in 6th place. Looks like he's found a way through there on Rackstraw. He has. Team Red Racing 1 and 2. Team Perfect Circle up the inside into 3rd place for Keegan Masters. And looks like Arnie Neveling trying to find a way through there on Machotsi as well. The Sonex Volkswagen Polo GTI having a little bit of pressure applied to him. And he has to soak it up a bit there. As Neveling has got through, but you can see there's big pressure coming from behind from Neveling. Once again onto Machotsi. Flying through. First 5 cars, absolutely nothing in it. You can see Daniel Rowe trying to bridge the gap to those first 5. He's just lost out ever so slightly. Then the second of the Team Perfect Circle cars. Up the inside comes Variawa. By the looks of things, Variawa forcing Volk wide. Oh, a little touch between Variawa and Volk as they came onto the main straightaway. The two Corollas coming together. It's going to affect their drive slightly. Variawa's on the inside line for Potters. Has he got enough of what it takes to go into Potters Pass on the inside of Robert Volk? Volk with the number 1 car. The 3 car of Variawa just gets ahead of his championship rival. We heard from Robert Volk what he was trying to do to keep outside with Variawa, who's second in the championship and is now second on the road. What a run there from Zawad Variawa coming out of the final corner at Beacon. Getting the drive onto the main straight now. Robert Volk trying to come back at him. He's being helped out to Variawa by his 2 teammates as both Munda Ndakani and Michael van Rooyen hound the back end of Robert Volk, turning his attentions to his rearview mirrors and possibly giving Variawa a little bit of a chance to get away. Dust in the background. That was from Munda Ndakani putting a wheel wrong coming out of Cochabana corner. No wheels wrong so far for the GTI 8 of Brad Liebenberg. Bad Brad looking for a chance to be the top end of the field at the end of this first heat of GDCs. Come out of the complex and into the right-hand sweep. Sawad Variawa with a bit of battle scars on the inside of his car there. That was due to the fact that the two of them coming together, coming out of Beacon Corner where they're heading to again. Volk now trying to use that slipstream advantage up to the hill and into Beacon Corner, but Variawa sees him coming. Perfectly placed car keeps the Chemical Logistics machine of Robert Volk at bay. Volk at this point in time is pushing hard. He's looking for a way through but can't find it just yet as they come through and complete another lap. Absolutely mind-blowing action again here in not only the first couple of races but of course all the races that have happened here today. And we continue our action here from the East London Grand Prix circuit with the first heat of GDCs and GDC Super Cup. Leighton Farid leads things out with Jeff Kruger right on his tail. Championship rivals in the GDC Super Cup. Currently where they stand on track 1 and 2 in the championship, 1 and 2. So no changes in the championship standings if that's how they finish up. Look at Masters though, leading the second pack of cars. Machotsi in the Sonex car there into 3rd. He's got the Stradale Motorsport and Paget brakes machine of Arnie Neveling right on his tail. Daniel Rowe in no man's land, just behind that down in 6th. the second of the Team Perfect Circle cars. Trying to use those Pirelli Auto Parts machine to get a little bit higher up and bridge the gap. Here comes the Sonex car. Machotzi has a big look. Lockups coming from the cars in front. I think it was Jeff Kruger who might have been locking up, under braking to try and close things down. Watch for those flickers to come on. When those flickers come on, it means that they're going to be using the push-to-pass mechanisms in these GDC SupaCup GTIs. On the back straight. Well, it's a beat straight away now. Into gate corner. Leighton Free under big attack here from Jeff Kruger. Kruger looking for a way through on his teammate. Next three cars, then it's Daniel Rose starting to close things down. Whoa, sideways from the Stunt Masters machine there, and from the car care clinic of Donnie van Niekerk. He's just ahead of Hammond. Hammond having a phenomenal bite there. And Hammond looking for a way through. Can he find it? Not just yet. Hammond is right on the tailpiece of Donnie van Niekerk. Behind that, JP van der Walt is fighting with his brother. So the Wheelie.co.za and Platinum Wheels GTI, also out of Team Red Racing stable, is not quite where he wants to be. He'd like to be in this little pack a bit further up. There you can see some push-to-passes being used. Arnie Nevlin goes to push-to-pass onto the straight to try and close things down now on the Sonex car. Back to the front. Saud Variawa hangs on to second place ahead of Robert Volk in the Global Touring Cars category. They are fighting hard, the two Corollas, to try and keep the second place open. First place at the moment, it's Brad Liebenberg, and Liebenberg is doing a superb job to hang on to the lead ahead of the two Corollas. Make that the four Corollas, because two Corollas behind them are in there as well. So it's Variawa from Volk. Van Rooyen from Indikani. Indikani has got now some pressure starting to be put onto the back end of him by Julian van der Vat in the second of the Chemical Logistics cars. The WCT team have done an amazing job on both the Ford Focus and that Corolla of Volks. But right now, they are both being outgunned by some Corolla Gazoo Racing machines. Here's Volk, late on the brakes, trying to get up the inside of Saud Variawa. Variawa saw him coming, slammed the door shut. He had to get hard on the brakes to avoid going onto the back end of that car. Across the line they come and complete the lap. That's 5 done of this first heat. And there is nothing in it. Absolutely nothing in it between those first cars on track from the Global Touring Cars point of view. This is GDC SupaCup. And as they make their way down into Beacon Corner again, they're going to be coming across to get to the 4th lap of 10. Nieuweling once again onto the hazard lights coming on, which means push-to-pass mechanism being engaged. Trying to find a way through there on the Sonex car of Machotzi. Daniel Rose used his push-to-pass to try and close that gap down on both his teammate and the two cars between himself and his teammate. So you got Team Perfect Circle in 3 and 6th place. 4 and 5 is Sonex and Padgett Racing and Stradale Motorsport. Team Red Racing 1 and 2 on track. The Express Toilet Hire Machine and OMP Racing car of Leighton Free leads out the Team Red Racing Universal Motorsport car of Jeff Kruger. Both of them on to push the passes onto the beat straight to try and use it the advantage to get away. Looking at the two Trinity Protection Services cars in the background, still having their own little fights, as you can see there for the Hammond boys. Running slightly wide out of Cochabana was Paul Luthi as well. Nice run there from him. But how tight do you want it between these two teammates? Team orders there are nothing other than to take each other out. As you can see, absolutely nothing being held back here by both of these drivers to try and ensure that they can get the victories. Leighton Free is only a couple of points ahead of Jeff Kruger coming into this round. And the way things go, it could change up dramatically here. We need to see how things are going to pan out here for this first heat as they come into it. And as they come into it, of course, just going to go to how the point standings are. Just going to my notes here. Current point standings, of course, it's 128 plays 122 between Kruger and Free. And you can see the fight happening here between Volk, Saud Variawa and Brad Liebenberg. Liebenberg has to take the victory to try and get himself into the hunt at the front end of the championship. He's currently in 3rd place and on 84 points, and he's being pressurized massively here by Saud Variawa, who gets onto the grass. Oh, he's going to come straight across and into almost the side of that Chemical Logistics car of Robert Volk. How he missed him, only he knows. Robert Volk saw him coming and just avoided the sliding Corolla as it came off the grass back onto the black stuff. Amazing bit of race action there. As I was saying, Robert Volk on 120, Variawa's in 114, but currently it's Brad Liebenberg, 3rd in the championship, leading things out on 84 points and looking to take maximum points here out of race 1. That's how things are going here in this one. get any better than this. We haven't had a bad race today at all yet. Everybody is putting on a show here for the East London Massive. Across the line they go. Julian van der Walt is only 1 point behind Brad Liebenberg, but at this point in time he's about 6 cars back. So he's going to be losing out vital ground there to Brad Liebenberg, who's making up ground on Volk and on Variawa. But right now it's Variawa who's in third, and Volk who's applying the most amount of pressure onto Brad Liebenberg. He's had all race long. Down to Kokobana. Brad is late on the brakes as always. I don't know how he managed to get onto the brakes so late into Kokobana corner, but he has to. And he has to try and keep out the attack from Robert Volk there, who's sitting in second place. Second place for Volk, third place for Variawa. Van Rooyen is slowly but surely reeling them in. A little fight between these three is slowing them down ever so slightly, and it's allowing Michael van Rooyen to come along for the ride. He was 2.3 seconds adrift only a while ago, and there's a very good possibility he's going to be a lot closer than that on the next pass across the line. Through the last sector, he's got it down to 1.8 now. So even going to be possibly even closer than that as they cross the line for the 8th time in this race. They'll have 2 laps to go. They've got 2.5 laps to go for Kruger and Leighton Fourie. Keegan Masters is currently in third place. Remember, also just to mention the fact Keegan Masters under the weather a bit today. He's not quite up to full race potential with a bit of flu and the lurgies catching him out in the week. Having done some international travel, possibly one of the reasons he picked up the flu. But he's not letting that bother him one bit in third place, as he pulls away ever so slightly now from the 4th place car of Jonathan Machotsi. Machotsi doing the same thing there to Arnie Neveling, and Neveling falling into the clutches now of Daniel Rowe, looking for a way through in the second of the Team Perfect Circle cars. Information passed on to me from the team there from, of course, Graham Nathan, who does the preparation on those Team Perfect Circle Polo GTI Super Cup category cars. Number 33 on the side of Daniel Rowe's car is in testament to the 33 that, of course, Brad Binder runs, and they were hoping that that lucky number would come into a bit of luck there for Daniel Rowe. It hasn't quite worked out just yet, but he's certainly enjoying life back in the Super Cup class. He was never officially involved in the Super Cup category, because remember he was involved in Global Touring Cars in their 2 GTI 8s, which we lost, unfortunately, after the PE round with that massive head-on collision with their transporter. And you can see there's just non-stop action here between these guys. Change up for the lead, change up for second. Brad Liebenberg's dropped down to third. What has happened as we missed out on that one? It's now Robert Volk who leads things out over Saud Variawa, and Brad Liebenberg is down into third place. So the championship rivalry continues, as 1 and 2 in the championship are now 1 and 2 on the road, and make that 1, 2 and 3 in the championship are 1, 2 and 3 on the road. And possibly into 4th as here comes Van Rooyen. Michael van Rooyen with a huge look up the inside of Brad Liebenberg into Potter's Pass. Brad saw him coming, shut the door. Van Rooyen had to back out of it slightly, which is why he's lost that 2-3 car lengths into Rifle. So it's Robert Volk, who now will maintain his lead in the championship with the win. Variawa in second if he can hang on for this next half a lap. And Brad Liebenberg will still stay in third place. So what Brad was trying to do hasn't quite worked out here in the first heat. Remember, in the second heat though, we've got an inverted grid, which means Rackstraw and Van der Walt will be on the front row, ahead of Ndakani and Van Rooyen, and then there'll be Variawa and Liebenberg with Robert Volk down in 7th. That's how they'll invert the grid for race number 2 later on this afternoon. Van Rooyen is looking, but he's not close enough. His first 4 are going to remain as per to the line. So they come out of the sweep for the last time, up to the top of the hill towards Beacon. And up the hill they come with Robert Volk leading things out over his championship rival, Saud Variawa, who has a last look up the inside, but I think it's too little too late there. Van Rooyen also had another little dig on the inside of Brad Liebenberg, but they're going to go to the line and finish in their championship leading order that they came into this round. Volk, Variawa from Liebenberg. Leighton Fourie still under attack here from Kruger. Kruger's not going to give this up without a fight. Jeff Kruger has kept Leighton Fourie very honest all race long, but he hasn't found a way through. The youngster is showing this entire pack of Global Touring Car Super Cup category cars how to do this at East London Grand Prix Circuit. Onto the brakes comes the OMP Express Toilet Hire and Team Red Racing Polo Cup GTI. And that Super Cup GTI now ahead of his Universal Team Red Racing stablemate. 1 and 2 for Team Red as they come across the line. Third place, it's going to be Team Perfect Circles, Keegan Masters. It looks like it's going to be just to the line. Yeah, Machotzi beats out the hard charge coming out of Arnie Neveling and Daniel Rowe for the top 5 there in the Super Cup category. Brilliant race action again from our Global Touring Cup and GTC Super Cup cars. You can see high fives from both the drivers as they pass each other there. They know they were in a big fight. Sauer Vario was in a huge fight. So was Robert Volk and Brad Liebenberg. Liebenberg losing it with about a lap to go there to both Robert Volk and Sauer Variawa. Try and get some information from those drivers as to what went wrong. But remember, in the next heat, it's an inverted grid, which means Variawa, Volk and Brad Liebenberg have to come through from the back of the pack. There is unofficial results, of course. Volk from Variawa and Liebenberg. They win things out there in the top 3 for GDCs, and it's Leighton Free, Jeff Kruger and Keegan Masters for Team Perfect Circle that will finish up in the top 3 for the Super Cup class. So we go from Super Cup and GDCs, we move our way into the Extreme Supercars now. And Extreme Supercars will be out on track shortly because we've got some big race action to happen there too. And I'll bring you the grid a little bit later on, but it is just going to be some mind-blowing race action with the big bangers making their way back onto the circuit here at the East London Grand Prix circuit. And great to see a big field of Lamborghinis, Ferraris, Porsches, BMWs, Audis all thrown into the mix there for G&H Transport Extreme Supercars. They'll be back out shortly for their first 12 laps of action. So as they make their way onto the circuit now for the first time, G&H Transport Extreme Supercars about to go to battle. But before they do, let's catch up with some of the top contenders and find out what their plans are for today's racing. GNH Transport Extreme Supercars in East London, and at the Grand Prix circuit, of course, there's always big fans out there for the big bangers. Franco, the return of the Porsche, it's been a bit of an up and down. You've had some serious issues that you sorted out, but it looks like they're seeming to be working well now.
Yeah, look, the car is mechanically sound. We've sorted out all those things and rebuilt everything. But we've been away for a while, so probably a bit rusty. And a lot of new little gizmos on the car. We had to build it anyway, so we tried a few sort of more modern things, and we're finding it a bit unbalanced at the moment. But we'll get there like we always do.
Pace in the early morning didn't seem to be there, but as you said, it might be just those little niggles. But I'm sure you're going to have race pace by the time you get out into the proper stuff.
I'm sure by tomorrow we'll be there and thereabouts, yeah.
Well, from your side, the pace was almost instantaneous. It was quite awesome to see the BMW at the front end of this field. We haven't seen one for a long time.
Yeah, it's been going well. This morning it's my first time here, so I'm enjoying it. It's a quick. So a few little things now. Just got to change plugs, a few little small things, and yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
Rick's up there as well, so it should be a bit of a battle between the supercars and the 2BMs.
Yeah, well, that's what we hope so. It's just that Rick had an issue this morning. He lost second and third gear, but they're going to send the parts down, so I'm sure he'll be back on track soon.
Fantastic. G, from your side, it's a big fight in that mid-pack, and of course, as always, there's going to be some guys gunning for you.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, we're back in the Lambo. GTR still not ready. We were hoping to be up in the front of the GTR this weekend, but back in the old faithful Lambo, it never lets us down, so we'll give it a bash. I think the mid-pack's going to be tight tomorrow. It really is. The last session we were quick, so yeah. Look, tomorrow's a different day. Put on a new set of tyres. Go give it a bash. See what we can do to the front cars.
Hopefully not too much bashing, Gianni Giannacaro, as our GNH Transport Extreme Supercars make their way up to Beacon Corner. That is Gianni Giannacaro in the Bisque Racing Lamborghini Trofeo. And of course he'll be looking for honours in the GT3 class, which is a national category class, along with Marius Action Jackson in the MJR and Mega Fiber Audi. Nice to see Darren Goodman's in the pack as well. Of course, a local contender in his Nissan R34 GTR, as opposed to the GTIs we just saw in action now with SupaCup. Back of the field is Jimbo Giannacaro. He's in the Z4 and looking for a chance now. Not in the Z4, I beg your pardon. Jimbo's not in the Z4 anymore. He's in a new BMW there, and he'll be looking to come through the field. Lamborghinis, BMWs, Porsches, Audis, Nissans, and they're all about to go to battle now for the first heat. Look out in the background as well as coming through the field, trying to pick up whether or not we've got both of the Larrera brothers up. Paolo should be there. He was quickest actually yesterday in a couple of the sessions, and we heard from him there in the press conference that he was looking to try and take on the Lamborghini of Jonathan du Toit and that all-conquering Porsche 997 twin turbo of Franco Scrimanti. Franco telling us about all the niggles and new bits and pieces of technology that they put into that car as well on the rebuild. So looking forward to race action now between our GNH Transport Extreme Supercars as soon as we can get the East London towing and recovery truck out of the way. I think there's a problem with the lights, which is just above our stationary camera here on the grid. They're using the towing truck to try and get the lights to be working a bit better. The guys had to climb up onto the truck to get it to work, and there you go. See it removing and reversing into its parking bay. So the grid is Jonathan du Toit from Franco Scrimanti, Paolo Larrera and Nicky Dix, Marius Jackson, Darren Goodmans, Sam Hammond in the Lamborghini, the Trinity Protection Services Lamborghini. We got a Lambo in pit lane as well, which I'm a bit concerned about. Is that Ricky Giannacaro, who didn't make it out in time? So it looks like Ricky's going to have to start from pit lane, as he'll have to wait for the cars to come round. Remember, it's a rolling start for these guys, or they might allow him onto the back of the grid to take up his position alongside his dad Jimbo at the back. I'm sure that's the Car Connection guys there, .co.za. Eli Vergara and his team who have helped out with support of our safety car for this category. Lambo and Porsche will lead them off. BMW and Porsche on the second row. It's Nicky Dix there in the Curvent air conditioners Porsche. Greg Parton in the Lamborghini Huracan a bit further back there for Drives Environmental team. And is a second combined racing BMW on track? It is. So both Rick and Paolo Larrea are back on track. A magnificent effort there from the combined racing team to get Rick back on track in time. And looks like the pit lane has opened up and Ricky Giannaccaro has been deployed as well into the battlefield for the first heat of G&H Transport Extreme Supercars. Paolo ahead of Nicky Dix there, heading towards Copacabana. That is the MJR Mega Fiber Audi of Marius Jackson. Darren Goodman's in his R32 Nissan GTR. And London as well there in a 77 Porsche. Remember, there are classes up for grabs here today in G&H Transport Extreme Supercars 2. DeToy, Scribanti, Larrea and Goodman's all in Class A+. TT3s is Marius Jackson, Greg Parton, Gianni Giannaccaro, Ricky Giannaccaro. And then you've got Class B's and London. Class C will be Mansour Parker and Jimbo Giannaccaro at the back of the field. Mansour Parker in the BMW. It's an all-white car. Usually runs a Jive energy drink on his car, but this time out with no livery on it. So I assume that he's looking for a new sponsor on that car. That is the combined racing BMW. Gearbox issues there for Larrea, and of course they flew in some parts overnight. He missed qualifying, which is why he's starting at the back of the pack, and now comes through with a battle of note to try and get that very fast BMW of his up and in contention for potentially a top 5. That's the plan there from Combined Racing's point of view. So a little AMG looks like it's moving off the circuit, handing the duties of the rolling start to Jonathan DeToy. DeToy in the Stradale Motorsport and Trans-Africa Racing Lamborghini. Combined team now between those two forces as they go racing, and the lights are out. Look at Franco Scavanti dropping the hammer across the line, looking to try and get around the outside of Jonathan DeToy as they head towards turn 1. He's got the drop and he's got the hammer down, and look at Larrea around the outside of DeToy into Potters on cold tyres on the first lap, and it's Larrea moves up. Paolo is on a flyer. He moves into second place around the outside of the Lamborghini and up into what is going to be the fight for the lead. They're going to try and close things down now on the Porsche. Second Porsche under pressure now from Marius Jackson in the Audi. Here comes Ant Blunden applying the pressure onto the back end there of Darren Goodman's. The fastest chicken farmer in the world there is under pressure from the Porsche. Then you've got Lamborghini Trofeos in the form of Sam Hammond, Lamborghini Huracan with Greg Parton, and then Gianni Giannaccaro in the Bisque Racing Trofeo right on Parton's tail. Curvin Air Conditioners Porsche is into the complex just ahead now of that Audi. There are the 3 Lamborghinis I just mentioned behind them. Standing by to see Mansour Parker, who's lost out to Rick. Rick's moved up 1 position ahead of Mansour Parker. Behind Parker, you can see it's Ricky Giannaccaro, who's now on the move. Ricky trying to come from the back of the pack to try and get up to where his brother is, a little bit higher up in that mid-pack of of G&H Transport Extreme Supercars. But look at Scrivanti. Take care then, bye-bye now. This is how you do it at the East London Grand Prix circuit. And Extreme Supercars have completed their first lap in anger. Franco Scrivanti's just done a 1:22.385 on his first lap in anger. That's some serious pace, and probably going to drop down even faster than that. If I look at the lap times from qualifying, Jonathan DeToy did a 17 dead around the circuit. Fastest lap around this track ever is a 15.6, remember, from Stuart White in the Ginetta at the South African Endurance Series race only a couple of seasons ago. And Stuart White set that the news alight with that lap record-breaking run of his in the Ginetta G57. But I can tell you the Extreme Supercars are coming very close to that lap time, considering the fact that these are stock saloon car races as opposed to sports cars. And wings and slicks are probably not as hectic as the downforce that's available to drivers that would be in a Ginetta G57 LMP2 car. This car, though, is pretty spectacular with Franco Scrivanti at the wheel. Here comes the attack from Jonathan DeToy onto Paolo. Paolo in the combined racing BMW. Oh, and DeToy gets the back end stepped out. That's a big moment there for DeToy, but he managed to catch it as they came onto the straight and take second place away from Paolo. Combined Racing coming straight back at the Trans-Africa Racing Lamborghini, and once again around the outside of Potter's Pass. For Leroux. Oh, he's got some big ones. He spoke to me yesterday about the fact that he's had to change his underwear a couple of times. You heard him in the press conference as well, mentioning that fact. And he was a bit concerned about going side by side with the car there. But he's done it 2 laps in a row there with the toy. London puts a wheel on the dirt coming out of Rifle. Trying to close things down on the back end of Sam Hammond in the Trinity Protection Services Lamborghini Trofeo. He's lost out ever so slightly there to Greg Parton in the Dryzit Environmental Lamborghini Hurricane. And oh, the toy's on the grass. The toy's on the grass. Coming into gate corner, he got it all out of shape. And continued straight onto the grass and almost onto the kart circuit. So Jonathan DeToy making a big mistake there, trying to close things down here on Franco Scribanti. Scuderia Scribanti have built something pretty special here for Franco. And the team down at Franco Scribanti Racing are going to be super impressed with the performance so far of their Porsche. Lap times starting to drop here, but unfortunately our signal is not too great here from our timing point of view. 1:18.733 from Franco Scribanti. 1:18.9 on his last pass. Rick's moving up nicely as well in the combined racing BMW. Closing onto the back end of Gianni Giannacora, looking to get into the top 10. Giannacora at the moment in the 10th spot. He's got Goodman's just up the road from him, and in fact, as I say that, we get a change up and a refresh of the timing monitor. Gianni's actually up to 8th. Rick is into the top 10, into 9th. Apologies there for, of course, calling it slightly wrong, but I'm going on what is in front of me on the timing monitor, and with the signal issues, we're having a slight delay on the refresh of our timing monitor. If you do want to get the timing on your own monitors, of course, you can pick it up on the Speed Hive. So just download the Speed Hive app and get onto live race action from circuits around the world. Click on the ZA link, and you'll see all the live timing here from the Extreme Festivals round 5. Jackson now looking for a way through on Nicky Dix. Nicky Dix in the curve end Porsche, MJR and Mega Fiber Audi of Jackson all over the back end of Jackson. They head up towards Beacon Corner. This is the fight for 3rd and 4th on track. 5th place is Greg Parton. Tries it Environmental Hurricane. As the 3 and 4 come across to complete another lap. They're going to have 8 laps of action to come your way. First heat is a 12-lapper here for G&A Transport Extreme Supercars at the East London Grand Prix circuit, round 5 of Extreme Festival. Looks like Paulo Leroux is into pit lane. Paulo Leroux in pit lane. I saw the combined racing BMW just pulling into the pit box there. Something's gone wrong there from Paulo's point of view. Big pity to lose him. He was in 3rd place when he pulled into the pit lane. So it's now handed that 3rd place to these two to fight it out. Jackson looks on the inside into Cochabana. Can't quite get up inside of that Porsche just yet. There's the gap they've got down to 2nd place up the road there for Jonathan DeToy. DeToy's got a huge advantage over them, about 9 seconds over the 3rd and 4th place fight. But he's still got 10 seconds up the road to make up on Franco Scribanti. So Mega Fiber MJR Audi R8 all over the back end now of this 996 Porsche. Amazing run here from Nicky Dix. Curve vent air conditioners Porsche. A fantastic run here this weekend. Some of the best racing we've seen out of him in a long time from Dix's point of view. Looking for a 3rd place overall is certainly something he probably wouldn't be thinking about at the beginning of the race weekend. But he's certainly thinking about it in a big way now as we see Franco Scribanti out of Rifle and closing down on the back end of Jimbo Giannacora. Jimbo just up the road there, you can see he'll be caught within the next half a lap there by Franco Scribanti. Gianni crosses the line ahead of Rick. Combined Racing BMW still on track, but it's not the one we expected to see at the front end. But we are seeing massive progress from Rick Leroux as as he starts to make his way through the field now up into what is going to be 8th place, possibly, if he can catch and pass Gianni Giannacaro. Through Rifle Bend. You see those two, and onto the beach straight comes Parton and Hammond. Into gate corner goes Dix and Jackson. Jackson still not finding a way past here on Nicky Dix. Good little dice here for 3rd place between Dix and Jackson. Rick pulling away now from Ricky Giannacaro. Ricky Giannacaro in the 2nd of the G&H Transport sponsored machines. Right on track is his dad Jimbo in the BMW, Ricky in the Lamborghini, and of course the Bisque Racing Lamborghini is his brother Gianni. Same cars, just different sectors of their logistics company. G&H, problems! Rick Leroux pulling to the sideline. Has that gearbox gone? There's a possibility it might have. So you can see gap closing down between Jonathan DeToy. Oh, I was going to say, no, it's another car that was behind. It was Jimbo Giannacaro, so apologies on that one. Caught me out there, did Jimbo. I thought it might have been the Porsche, similar colours to that BMW. The blue and white just threw me out there slightly. But 3rd place now onto the beach straight as Jonathan DeToy exits the complex. There is Jimbo. 135i. Very powerful little BMW engine underneath that as well, and they're trying to get that car sorted out for Jimbo to go and fight it out for Class C honours. That's the halfway stage reach there for Franco Scribanti. Pulling away and maintaining a good margin over his rival, Jonathan DeToy. Come down to 7 seconds. So a slight improvement from Jonathan DeToy's point of view, but remember he's able to do 17s around this track. He did that in qualifying. He's currently lapping in the 1:20s. Fastest from him was an 18.9. Fastest from Scribanti was an 18.7. And now traffic. 2 BMWs to be negotiated by the Porsche. Mansour Parker moves out the way, allows Franco through. Franco coming up onto the back end now of the 3rd BMW on track, the Combined Racing BMW of Rick Leroux, who's staying out there to try and score as many points as he can with an ailing BMW underneath him. You can see Mansour Parker goes around the outside of the Combined Racing BMW as well. Here comes Nicky Dix and Marius Jackson closing onto the back end of that 3rd BMW of Jimbo Giannacaro. This is Greg Parton leading things out on that beat straight away over Sam Hammond and Blunden. Then it's Gianni Giannacaro. So we got Lambos, Porsches and BMWs fighting at the back end of the field, and Lambos and Porsches fighting at the front. Late braking once again from Jackson, but he still has not found a way through here on Nicky Dix's Porsche. Dix in the curve in air conditioning Porsche, just maintaining 3rd place. It's a couple of hundredths of a second between them, maybe about just over half a second between 3rd and 4th place Jackson and Dix. Porsche seems to have the legs and pulls away on the straights. But the Audi is very good in the tricky stuff. Jackson closes up under braking rapidly there, as you can see. Looking for a way through, but can't find it yet. Let's see what happens by the time we get into the latter part of this race, and we're getting into it right now. 2/3 distance done. 8 of 12 completed. Lambos and Porsches coming up on those back markers as well. Here they come. And into the complex and out the complex once again from 3rd and 4th place. Coming to lap Rick Leroux again. Car's gone missing on track as well. Just having a look to see. I need to realize now we haven't really seen much of Darren Goodman's. So he must have had a problem somewhere on track as well and pulled off track because he's not involved in this battle anymore. Portionati start another lap. They've completed 8. And they've now just completed their 9th lap. So we've got 3 to go. Dixon Jackson heading towards Cochabana. DeToy's already out of the complex and through the right-hand sweep. Scribanti probably even onto the final corner and into the straightaway. Here he comes. Out of Beacon and onto the main straight again to complete lap number 10. 2 more laps to go for our top 2. Blandon and Hammond starting to bang here. Looks like Hammond is fending off the intentions there being shown by Ant Blandon into gate corner. Trinity Protection Services Lamborghini just keeping out the attack from that Porsche from Ant Blandon. Battle for 6th place comes out of the complex and into the right-hand sweep. DeToy's got some back markers to negotiate here as well. Coming up on the back end of Ricky Giannaccaro. Sure, Ricky's going to just move over and allow him through as they go into gate corner. This has been a superb run here from Franco Scavanti. You can see whatever niggles they had he was talking about in the pre-race press conference seem to be well oiled now and sorted out. Gianni Giannaccaro coming through and lapping his dad again, Jimbo. Again down into the beach straight away for the battle between Nicky Dix and Marius Jackson. Still no change up there between the Porsche and the Audi. Comfortable down behind that in 5th place is Greg Parton. So if I go into the settings here and I go by class, Rick Blaro, currently still circulating, is going to take Class A's win. National Class A's, Nicky Dix and Sam Hammond. A+ at the moment, it is Franco Scabanti and Jonathan DeToy. Ant Blandon is leading B's, Mansour Parker is leading the C's, and GT3 it's Marius Jackson from Greg Parton and Gianni and Ricky Giannaccaro. So that's how it goes in terms of the classes at this point. But we're coming into the final stage. In fact, we're onto the last lap right now. So Franco's at the halfway stage of that final lap, and he'll be looking to come and wrap things up here. Oh, big moment there for Sam Hammond. Massive moment for Sam Hammond coming out of Beacon Corner. Back end of the Trofeo stepped out. He caught it, only just, and lives to save the day. Here comes your leader and race 1 winner for Franco Scavanti Racing and Scuderia Scavanti. Franco Scavanti going to take the first win of the day for the GNH Transport Extreme Supercars in the Porsche. Porsche wins out of a Lamborghini. Jonathan DeToy comes through for 2nd place, I beg your pardon, in his Trans-Africa Racing and Stradale Combined Forces Lamborghini. Is it going to be Nicky Dix who hangs on to beat out Marius Jackson? Let's see, Ricky Giannaccaro crosses the line. Jimbo Giannaccaro has already gone through, so has Rick Leroux. Rick is still going to take the win in his class despite finishing so far down, but he stayed out there to survive what was 12 laps. Here comes the Porsche to the line for 3rd. Dix is going to hang on, he is. So Nicky Dix takes the 3rd spot overall and wins out over Marius Jackson. So that wraps up our first heat of GNH Transport Extreme Supercars. That is your winner, Franco Scavanti, for Franco Scavanti Racing and Scuderia Scavanti in the Porsche, winning out over Jonathan DeToy in the Lamborghini out of Trans-Africa Racing and Stradale Motorsports combined efforts. Nicky Dix in the co-event Porsche comes through for third ahead of Marius Jackson for fourth place in the MJR and Mega Fiber Audi. Tries at Environmental's Greg Parton wins out fifth place and the GT3 battle with the fifth place overall in his Lamborghini Huracan, and London behind him ahead of Sam Hammond. Had a big moment there on that last lap. They managed to survive for seventh place in the Lamborghini Trofeo. Gianni and Ricky Giannacara behind them, so it's 3 Lamborghini Trofeos in a row there to wrap up the GNH Transport Extreme Supercars. Up next, it's Gazoo Racing Cup, powered by Netstar. They'll be on track soon. We'll be back with some commentary. Gazoo Racing Cup, powered by Netstar, are on track at the moment, and the 6 cars about to go to battle. Let's catch up with a couple of their top contenders and see what their plans are for this race weekend. So you're at the Gazoo Racing Cup in East London. It's always going to be something pretty spectacular. First time here for this class. Sean, take us through your first moments through Potters.
Yeah, that's definitely the scariest motorsport corner I've experienced in my life. I've just been trying to build up to take it faster and faster all day. Quite happy with my progress so far into the 36s. A bit closer to Tom this time around. Still trying to catch Ashley somehow, but happy with my progress and happy to get through Potters unscathed for 3 sessions.
I believe somebody might have missed the first sessions, eh? Let's have a chat to him quickly. What happened?
Under the bus. Basically, I left some of my equipment back at the hotel, and I thought I'd be a hero and quickly make a dash for it, but I missed the first session by a minute, but all is not lost. I'm still here, and practice 1, 2 and 3 went fairly well. Managed to find a second now in practice 3.
Looking forward to it.
Yeah, all good. Doing 1:39, which is not bad for me.
Awesome.
So hopefully quality will be a little bit quicker. And Potters, as you say, it's just what a scary corner.
Jonesy, you were talking about some change of underwear that you did.
Fine. Second practice was on it. Going through good 184, I think was our minimum speed through at the start. 220 at the bottom. Yeah. What a hero, buddy. Winner in it. Third practice, chasing Sean Nurse. Turned in there a little late and went off straight. And luckily, it ran through the river all the way down to Rifle and came back on in one piece. And I kind of haven't gone that quick again there yet.
Keep that for the race, eh?
Yeah. Oh, buddy.
And thanks for scaring me, Mark.
Yeah. It's special when you look. They are all-wheel drive cars. So it's kind of special when you use all that capability in the mud next to the tires.
As your name's not Ramapolan or whatever the guy's name is, so you got to take it easy. Colin's got a little bit extra on you there.
Yeah, rubbing is racing, but we rub the tires maybe. It's not a good thing, yeah.
Let's see what's going to happen now. As you can hear the camaraderie amongst our journalist racers. They're certainly right up there as Gazoo Racing Cup make their way onto the circuit now. First time for these cars to come down to the East London Grand Prix circuit. It is about 8 of them, a couple of guys and girls that weren't able to make it to this round of the Extreme Festival. But all 6 about to go to battle for 6 laps of race action. Just to give you a little indication as to how they can be differentiated. At the front end there, you'll have Ashley Oldfield with the green wing mirrors. Purple wing mirrors will be Rian Esterhazen. And they are first and second on the front row. Thomas Faulkner is in the pink wing mirrors with Sean Nurse running blue wing mirrors on his car. And then it's Lorato Matabese with the red wing mirrors. And Mark Jones with yellow wing mirrors on the third row of this grid. Also see the differentiating factor on these cars are the numbers on the side of the car, and whatever whatever journal or online or publication they would run, that's the word, thanks Paul, is running on the front of their bonnets. And that's the publications that each of these journalists work for. All getting together as part of Gazoo Racing's launch of what could potentially be the Gazoo Racing Cup National Championship next year, with some seasoned campaigners and other drivers getting involved behind this series. All-wheel drive Gazoo Racing Toyotas. We're about to go and fight it out now for the first time today. Oldfield and Esterhazen on the front row. Faulkner and Nurse the second row. And it's Jones and Matabese who make up the third row of this grid. Interesting to see. These are stock standard road cars, remember, running on Dunlop tyres. And lapping at very similar lap times to the full-on Volkswagen Polo Cup cars in CompCare Medical Scheme's Volkswagen Polo Cup. Jonesy gesticulating to say, come on, let's get a move on. Let's get into our right positions for the start procedure. Jones coming up alongside by the looks of things and trying to jump the start there slightly. I think he's trying to catch out Sean Nurse or Thomas Faulkner. Lights are still on. They're holding them for a long time. The lights go out. It's time to go racing. And is it Oldfield or Esterhazen who gets the drop down towards turn 1? Purple wing mirrors around the outside. Possibly going to be seeing Rian Esterhazen take the front end of this field, and he does. He's followed by Thomas Faulkner into turn 1. Losing out there big time into turn 1 was our poleman, Ashley Oldfield. So Oldfield having to take a slightly different line and go on the defensive to keep out Sean Nurse, who puts the pressure onto him as they go through Rifle. Now down towards Cocobana for the first time. Late braking coming out of Thomas Faulkner to try and take the lead of this race, and he does so into Cocobana corner. Esterhazen demoted down 1 position into what is now 2nd place on the road as they come into the beach straight in anger for the first time of the 6 times of passing here for the first heat of Gazoo Racing Cup. As you can see, Oldfield's dropped back into the clutches there of Sean Nurse. Sean Nurse with the blue wing mirrors trying to find a way through and get up ahead of his fellow competitor. But it's Thomas Faulkner who leads things out. Matabese trying to close things down, and he's moved up 1 place ahead now of Mark Jones. Jonesy into 6th place as they come out of the complex and into the sweep. Looking at the lap times of these cars as well for qualifying. Top qualifier was a 34.7, bottom qualifier was a 40, so it's about 6 seconds differential. But when you're up close and personal like this, you tend to get that red mist coming down, and if it's Gazoo Racing flavoured red mist, it means that you can stay with the lead cars for at least 2 or 3 laps. That's when they start to pull away ever so slightly. Welcome, Gerald. Hope you're enjoying all the action, buddy. Johan Faris joined us, so is Eli Vergara. See that Vergara's got involved in this one with the front end car there. A45 doing some work. Krista Brains here as well. Thanks to you all guys for all your support and for joining us here at the East London Grand Prix circuit on our live stream feed on both Facebook and YouTube. You can see they are running stock standard Toyotas out there, and that's why the hazard lights are coming on under braking, showing that the ESP and ABS systems are working and allowing the cars to do the electronic braking that's required down into the corners when they're hitting the brakes hard. You heard from Mark Jones. All-wheel drive cars, so definitely going to have a little bit of an ability if they do go off track at any time. Sliding into gate corner was Faulkner. You can see Oldfield trying to close that gap down, but he's got Nurse on his tail. Top gear car of Matabese is still ahead of the Citizen. The Citizen motoring car there, Mark Jones, currently in 6th place, hasn't found a way through on Lorato just yet. So it doesn't seem to be a concern there that Lorato Matabese missed out on the first practice session, having had to go back to his hotel room to try and get some equipment he left behind. So across the line they come to complete the 2nd lap in anger. Faulkner getting away and leaving the rest of this field at bay. Esterhazen still in the 2nd spot ahead of Sean Nurse, who's now moved up ahead of Ashley Oldfield. Oldfield just seems to have a bit of a problem there. He's normally a dominant factor in this category, but hasn't really had it to go his way here in race number 1. Faulkner closing on the brakes. Well, not Faulkner, I beg your pardon. Sean Nurse closing on the brakes. Faulkner's at the front end and getting away from this pack. Not really any answer from this 2nd, 3rd and 4th place cars to the pace that Thomas Faulkner's finding here in the first part of this race, as 2 laps have been completed. 36.2 out of Faulkner is the fastest lap of the race on that last pass, but I'm sure it's going to get even quicker than that now that they're into the 3rd lap of 6. I'm going to complete the halfway stage. Faulkner quickest, Esterhazen just behind him on a 36.9, 37.5 out of Nurse, 38 dead out of Ashley Oldfield, so definitely not feeling the way he normally feels behind the wheel of these Gazoo Racing Yaris's. Geo Cup is driven by Netstar, and of course this is the feeding ground as to what could possibly be the future of Toyota Gazoo Racing's involvement in South African motorsport. Halfway stage reached, 3 done, 3 to go. Faulkner, Esterhazen and Nurse, your top 3. Oldfield just behind that, starting to come back at Sean Nurse. And Mark Jones now ahead of Lorato Matabesi. Right-hand sweep now for these guys into Potter's Pass. I heard from a couple of the drivers they've had some big moments throughout the weekend so far through Potters. Heading into Rifle. Oh, look at the pace. Just absolute control and precision coming out of Thomas Faulkner here this weekend. 3 fighting for second are slowing themselves down slightly, allowing Faulkner to get even bigger and further away from them. Bigger margin and further away. It's Nurse is putting the pressure onto Esterhazen. Rian Esterhazen definitely looking for a chance now to keep out Sean Nurse, and Sean Nurse looking to return the favour and get up into second. And he's right on Esterhazen's tail as they come into gate corner. Possibilities of a change up between these two. Give Nurse a bit of breathing room as well, because he's also feeling a bit of pressure from behind on the return of Ashley Oldfield. Cars.co.za car coming back into it now, finding his rhythm again in the second half of this race, as they're going to complete lap number 4 of 6, and they've got 2 to go. Here's Nurse on the brakes into Beacon. Perfectly done. Squeezes up the inside and drops Esterhazen down into third and into the clutches now of the return of the man who would be king in this category so far, Ashley Oldfield. Leading the championship at this stage. Oldfield hanging on and not going to give up without a fight. Esterhazen doing the same thing. He wants to return the favour almost instantaneously there on Sean Nurse as they come flying through the right-hander at Potters. Still some work to be done now for the next 2 laps of race action here for the GR Cup, driven by Netstar. We saw some Gazoo Racing Corollas in the big fights in global touring cars, and now more of the same in their own category. Here comes a move from Oldfield, diving up the inside, and Esterhazen gets the motor down 1 more place. Sean Nurse is now in the clutches and in the sights of a 3rd place driver, Ashley Oldfield. Oldfield trying to get the drive on the straight, but Esterhazen going to try and come back at him into gate corner. He's got the drive and he's got through. Good move there from Esterhazen. The cutback worked, and he was able to get slightly better drive out of Cocobana corner, which has brought him back into 3rd place. So it'll be up to Ashley Oldfield to try and find another way through and get ahead now of his rival in the publication war that is Gazoo Racing Cup. Leader is Faulkner. He's pulled a big advantage of almost 5 seconds, I would say now, over the second pack. And it's Nurse, Esterhazen, and the return of Ashley Oldfield. Oldfield has got through once, but he wasn't able to make it stick. Now let's see if he can do it again here in the second part of this final lap. He was quick through Rifle, and that's where he started to close things down there on Esterhazen. So let's see if he'll do the same thing now. Try and use a bit of slipstream to get through. Come flying down the main straightaway and complete lap 5 of 6. They're on to the final lap now for Gazoo Racing Cup, driven by Netstar. Heading down into Rifle Range Bend. That's where we're going to see, or we should see, and would have hoped to see, a chance there for Ashley Oldfield to get through and back at Rian Esterhazen, but he was not close enough. Esterhazen was able to get slightly better drive out of Potters, kept it through Rifle, and tried to use that drive to close the gap down on Nurse. Nurse hangs on for second as they get onto the beat straight now for the final time. Gazoo Racing Cup Yaris is in full flight down towards gate corner. All 6 cars very evenly matched, and the split is hardly anything between those 6 cars onto this final lap. So Sean Nurse, Esterhazen, and the hard charge from Oldfield, which I think is going to be too little too late. 6 laps is not enough to get Ashley Oldfield back into the mix there at the front end of this field. But it's Thomas Faulkner who's done it all right. He got off the line like a rocket ship and literally just led the field into turn 1 and then never looked back. He was just able to get through and turn the screws up on terms of the pressure right from the word go. Checkered flag is waiting, and it's the Times Live's Thomas Faulkner who's going to take the first victory here in the GR Cup, driven by Netstar. Sean Nurse comes through for SNN, and third place will be Esterhazen for WCW, finishing up just ahead of Ashley Holdfield. He's in Cars.co, the ZA car. Mark Jones for the Citizen Motoring, and Top Gear's Larato Matabese makes up the top 6 in the Gazoo Racing Cup. So that's it for the first heat of Gazoo Racing Cup, and that's the race action, of course. I think for all of our first heats done and dusted, if I'm not mistaken. That'll bring us to the first heat's all completed for this round of the Extreme Festival, round 5 here at the East London Grand Prix circuit. There is unofficial results: Falconer, Nurse, Esterhazen, Oldfield, Jones and Matabese. And we're going to probably move straight into part 2 of our race action today, starting with the DOE Formula Vees, and then straight into some Investchem Formula 1600 race action from our single-seaters. We'll be back shortly with action here from the East London Grand Prix circuit. On track for the second time today. DOE Start My Car Formula Vees. Let's catch up with a couple of the top contenders and see after race 1, the action that was given to us was top class. Let's see what's going to happen now for race number 2.
Next up, DOE Formula Vees. Always have a fantastic race. Slipstream City down the straight here, Greg. That's what it's going to be all about, isn't it?
Yeah, this track always brings back a lot of memories. We've had a lot of fun here. It's an away race which just bonds the guys together. And it's a very historic track, being old Formula 1 track. So always a lot of fun, not the traditional sense of racing, but brings in all the dynamics of slipstreaming and strategy into it.
Lendl, I don't know if you realise, the Formula 1s that drove here in 1961, I think. Do you know that you guys are actually lapping faster?
I heard that, but I think it's actually like a second time, if I'm not mistaken. So, it's cool driving a truck with so much experience. So, yeah, the slipstream is quite hectic over here, and that's kind of brought a lot of guys into the mix that aren't usually there. So, no, it's going to be quite exciting, I think. I'm
sure you're looking forward to it. Peter, I think you've raced motocross in East London and Formula V's as well. Tell us about this track.
Well, I think I've been here about 25 times now, so I'm pretty used to it. And as the guys were saying, there's a dynamic field together today, and probably tomorrow is going to be a tremendous race. So I can't believe if we turn on to the main straight for the last lap, I think we're all going to look at one another and say, who's going to tow who now? Because that's how we're going to end the race.
It's going to be a game for sure.
No,
guys,
definitely.
have great fun, go out there, the crowds are right behind you. Let's have a great race.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Rolling to the line now, ready to go for race number 2. Peter Hills and Lennel Janssen on the front row. Brandon Hills and Gert van der Berg will make the second row, with Greg Wilson and Sean van der Linde slightly higher up than what he normally is. They're in the third row of the grid. Theo Vermaak and Josef Kotze, ahead of Roy Douglas and CF de Toy. Watch out for Jaco Schricks and Lucian Ramchanda coming from the back of the field, as the two of them had to start after some off-track excursions, and it looks like Carl Watt might be back into the fray as well. In fact, if I look at it, I'm not quite sure if Carl is there, because it looks like it's just Ramchanda and Schricks at the back. So we might only have 12 of the 13 that were supposed to start this one about to go to battle. Peter Hills, though, will be the man to beat. He's already shown some prowess this weekend, and certainly shown some great race craft, having both piloted his Formula Ford around the circuit as well as some motocross action in his day. He knows how to get around both of those tracks here at East London, and is certainly a man to be reckoned with here this weekend in the DOE Start My Car Formula V's. One minute board has gone up. We are now under starters orders for race 2 of the DOE Formula V's, and looking forward to another phenomenal battle amongst these single seaters. Off the line and down towards turn 1 they go. Jaco Schricks already making up lots of ground. He gets up the inside of Josef Kotze just in the background there, or tries to. Kotze sees him coming and shuts the door. It's Peter Hills who gets the whole shot. Brandon Hills going to try and come through for second place, make it Hills 1 and 2 ahead of Lennel Janssen and Gert van den Berg. Then you've got Theo Vermaak around the outside of Greg Wilson into turn number 1. Potter's pass, we see Vermaak up into 5th. Wilson's down to 6th ahead of Sean van der Linde. And as they come out of Rifle, things starting to sort out a little bit, heading down towards Copacabana for the first time in the hard braking corner. Theo gets caught out. Yeah, I thought so. Just went in there a little bit too hot, loops it out, catches it, and gets going again, but drops right to the back of the field. So all the hard work he put in to get up into that top 5 is just negated coming out of Cocobana corner with a big spin. Big pity there for him. Here we go. Scott Mordaunt's in the house. He's coming to watch some of this, some of his favourite racing. With Jerry Kotzer joining us too. Yusuf is on track. I'm sure Jerry is enjoying this. Seeing that 911 car in the mix there properly. Here comes Lendl Janssen onto Brandon Hills up towards Beacon. About to complete the first lap in anger here. And it could possibly be a change up for Hills 1 and 2. It is. Hills goes 1 and 3 now as Lendl Janssen puts his full security and Silver Lakes Volkswagen Formula Vee into what is second place. But here comes Brandon straight back at him. Brandon Hills not going to hold back here. He says, no, you're going to have to fight hard if you want to get this one. So Brandon Hills crosses the line in second and maintains second into Potters. Lendl Janssen's on his tail, bringing Gert van der Berg and Greg Wilson along for the ride. Wilson is in 5. Schricks is up to 6th place, having started from the back of the pack. Nice move there from Jaco Schricks. Hopefully he's going to finish this one out. He didn't finish the first heat, remember. Here comes late braking from Lendl Janssen. Late braking coming out of Gert van der Berg as well. Trying to follow Lendl Janssen through as he gets up the inside. What a move there from Schricks. Schricks dives on the inside of Greg Wilson, catches him out slightly. As they're going to Cocobana, Schricks moves up 1 place. Lendl Janssen trying to move up 1 place, but he is side by side with the Gazoo Racing pair. And you can see that he's going to just have to give way there, Brandon Hills, into gate corner. No, he's not. He's going to drive around the outside of Lendl Janssen. That's what he's going to do. So Brandon Hills hangs on to 2nd place. Jaco Schricks now in amongst the 2 DOE and Start My Car teammates. As they come through into the right-hand sweep, heading to the top of the hill again. Peter Hills getting away from this pack. 1.2 seconds up the road from Brandon on the last pass. Looks like it's even a bigger margin now as Brandon Hills goes defensive on Lendl Janssen into Beacon. Shuts the door, doesn't allow him through. They all follow through line of stern. Yusuf Kotzer late on the brakes, also trying to close down ever so slightly. Theo Vermaak trying to return to the front end battle. He closes in and gets through on Roy Douglas and CF de Toy. I think he might have got through there on CF first. He's closing down on Roy Douglas. Here's Hills and Hills, 1 and 2 still. Gert van der Berg trying to find a way past, can't do it just yet. Lendl Janssen is keeping him honest for now. Very, very close. Look at that. 2x2 into Rifle. 2nd and 3rd and 4 and 5 going 2x2. They're still 2x2 towards Cocobana. Late braking from Schricks, looking for a way through, and he's moved up ahead of Hills. Brandon Hills lost out to Lendl Janssen coming out of Rifle. He loses out to Jaco Schricks into Cocobana. 2 places in the space of 3 corners there, and Brandon Hills drops into the clutches now of what is Greg Wilson. So it's Peter Hills from Lendl Janssen, Jaco Schricks. Brandon Hills comes back at Van der Berg. Van der Berg trying to get through there. Looking for a way past, wants to bring his stablemate and teammate along for the ride. Gazoo Racing 1 and 4 on track at the moment. It's the Bull Security car in 2nd. Schricks all on his own sim in 3rd. As he heads to the top of Beacon once again. He's got through on Brandon Hills coming out of the sweeper. Brandon trying to look to come back at him. Schricks come from the back of the field. Remember, he's up to 3rd place. What a drive here from Jaco Schricks. Multiple champion in this class, so he certainly knows what to do in this car. And as I mentioned in race number 1, he was battling at the first return at Red Star Raceway after recovering from that injury after the motorcycle crash. He certainly has no worries whatsoever at this point in time. Scott Mordaunt asking what's the top speed of the V's. They're doing about 250 k's an hour here into Cocobana corner, buddy. That was the information that Greg Wilson gave me this morning. About 250 odd. Fastest lap has been a 133 dead out of Peter Hills in qualifying this morning. So that's the kind of lap times they're looking to get down to. They're not quite there yet. 34.8 out of Peter in the front end. He doesn't have to do much more than that right now because he's keeping the rest of this pack at bay. So if he just stays where he is right now and controls things from the front end, shouldn't be too difficult for him for a 2 victories out of the 3 races so far. Here they come out of the complex again. Greg Wilson trying to find a way back through on his teammate there, Gert van der Berg. Van der Berg and Schricks were fighting earlier on. Now you can see Schricks is up into 2nd place ahead of Lendl Janssen. And I would say at this point in time, the only man who could potentially catch and pass Peter Hills is Jaco Schricks. Four laps done and 6 to go. 2 back end markers there, the 2nd or the 3rd of the Gazoo Racing cars there. Roy Douglas and CF having their own little fight. Kortzer still in 8th place. Behind him is Theo Vermaak. 911 versus 9. Here comes the lead cars down to Kokabana. The gap is coming down rapidly on Peter Hills. Jaco Schricks, Lendl Janssen bringing along for the ride Brandon, Gert and Greg Wilson. And they've all closed in over the last lap and a half, pretty much to within 1.5 seconds of the lead car, Peter Hills. Hills' big margin has come down here, and the Gazoo Racing man could be in a bit of trouble. He's got Schricks looking to close him down. He's got Lendl Janssen behind him. Hills, Van der Berg and Wilson waiting to pounce. Here they come again onto the back straight away. Hills watching those rearview mirrors. Progress of Jaco Schricks has been to the advantage of Lendl Janssen. Janssen still commanding things at the front end of this championship for 2022. And with top finishes in both heats today, should maintain the lead in this championship. As I said, the only man who could potentially catch and pass Peter Hills was Jaco Schricks, and he's not too far away from doing that right now. Schricks climbs under the gearbox into Rifle Bend. Has a look into Rifle. He's on the inside line and he's got through. Hills had no answer there whatsoever to the pace there of Jaco Schricks as he comes from the back of the pack up to 1st place in the space of 5 laps. 5.5 by the time they get to the end of the beach straight away. Can you believe that? From the back of this pack of cars, and it's an extremely competitive class of races, Jaco Schricks is at the front, but Hills comes back at him. Hills just seems to have the top end down that beach straight away and comes back at Jaco Schricks into gate corner. So Hills from Schricks, from Lendl Janssen, top 3, heading into the exit point of the complex. That big right-hand sweep that takes them onto the back straight up the hill towards Beacon. 3rd place, as you can see there, up for grabs between these first 3. Everybody would like to have that 1st spot, but right now Peter Hills hangs on to it and tries to stamp and cement it as his. Schricks means business, but so does Janssen. Behind that, the fight continues for 4th place between Brandon Hills, Gert van der Berg and Greg Wilson. They're fighting in 3s. First 3 with about 2-second gap over the second 3. Here's Schricks looking dangerous. Looks wide and cuts back on the inside of Potters. Trying to carry the corner speed out of Potters to maintain the momentum into rifle range. And hopefully by the time they get down to Kokabana, close enough to do something on the brakes. Here they come. Outbraking maneuver expected, but not close enough there from Schricksy. Schricks hangs on to 2nd spot for now. Had a look. Just showed a wheel there to Peter Hills. Maybe doesn't want to go too soon. They head into gate corner again. Hills hanging on to both of the battles that are raging on track now. Peter at the front end of the 1st one and Brandon at the front end of the 2nd one. But I think that might have changed up slightly. No? Yeah, it has. Wilson's got through. Wilson has snuck through there. Gert van der Berg has dropped to the back of that pack. There we go. Schricks side by side with Janssen up towards Beacon. Tucks in behind Janssen and says, okay, well, let's see what you can do. Let's see if you can bridge that gap. And speaking of bridging gaps, Greg Wilson about to bridge the gap to make it a 6-way fight for the lead. And they're about to start, complete their 7th lap and start lap number 8. Seven down, 3 to go. Hills, Janssen, Schricks. About half a second back is Hills, Van der Berg and Wilson. Let's have a look and see if Peter Hills can keep these guys at bay. He's a multiple champion in this class in his own right, so he'll certainly know what to do at the wheel of that Gazoo racing car of his, and his son now drops to the back of the pack, so it's Hills 1 and 6. DOE Start My Car machines there, currently in 4th and 5th place. It's the Bull Security car of Lionel Janssen in 2nd, and Schricks on his own in 3rd. But we've got a 3-way fight for the lead. Peter Hills running ever so slightly wide out of the complex entrance at gate corner, giving Lionel Janssen a little whiff of the front end of this field. Don't want to give him that whiff, because if he gets through, he's going to make you pay. Let's see what he can do now as they come under braking for Beacon once again. Lionel Janssen's on the inside line, but he's not close enough to Peter Hills to get up the inside and make the pass. We've now got 6 cars in it. Exactly what we expected in Formula Vee. All 6 of the cars with 2 to go have a chance of taking a victory here. Hills, Janssen, Schricks, Wilson, Van der Berg, Hills. Sean van der Linde just in the background there, you can see in 7th place, but not in contention here for this win. Lionel Janssen hits the front for the first time into Potter's Pass. This time, can he stay in front? Will Peter Hills come back around the outside of Rifle and use the slipstream? He's going to do just that. He's coming around the outside of Rifle Rainbange, and he gets into the lead, and here comes Jaco Schricks on the inside of Lionel Janssen. So chopping and changing in this top 6 all the time. Wilson now through. He moves up ahead of Van der Berg. Van der Berg and him chopped and changed as well on that last pass. Into gate corner. Here we go again. Schricks applying the pressure onto the back end of Peter Hills. Hills soaking it up. Lionel Janssen looking for a chance to pounce. He sits in 3rd place at the moment. He's got Wilson all over the back of him, and someone's run wide. That's Van der Berg. Van der Berg has run wide, completely all on his own swim and into the tyre barrier. So Gert Van der Berg has just made a slight mistake. I think he might have had a bit of a problem on the brakes there. As he went to pitch it in on the left-hander, it just went straight. So Brandon Hills had to take evasive action, which is why he's lost a little bit of ground there. But they come through now to complete lap number 9 and 1 to go. 5 cars in it, 1 lap to go. Who's going to have what it takes to take the victory here in race 2 of DOE and Start My Car Formula Vees? Kat van der Berg looks like he's got the car sorted out. He's climbed out, got it back into the right direction. I'm going to try and get the car back on track before these guys come flying through. Leaders heading into Rifle Range Bend. They head down into Cochabana now. Is there going to be a change up for the lead? No. Peter Hills goes very defensive into Cochabana. Might compromise his drive slightly out of Cochabana, but let's see what he can do about Jaco Schricks' intentions here. Schricks is in the slipstream. Looks like 1 car there. That's how tight they are. Absolutely amazing stuff here with Formula V's. And it's Wilson into 3rd ahead of Lionel Janssen. So Janssen drops down to 4th place. Wilson moves up into 3rd place behind Jaco Schricks. 5:69, 7, and coming through there is Lionel Janssen in the 91 car. Is that a back mocker they're coming up on the back of it? It might be. It is. It's Gert van der Berg who's back on track, and now he's going to try and stay out of harm's way. Whoa! Chopping and changing there from Jaco Schricks, trying to find a way through on Peter Hills. Peter Hills went defensive, kept him out. Here comes Janssen on the inside of Greg Wilson. Greg Wilson nearly lost out there to Lionel Janssen. A little slide from Jaco Schricks as they come to the line. Janssen going to go at it. Here comes Brandon Hills at him as well, looking for 4th place. Across the line, Peter hangs on. Shricks. And what a run to the line there. To the line, Jaco Shricks just beating out and hanging on for 2nd place on the road. It was Lennel Janssen behind him. Brandon Hills looks like he's just got through there to beat out Lennel Janssen to the line as well for 3rd. And Greg Wilson finishes up in 5th place. Wow, that is top quality stuff once again from our DOE Formula Vees. They're celebrating 57 years of racing this year and still putting on shows like that. Jaco Shricks on the last pass, 32.7. One of the fastest laps of this race weekend in Formula Vees coming from Jaco Shricks. And he takes 2nd place on the road behind a 33.3 from Peter Hills, the race winner. So it's Peter Hills from Jaco Shricks, Greg Wilson from Brandon Hills, Lennel Janssen down in 5, Van der Linde in 6, from Mark Kotze, Sief de Toy and Gert van der Berg eventually comes through in 10th place and still secures some points, but he will not be happy about that little mistake he made coming out of the complex. We are going to be staying with single seaters if I'm not mistaken. Yes, we are. Investchem Formula 1600s are the next category on track. They'll be on track shortly, and we'll be back with more race action and hopefully a bit of news on the crashed driver, Irvin Holzhausen from race 1. So as the Investchem Formula 1600s make their way onto the circuit, we're going to have a quick look at what happened here at Cocobana Corner in race number 1 to cause the incident. This is where Alex Voss was almost unceremoniously taken out there by Evan Holtzhausen, who then went into the side of Siamon Kankwana and then flying off the circuit into a massive bit of damage on this car, as you can see. Holtzhausen stuck in the car, and word from pit lane and from the medical team is that he has an L1 fracture on his back, so he's going to be in a massive amount of pain and going to be out for a long time on a recovery period. We wish him all the very best for a speedy recovery, and also just a hats off to Siamon Kankwana, first on duty to try and help his fellow Formula 1600 driver out of the car. With fuel spilling out of that car, there was concern that the car would catch alight, and that's why Sia went running into attention to try and help out his good friend Evan Holtzhausen. Got confirmation though from the COC as well as from race control that it's an L1 fracture on the driver involved there, Evan Holtzhausen, and he of course will be down here in East London at the emergency centre for a while, and then hopefully back up to Johannesburg to get himself sorted out as soon as possible. But from our side, we wish him all the very best for a speedy recovery as we get ready to go now for race 2 of the Investchem Formula 1600s. So as they come to the line to line up, it is Josh Leroux and Antoine Geldenhuys who'll be on the front row. And if I look at things right there, Antoine Geldenhuys is on the left-hand side of the track in pit lane. So he didn't make it out in time to get onto his grid position, which will be second on the grid. And that's going to cost him a bit of time out of pit lane, that's for sure. We are under the 2-minute board for starters orders. Gerard Geldenhuys and Troy Dolenchek will make up the second row. Then you've got Alex Voss and Andrew Schofield ahead of Nicholas Van Wheelie, Jason Kutsia and Taya van der Laan. But as you can see there, second place on the grid is not fulfilled. And car 7, as you can see on the left-hand side of that shot, is in the pit box. And we'll have to start once the field gets away. They head down towards turn 1. Looks like a car stricken on the line as well. In the background there, is that Jason Kutsia? No, it's not. It's not Jason Kutsia. It's not Van Wheelie, who is stuck at the back of the pack there. Possibly Alex Voss. No, Voss is in there too. Might be Taya van der Laan, who's stuck on the grid as they head down towards turn 2 now. Rifle range bend. It's Leroux this time at the front end where he needs to be and where he wants to be. But let's see what he can do about the rest of the pack behind him as they come under attack almost instantaneously down into Cocobana Corner. Gerard Geldenhuys putting the pressure onto the back end of him, the Abacus Division's racing car, onto Joshie Leroux. Looking dangerous into gate corner as well. He'll have to go defensive into gate corner while Josh Leroux, as Geldenhuys comes alongside him, uses the slipstream. He's on the inside into gate. Can he make it stick? No, he can't. Leroux was better on the brakes and heads into the complex for the first time with Geldenhuys, Dolenchek, Schofield and Voss behind him. Van Wheelie leads the second pack ahead of Jason Kutsia. Kutsia has then got, is that Taya? Yeah, Taya van der Laan I think is in there. I'm not quite sure who got stuck on the line then. Somebody got stuck on the line and had to get back on track, but you can see in the background they're starting to come through there. Watching in the background, just trying to pick up who that could possibly be as they come into Beacon Corner. Out of Beacon and sliding is Van Wheelie behind Jason Kutsia. It's Antoine Geldenhuys who's coming from the back, remember, because he started from the pit lane. There was definitely a car stuck on the circuit at the start. Around the outside from Troy Dolenchek's point of view to keep out Schofield. Schofield looking to try and put the youngster under pressure as they go into rifle range again. Van Wheelie looking to close things down on Kutsia as they come down towards the breakers into Cocobana Corner. Kutsia under pressure big time there from Van Wheelie. He was late on the brakes, but Van Wheelie realised that Kutsia putting wheels onto the dirt again out of Cochabana. Tara van der Laan is now just out of Antoine Gildenace's reach, but he's starting to close that gap down. Leroux is the man on the move though. He holds on to the lead right now ahead of Gerard Gildenace and Troy Dolenchik. Dolenchik, Foss behind them. Timing monitor is battling here with signal. But there's definitely Josh Leroux from Gerard Gildenace, Troy Dolenchik and Andrew Schofield. Foss behind that, Jason Kutsia, Van Wheelie, Van der Laan and Antoine Gildenace. Getting another lap in anger here, that's 2 down and 8 to go. That's how it stands after 2 laps. Leroux, Gildenace, Dolenchik, Foss and Schofield. That's how they crossed over. Jason Kutsia now looking to close things down on the Fly Sapphire car there of Andrew Schofield. Nicholas Van Wheelie wants to come along for the ride, but he's just a little bit too far back there. Hasn't quite been able to stay with the back end of Jason Kutsia once he got through. And he's now watching his rearview mirrors for Tara van der Laan and for Antoine Gildenace. Into gate corner. Top 3 have pulled a bit of a margin over Alex Foss now in 4th place. 1:26.4 was the fastest lap on the last pass from the leader. Josh Leroux setting the pace here. 26.5 out of Gildenace, 26.6 out of Dolenchik, 26.9 out of Foss. So first 4 cars on track, all into the 26s, 27s out of Schofield. Jason Kutsia also into the 26s, 26.5 from Jason Kutsia. That's the reason why he's closed that gap down so rapidly. Kutsia looking for a way through now on Andrew Schofield. Not close enough just yet, but he's getting closer and closer after each pass. Tara van der Laan hanging on at the moment ahead of Antoine Gildenace. Gildenace about to close in on the tailpiece there of the birthday girl from yesterday. Three laps completed. And Formula 1600s now. 25 nines out of Leroux, 26 dead out of Gildenace, so nothing in it between those top 2. Make it a 25.9 for Troy Dolenchik, and you've got absolutely 1/10 of a second splitting the lap times between the first 3 cars on track. It's a second back to Alex Foss, who does a 26 flat on his last pass, so he's got to try and find at least a second to close that gap down to the first 3. He's also watching his rearview mirrors and making sure that he doesn't get closed down by the Fly Sapphire car of Andrew Schofield. Sultan taking on Abacus Divisions, taking on Leroux in the Race Driver SA car. A run here from Joshua Leroux. Here they come up towards Beacon again. Top 3 just maintaining that gap over the 4th place Alex Foss. This is hoping they start to mix it up a little bit because he wants to try and bridge that gap, but they have to start fighting and slowing each other down for him to do that. Unless he waits for Schofield to try and help him out. You know, 2 cars work together. Kutsia, and look at that, change up as Van der Laan I think might have lost out to Antoine Gildenace on that last pass. So Gildenace has now moved up into the top 10. He's into 8th place ahead of Tara van der Laan, who's 9th. First 3 going down onto the brakes into Cochabana. Lock up there from Gerard Gildenace, trying very hard to be the latest of the breakers into Cochabana to stay in with a chance of beating Josh Leroux. Gerard doing a 25.843 on his last pass. One of the fastest laps we've seen out of Formula 1600s here this weekend, that is for sure. So you can see he's having to work hard, and that's why. Oh, Dolenchik, where did he find that line? Around the outside of Gerard Gildenace into gate corner, makes it stick into the left-right flick. And there you have it. Up into 2nd place for Troy Dolenchik. What a maneuver there from the Sultan driver. He's up to 2nd now. So watching in the rearview mirror, you can see Big manoeuvres happening for second place, and that's why Josh LaRue's got his head down to try and get away while these two fight it out for second. Coming over the top into turn and into Beacon Corner. Starting another lap in anger here. Everybody got their heads down and flying down this main straightaway. And look at this. Dolenchek is keeping Gildenhuis at bay, but Gildenhuis going to try around the outside of Potters. That'll end up in tears. Do not want to lock wheels out of Potters' pass. Now into Rifle, the same thing could apply. 280 k's an hour in a Formula 1600, and you do not want to lock wheels. We've already seen what can happen down in the Cochabana when that happens. So Troy Dolenchek on the brakes into Cochabana keeps Gildenhuis at bay. Race 1 winner in third place at the moment. Josh LaRue had a big moment at Cochabana as well on lap 1 of race 1 before the big crash, and went off track and went right to the back of the field. He had to fight it out to come into a top 5 finish at the end of race number 1 on the restart. Dolenchek this time on the inside. Gildenhuis tries to do the same thing as what Dolenchek did to him on the last pass, but can't get around that outside line into gate corner. So Dolenchek hangs on for now for second, and it's Gildenhuis in third. The fight is slowing them down and bringing in Alex Voss and Schofield. Andrew Schofield and Alex Voss reeling in those second and third place drivers because they're fighting so hard, and it's giving Josh LaRue plenty of time to get away from them at the front end. Gerard will start to feel a bit frustrated here, there's no doubt about it. They've got 4 to go, 6 completed. And it is a fight of note here for second place. This time out the slipstream. Gildenhuis looking to try and use that slipstream effect into Potter's pass, but Dolenchek has kept him very honest and continues to keep him honest through Potter's pass. Side by side out of Potters between Dolenchek and Gildenhuis. Into rifle range, similar kind of maneuver. Just hanging on, there's enough room to play there for the two of them, but only just enough. Here comes Alex Voss, he wants to try and spoil their day. As they're late on the brakes into Cochabana, Voss is right there, now is Schofield there too. 4-way fight for second. Second place is where it's at. 4 cars fighting for second. 5th place battle as well, starting to heat up, or 6th place battle I should say. Starting to heat up in the background too, but it's a battle of note here for second place as Dolenchek hangs on. Gildenhuis, Voss and Schofield. Here they come once again up towards Beacon Corner. This time with Dolenchek with a slight bit of breathing room over Gildenhuis. Gildenhuis having to go defensive on Voss. Voss the same thing on Schofield. Come out of Beacon, all run onto that little rumble strip and back onto the main straightaway now with 3 to go. 3 laps of anger left in the Investchem Formula 1600s round 5. Dolenchek from the hard-charging Gildenhuis, but Gerard Gildenhuis has got no answer to him at the moment. He's tried on numerous occasions and couldn't find a way through. This is how awesome it is. 2.5 to go for these cars into Cochabana. Here comes a move from Gildenhuis. Dolenchek goes defensive, keeps that inside line, rolls through Cochabana with Gildenhuis on his tail and Voss tucking in behind him. Schofield once again waiting to pick up any pieces that could potentially go flying off these cars if there is contact at any stage. Here comes a maneuver, possibly around the outside from Gerard Gildenhuis. He tries the same kind of line as Dolenchek was able to pull on him earlier on. He just can't quite make it stick for himself though. Here comes Schofield onto the back end of Voss. And he's looking for a way through there on Alex. Alex just shutting the door. No answer yet from the Fly Sapphire car to Alex Voss's pace at this point in time, but there is certainly a 4-way fight for second place now. Little gap opened up again there for the 3rd and 4th place cars. Antoine Gildenhuis ahead of Coetzee. Coetzee still ahead there of Van Weerly. Coachworks car of Jason Coetzee was on a fireball yesterday afternoon, and they managed to get that car sorted out, so amazing job from the team to get him back in racing for today. Side by side through Potters. Let me tell you something, that's one of the best maneuvers we're going to see all day. Around the outside of Potters at over 250 k's an hour in a Formula 1600, and Gerard Gildenhuis gets to second. That is fantastic race action there from Gerard Gildenhuys as he now gets on the brakes to keep Dolenchek at bay. Voss realizes a slightly different driver ahead of him. Maybe he can capitalize on the maneuver. Maybe Troy Dolenchek is shaken slightly. Doesn't seem to be that way. Watch Dolenchek into gate corner. He likes the outside line into gate corner. Not quite close enough to make the same kind of maneuver he was earlier on. And I think Gerard Gildenhuys will be well aware of the possibilities of that outside line out of gate corner being used by Dolenchek. Here they come, up towards Beacon for the second last time. Josh LaRue has got a 5.5 second gap, not going to be caught at all. Battle is for second place, and any one of these 4 cars could take that second spot. Even Andrew Schofield there in 4th at the moment, still in with a chance with a lap to go. Here they come across the line. You're so close. 4.6, 5.0, 5.4, 5.9. There's less than half a second between the 3 cars, or 4 cars fighting for second. Down towards rifle range for the last time as well. This time they go line astern, not side by side like we've seen on a few occasions on this race day. Dolenchek is late on the brakes. He's very late on the brakes and he's up in a second. Gets up the inside. He might run a bit wide. Will Gildenhuys come back at him? No, he can't. He tried to, but Troy Dolenchek, I beg your pardon, with a maneuver of note there into Kocabana. This is your leader, Josh LaRue. And waiting for him to come through there. Look at the battle for second. It starts to heat up even more. Dolenchek into second. Here comes Gildenhuys into third. Voss is on his tail and Schofield there as well. 3 corners to go. Last lap and nothing in it between these 4 cars for second. LaRue has got this one easily done. There's no problem at all there for him. Controlled things from the front end from pole position this time. Didn't make any mistakes. And heads into the last straight for the last time. Here they come for second though. Round the outside, it's Gerard Gildenhuys. Dolenchek on the inside. Can he try and squeeze in through? No, he can't. No, they touch. The wing goes flying to the line. It is Josh LaRue to take the win. And coming across the line, what a maneuver here from this man to get into our camera view. Thanks, bud. And across the line, we got a victory of note there for Josh LaRue. But it's Gerard Gildenhuys, by the looks of things, who has been pipped to the line there by Troy Dolenchek. Absolutely brilliant stuff. And so close. 5.383, 5.560 and a 5.996 at the line. Dolenchek from Gildenhuys and Voss. Schofield just behind them. Antoine Gildenhuys from the back of the field came through, and from pit lane actually to 6th place. Ahead of Jason Kutsia, Nicholas Van Wheelie, and it was Teo van der Laan who finished up in 9th place. Srin Naidu was the car who got stuck on the grid at the start there, and he will finish up eventually across the line now and complete the 10 laps into 10th place. Formula 1600s have been absolutely spectacular today, and once again some great race action coming our way courtesy of this incredible class. We have got a revised program, of course, that was sent to us as well, which means we are going straight into the CompCare Polo Cup first, and then a small break to do some circuit cleaning before we get into the second heat of SunBet ZX10 Masters Cup. Up next, 12 laps of action coming from CompCare Volkswagen Polo Cup.
your name again?
My name's
Do you like your job?
Yes, ma'am.
Then where are my reports? I asked you for a skinny answer.
I can't hear you.
Camera 1, camera 2. We're on camera 1 right now. Welcome back to East London Grand Prix Circuit. It's Extreme Festival Round 5 and Race 2 of CompCare Medical Scheme Volkswagen Polo Cup. Big fight expected here again. Championship is certainly tightening up here, with Davy van der Merwe taking the first race victory earlier on today. So he'll be a man to watch out for here in the second race, as he starts from third on the grid, behind Tate Bishop and Yuri Swart, who were the luckiest yesterday afternoon and were able to get the lucky draw done and let it go their way. Slightly different format to what they did yesterday. Instead of doing a lucky draw out of envelopes, all the positions were placed on the grass in front of the Volkswagen truck, and every driver stood behind what they thought was the number 1 plate, and on the count of 3 all picked them up at the same time to reveal who was on pole. So Yuri and Tate, or Tate and Yuri I should say, were the luckiest of the two to ensure that they got first and second place for race number 2. And then it was Davy van der Merwe and Jagger Robertson. They were first and second in terms of what the official second fastest laps of qualifying were, which gets you into that lucky draw, and they dropped down to third and fourth respectively after drawing 3 and 4 off the grass in the lucky draw. It's Jagger Robertson's highest start for the rookie in the Big Boss Auto and Liquimola sponsored car, part of Team Red Racing. And before Daryl tells me that I'm saying Team Red Racing too many times, Daryl, there are 6 of them in this race, by the way, okay? And I was having some Red Square reload as well, and possibly a Coke coming from Ivan the Terrible in a couple of minutes' time. So yeah, we're going to get ready and caffeinated up here to ensure that we can do this second heat of the CompCare Volkswagen Polo Cup. Arguably one of the most closely fought and competitive categories in South African motorsport at the moment is this Polo Cup category. Coming into this round, it was 3 points between Yuri Swart and Clinton Besaidnout, and they were 1-2 on track behind, of course, Davy van der Merwe, who took the win. So the championship will remain exactly the same points, and they might have tightened up ever so slightly there between Besaidnout and Yuri Swart. But Besaidnout needs to have a victory here to ensure he can take the lead of the championship heading into the next round down in Cape Town. Oh, so much to play for here. So much still up for grabs in this Polo Cup Championship 2022. Davy van der Merwe's victory, of course, is going to bring him back into the field as well. Louis Powell, I think, has just joined us all the way from Cape Town as well. Thanks for joining us, buddy. Hope you're enjoying all the race action. I see Willem van Rooyen and Sean Hilligan is there too. Armin is in the house as well. Thank you so much for your support, guys, and for everybody who's joined us from all around the world throughout the day on our live stream coverage, courtesy of Two Wheels TV and Up to 60 Seconds. Looks like there might be a car that caused a bit of an issue on the grid there with some spillage. Drivers at Environmental have been called into action there, and Greg Parton will be happy to see that they're using his product to clean up whatever the issue was. I'm not quite sure which car has been the problem causer there on the grid, but certainly something that's been dropped onto that main straightaway. And the COC just making sure that we've got a clean track to race on before we actually drop the hammer. So this is race 2 of Polo Cup. And as I said, Nateem Simanga and Clinton Besaidnout will start from the third row of the grid in 5th and 6th place respectively. Behind them, Dean Fenter and Charles Visser. Now, Charles Visser was involved in some serious argy-bargy between the Cape Town contingent in race number 1. He was literally like a pinball between Yuri Swart and Tate Bishop up the back straightaway towards Beacon. We've got behind him Giordano Lupini and Jason Loosemore. And Ivan the Terrible, you're the man of men, bringing me a ice-cold Coke there. Thank you, brother. As we're into the start procedure here for race 2 of the CompCare Volkswagen Polo Cup. Behind them, it's going to be Cara Hill, our only lady driver out there, and Ethan Kutsia alongside her. And then it's Mo Karodia and Zolila Njambuka, who is at the back of the 14-car field here for the CompCare Medical Scheme Volkswagen Polo Cup. So as you can see on the main straight there, a little bit of a cleanup operation happening. Somebody has dropped some kind of fluid onto the circuit, and they just want to make sure that it is clean and dry before we go racing. And unfortunately means a slight delay on the start here for the second heat of CompCare Medical Scheme Polo Cup. As I said, we've got a battle of note for this championship. It was about 15 points between the top 5 coming into this round. And if I look at those points, I'm just going to shoot through to my notes that I've got on my phone here to bring you up to speed on that. Where are we? Let's just find it here quickly. Got so many devices to work from here this weekend. CompCare Polo Cup, 144 to Swart, 141 to Besaidnote, 135 to Tate Bishop. Charles Visser was on 134, and Davy van der Merwe was 122. Davy van der Merwe, remember, took the first heat victory, so he'll move himself up to 146 points. Second place was Yuri Swart, so that possibly will move him into about 160 odd. Besaidnote was behind him, so it was manoeuvres that were happening there between the two of them. I think Clinton Besaidnote might have taken the lead of the championship, so he might have moved up just ahead of Yuri Swart with that positioning behind Davy van der Merwe in race number 1. And then it would be Tate Bishop ahead of Charles Visser and van der Merwe. So the only change that would have possibly happened there is Visser and van der Merwe swapping out, and maybe Besaidnote and Swart in the championship. So the Polo GTI safety car and pace car makes its way down towards Potters as we get ready to go now for race 2 of the CompCare Medical Scheme Polo Cup. I see that Louis Powell, as I said, has joined us on our live stream. I believe he's also putting something together down in Cape Town with Jody for Ford and Friends on the 1st of October. So if you're going to be in the Cape Town region at the Killarney International Raceway, 1st of October might be the place to be. But before we go to Ford and Friends, let's go to Polos and Friends, and a couple of friendships and a couple of rivalries still to be sorted out here this weekend and into the next couple of rounds of this championship. It's a crucial and vital time of the 2022 championship. You cannot afford to have DNFs at this stage of the championship. You've got to try and score the maximum amount of points that you can, whether you're having a good day or a bad day. Ethan Kutsia running a new nose on the front end of his car. He had a fantastic run to get up into the top 10. That's where he wants to be. He'd like to be in the top 6 is where his next goal he's been setting himself is to be. The Data Racing Team Red machine of Race 1 winner Dawie van der Merwe and his stablemate Jagger Robertson, running for Liqui and Big Boss Auto in Team Red Racing. 3 and 4, Natyam Samanga for Squadra Course, Besaid Note for Stu Davidson and Sons. IDN Cars and Wright Motorsport is Dean Fenter. Charles Visser is Team Red Racing and Universal Motorsport's third car on track. As they come up the hill now, you can see the GTI getting away. Lights are off. He'll pull into pit lane and will then leave these cars to take up their positions with Tate Bishop and Yuri Swart, making it an all Cape Town front row. Angry Racing versus Bullion IT. Team Red behind that. Squadra Corsa and Stu Davidson side by side for row 3. It's Wright Motorsport and IDN Cars and Team Red Racing for row 4. Bullion IT and of course Jason Loosemore in the Security and Alarms CC car, also out of Team Red. Calex is Cara Hill, Ethan Kutsia, Mo Karodia and Zulila Mchambuka making up the final row of this grid. Last bit of time to try and get a little bit of heat into the rubber there for Tate Bishop in the Angry Racing machine. See guys being told which side of the track to come, maybe just deciding which one they want to go to at the last minute. There comes Jagger Robertson slotting up in right behind. And look at the attack mode already from Yuri Swart, pointing the nose of the car slightly to the right hand side, looking to come across and hopefully get ahead of that Angry Racing Polo of Tate Bishop, who's alongside him. Yo, stand by. You see they've just asked the cars to go slightly to the left hand side of their start grids because of the spill in the middle of the circuit. Of course they won't be on that spill on the start. They don't want to hinder anybody's ability to get off the line. 5-second board is up. We're about to have lights on and we're about to go racing here for the second time in the CompCare Medical Scheme Polo Cup. It's Tate Bishop off the line. Bishop gets a great start. Yuri Swart's going to follow him down towards turn 1. He slots right in behind him and you can see almost instantaneously there it is Dawie van der Merwe applying the pressure. Jagger Robertson's got some pressure of his own on the outside from Clinton Besaidnote as Besaidnote goes side by side with him into Potter's Pass. Big move from Karodia. He moves up ahead of Cara Hill into turn 1, Potter's Pass. Zolila and Jabuka behind them. Top 3 you can hardly see. They're so closely marked and matched. And under braking, it's lockup number 1 there from the Angry car. Besaidnote dives on the inside. Jagger Robertson follows him through to go on the inside of the first of the Squadra Corsa cars. Natyam Samanga being outgunned into Kokabana. He comes back at the Stu Davidson machine of Besaidnote heading into gate corner. They're side by side, and 2 side by side into gate corner usually ends up in somebody getting a bit of a slide on. The Cape Town boys sliding, and here we go, exactly what I said. Oh man, Natyam Samanga forcing Jagger Robertson onto the high line, onto the grass and onto the dirty stuff. He comes back on track just ahead of his teammate there, Charles Visser. Visser slots in behind Jagger Robertson as they head now on the attack on that Squadra Corsa car of Natyam Samanga. Samanga now having to fend off 2 of the Team Red machines as they head up the hill. Besaidnote's got through and he's looking to close down on Dawie van der Merwe. The championship battle is the first 4 cars on track. Jagger Robertson's going to join that battle. Visser needs to get through. He has to be there. Msamanga's got problems. Msamanga gets out of shape. Ethan Kutsia has to take evasive action as Giordano Lupini had to try and take evasive action of his own. Natyam Samanga came out of the final corner beacon turn and he was stuck in the middle of the track. Fortunately, the cars behind him saw him and didn't slam into the back end of him, and they had to take evasive action, as you saw, going right around the car. So there was a little tag between Ethan Kutsia and Giordano Lupini. Nowhere to go for Giordano, nowhere to go for Ethan, as they saw the stricken Squadra Corsa car in the middle of beacon. Either missed a gear or went into the wrong gear coming out of beacon corner, but it definitely was a major problem. Angry Racing's Tate Bishop locks up once again in the Kokabana, and he can't be doing that too many times during a race. Change up for second place as Dawie van der Merwe goes into second using a push to pass. He's closing on the back end of that angry racing machine now of Tate Bishop, looking to try and take the lead into the complex. So it's Tate Bishop versus Davy van der Merwe versus Yuri Swart. Van der Merwe's back into the championship big time this weekend, looking for a way to squeeze through to the lead and hopefully go on to take a second victory. That's what he's hoping for. The Data-sponsored Team Red Racing and Universal Motorsport Polo on the back end of that angry racing car of Tate Bishop. Bullion IT's on his tail, and the Stu Davidson and Sons machine coming along for the ride there for fourth. Behind that, Team Red Racing line up and on the attack, led out by Charles Visser, Jagger Robertson, Jason Loosemore. They're looking to close that gap down now on the back end of the Stu Davidson and Sons machine of Besaidenote. Naitium Samanga has some fending off to do of Dean Fenter and Mo Karodia. Much better run here from Mo Karodia. He's up ahead of Giordano Lupini. Safety car has been deployed. Safety car has been deployed. I'm not quite sure which car has been involved with the safety car or the necessity for it, but we'll soon find out. Something must have gone wrong there. It's because of all the debris coming out of Beacon. They need a bit of time to clean it up. There are about 4 cars involved in the shunt at Beacon Corner, and there's lots of glass and debris on the circuit. That's the reason for the safety car. They need some time to clean it up. And the marshal's working frantically to try and get the track cleaned as quickly as possible. So I don't know if we've got a replay of that, Paulie, if we can maybe have a look at that incident with Nati and Samanga at Beacon and possibly show what went wrong there. Nati just seemed to come out of Beacon Corner, was in the wrong gear and just got stuck in the middle of the track. And there was just evasive action being taken by 3 or 4 cars. One was certainly Giordano Lupini. Ethan Kutsia had to miss him only just and went onto the grass to do that. But there was a tag between the two of them, which means that brought in that amount of debris on the circuit. So as you can see, they're just trying to get rid of all the stuff that could potentially cause some problems for the Dunlop tyres on these cars, possibly cause some punctures on them too. Just making sure that they get any of the glass or shards of the car that were ripped off in that incident and out of harm's way. It could potentially be done within a lap here, or maybe within half a lap, because those two marshals are working hard on their own at Beacon Corner to get it cleaned up. And as always, the marshal teams here and all around the country when we go racing have to have a salute of note. Here it is. You see Naitium Samanga just comes out of Beacon Corner. Big puff of smoke out of the car. It's Dean Fenter, Giordano Lupini and Ethan Kutsia who get involved in trying to take evasive action. As Nati was stricken in the middle of the track, there was nowhere to go for the 3 of them. They all went inside, fortunately, to miss Nati's car. Nati is still circulating and seems to be, whatever the issue was, it sorted itself out. But there was a massive plume of white smoke out of Nati's car as he came into the exit point of Beacon Corner. And then there was just everybody going right and trying to avoid him. Good evasive driving coming out of those 3 cars involved in the incident. Dean Fenter just missing him. Ethan Kutsia just missing Giordano. And I think the little clips were just between the 3 of them, with some headlights and possibly tail lights being smashed between the 3 of them now. Safety car is back in. Tate Bishop will lead them across the line. Remember, it'll be line astern until they cross the start-finish line before they can go on the attack. Tate's going to try and catch them out here. Kutsia's back in it, but he's right at the back of the field behind Zulila and Jambuka. Green flags and line astern racing towards turn 1. Here we go. Back into it again for 3 laps completed of the 12. I say 12, but I want to just stand to be corrected there. I want to just double check that I've got that right, because there was a change up on the program that was originally put out. CompCare, 12 laps, yes, definitely 12 laps of race action coming your way now. A 1:37.1 from Tate Bishop is the fastest lap so far. That was done in race lap 2. And now down on the brakes, you can see Charles Visser's in it. Visser, Besaidenote, Yuri Swart, Tate Bishop, Davy van der Merwe. Top 5 in the championship, top 5 on track. That is exactly what we need to see. The championship battle, fighting at the front end as per the rules of this racing. Davy van der Merwe hits the front. He goes into the lead ahead of Yuri Swart. Yuri Swart into second. Tate Bishop down to 3rd place into the clutches of Besaidenote. So the top 3 in the championship now sit basically 2, 3 and 4. Charles Visser sliding out of the S's into the second part of the complex with Jason Loosemore on his tail. Naitium Samanga trying to come back at the Team Red Racing squad there. 3 of them ahead of him. He's got Dean Fenter behind him. And you can see Nati seems to have got whatever that problem is sorted out. He now comes up under the attack on Loosemore, onto the breakers, into Beacon Corner. The same thing happening with both Tate Bishop and with Besaidenote. Loosemore on the inside, looking for a way through on Charles Visser. The two of them just having a slight touch as they come out of Beacon Corner. Natium Samanga going to try and make them pay for that. Across the line goes race 1 winner, looking for a second victory here today. Davy van der Merwe having a spectacular day's racing here. He's the fastest man on track once again. As he crosses the line, it's another fast lap out of Davy van der Merwe. A 1:36.4 from van der Merwe to lead this pack over Swart, Bishop and Besaidenote. Jagger Robertson is up into 5. He leads things out over Charles Visser and Natium Samanga. So Natium Samanga has got through on Jason Loosemore and drops Loosemore down 1 position. Late braking from Yuri, trying to find a way through there on Davy van der Merwe. Van der Merwe sees him and shuts the door. And here we go, onto the straight. Unfortunately with the Polos, you don't see the lights coming on to let you know when they're going to use those push-to-pass mechanisms. Remember, the top 3 in the championship have 1 less to use than everybody else out there, so it's a bit of a chess game and a gamble that they've got to work on throughout the race distance. Here they come into the S's once again, and now to the complex. Charles Visser trying to close that gap down. Loosemore is now ahead of Jagger Robertson. Jagger Robertson loses out to his teammate Jason Loosemore on international duties at the last round at Red Star Raceway. He was in the UK driving in the World Championships for Oval Track and flew the flag high there for South Africa, but unfortunately missed out on the round at Red Star Raceway. So he's got a lot of ground to make up on, and of course he's fighting with his arch rival and good friend Jagger Robertson, both of them being involved in NX Legends, and on numerous occasions they've raced against each other. Dean Fenter now looking for a way through on Jagger. Jagger Robertson making a slight mistake into Beacon Corner, opens up the door to Dean Fenter, and Giordano Lupini's going to try and follow him through. Gio looks on the inside, tries to tuck in behind Dean Fenter, and Fenter's through. Looks like Jagger Robertson's got a problem. Jagger dropping behind Giordano Lupini into the clutches now of Cora Hill. Something's gone wrong there on the 4th of the Team Red Racing Machines. Jagger Robertson, the 3rd one's at it. Look at this. Jason Loosemore and Natium Samanga are wing mirror to wing mirror going into Rifle Range Bend. Coming up onto the breakers here. Oh, a little tag. Loosemore and Natium Samanga. Just a touch between the two of them. Late braking from Dean Fenter to close that gap down. He's on the inside of the Squadra Course car. Trying to find a way through there on Natium Samanga. Can he find it? I don't think he can. They're going to be side by side to gate. Loosemore hangs on only just. Look in the background though. Giordano Lupini back under threat from Jagger Robertson. Front end of the field. The first 4 or 5 cars now evenly matched. But Charles Visser looking to close down on his championship rivals. Loosemore, Msamanga and Fenter. Look at the battle scars on the second Bullion RT car there of Giordano Lupini. That was after the tag, after trying to avoid Natium Samanga in the middle of Beacon. Cara Hill now, and back ahead of Mokarodia. Mokarodia under attack now from his teammate, Ethan Kutsia. Everywhere you look on track, there's a fight. Every single pack of cars, there is a big fight on. Davy van der Merwe trying to control things here. Fastest man on the last pass was that man, Charles Visser, going through shot. He hangs on to the fastest lap so far, 35.9 of this race. And the reason why he's going so fast is the 3 cars in front of him are starting to slow down, and he sees the bit of blood in the water. It's got an angry Bullion RT taste to it, and he wants both those cars. That's the in-house battle between the Cape Town drivers. He's got to try and catch Besaidenote first, though, if he can. He's got a chance of catching Tate Bishop in the angry car, but it looks like that gap is starting to open up between the 2nd and 3rd place cars. Bit of a margin between them as well and the leader, Davy van der Merwe. Van der Merwe had 0.7 of a second over the line on the last pass, so he's certainly looking to control things from the front end of this race. He's moved it up to 0.9 of a second now, almost a second ahead of the 2nd and 3rd place battle. Yuri Swart is having to go defensive big time as Besaidenote is all over the back of him, looking to take the lead of the championship. Until Besaidenote gets to 2nd place, there's a possibility that Yuri Swart is going to lose the lead of this championship. And that is not what you want to be doing at this stage of the season. You certainly want to be coming into any round of a championship with an advantage in your hands. And that is exactly what he's trying to do. Remember, the next round of this championship, we head into Cape Town in September. So it's Yuri Swart's home track. And Clint Besaidenote wants to have that advantage. And maybe a bit of the strategic side of things in having the lead of the championship heading into Yuri Swart's home circuit. It's been a case of perfect rounds over the last 3 rounds of this championship. 2 of them went to Clinton Besaidenote with double victories. It's now Davy van der Merwe looking for that opportunity. And he's got 5 laps to go to try and ensure he gets that done. Side by side, Besaidenote hits the front with a push to pass and gets ahead of the Bullion-RT car of Yuri Swart. He goes hunting for Davy van der Merwe. Look at him pulling away there from Yuri Swart through Potter's Pass. Yuri trying to carry the corner speed through Potters to close that down. Look at the gap as well, closing down rapidly just behind that between Visser and Tate Bishop. Bishop goes sliding out of rifle range bend and now onto the brakes into Kookabanna, going defensive to keep out Charles Visser. Besaidenote does the same thing to keep out Yuri Swart. We got, is that a yellow flag? It's a yellow flag waving. We've got a car stuck on the left-hand side of the circuit there. Car stuck on the left-hand side. Looks like it might be one of the Squadra course cars. It is. Is that possibly Zolile? It's Zolile Mjambuka. Zolile Mjambuka parked on the sideline at the end of the beach straight. Or just short of the end of the beach straight. Not quite to the end of the beach straight. Just before gate corner. The Yuri Swart now continues his attack to try and get back that second place from Besaidenote. Stu Davidson and Sons machine in second place at the Bullion-RT car there in third. What a fight here between these 3. They had such a great battle. And it seems to have opened up ever so slightly now for Davy van der Merwe. He's controlling it from the front end. Clinton Besaidenote's not going to give it up without a fight though. 1.2 seconds is doable over the next 4 laps. Here comes Jason Loosemore. Giordano Lupini. Here's Dean Fenter diving on the inside of Jagger Robertson. Robertson locks up. There's definitely an issue there on Robertson's car. It's not firing like it usually does. He's got his 2 teammates tucking in behind him. Looking to try and close him down is Ethan Garcia and Mo Karodia. That's how it stands with the 8th lap of anger completed. 2/3 distance done. 4 to go. Look in the background there, Kutsia, Karodia and Cara Hill. I wonder if that was a lie. It wasn't Zolile. It was Nati. It was Nati Msamanga who was parked on the sideline. So apologies there to Zolile. The 2 cars are very similar in their livery, and there's not really any differentiating factor other than the numbers and the names of the drivers on the sides of their cars. So it was Nati Msamanga's car, who's that car on the bottom right of your screen, parked in the grass at the end of the beach straight. Msamanga is out. Zolile Njambuka is still in this race. So the fight continues here at the front end, and we've lost Nati Msamanga. Nicole Brett's joined us again just in time possibly for, because her favourite form of racing coming up after this, the SunBet ZX10 Masters Cup. As we're watching the closing stages here of what has been a spectacular dice once again in CompCare Medical Scheme Polo Cup. Davy van der Merwe has not done anything wrong here today at all. Clinton Besaidenote hanging on to second place with still some pressure from Yuri Swart. Swart's teammate in the middle of this little battle. Dean Fenter still staying ahead of Jagger Robertson, Ethan Kutsia, and of course Ethan Kutsia is just ahead of Mo Karodia. Another lap completed. We're running out of laps here for Clinton Besaidenote. We're running out of laps for Yuri Swart. Swart is certainly going to be losing the lead of this championship if he stays behind Clinton Besaidenote right now. Besaidenote's 2 better finishes over Swart on the 2 races today will move him ahead of the championship and into the lead heading to Cape Town. The home circuit of those 3 drivers, Yuri Swart, Charles Visser and Tate Bishop. Davy van der Merwe is going to bring himself into about 4th or 3rd place in the championship heading to that round. So he's brought himself back into the championship and back into potentially doing what his 2 fellow Team Red racers have done in the past. Last year's Rookie of the Year, looking to take the championship back-to-back. That happened not only with Leighton Fourie, but also with Dorio Busi. That's exactly what Davy van der Merwe wants to do, make it 3 in a row there for Team Red Racing, and that bit of records in the books. Yuri Swart under attack now as well from Charles Visser. Visser doesn't want to give this up without a fight and potentially looking for a 3rd place to bring himself back into a very tight fight as they head to Cape Town. So it's KwaZulu-Natal and Port Shepstone based driver in 2nd place there, Clinton Besaidenote. He's driving for a PE based team Stu Davidson and Sons Polo Cup team based at the Aldo Scribanti circuit. Nick Davidson, of course, has been fighting in the Super Cup class. He'll be out a bit later on for the second heat of that. But his front man in the team for Polo Cups is this man. And what a run here from Besaidnout. Remember, he's had 4 victories in a row. He nearly had a big moment coming out of Potter's pass there. A wheel on the rumble strip and onto the dirt means that he might have lost a little bit of the drive. Yuri Swart will be looking to capitalize on that. He comes down to Kokabana. He's not close enough. He has a big look, but Besaidnout had enough in hand just to keep him at bay, even though he made a mistake. So Besaidnout's wheel on the dirt there was certainly a big moment and heart in the mouth stuff there. But fortunately, he hung on. Visser pushing hard now. Fastest man on track on that last pass. 36.5 out of Visser. 37s out of Yuri Swart. Oh, big problems. There's a car gone into the trees. And I'm not quite sure who it is. Mo Karodi is going along to see who it is. It could possibly be Ethan Kutsia. Or maybe Cara Hill. I'm not quite sure who it is. But there's definitely a major issue there. Into the trees and out of harm's way big time. We're into the closing stages now, and it's a good possibility that we're going to be under safety car for the last 2 laps, because I see safety car being deployed. Coming out of the final corner, look for those safety car boards to be shown. Yes, yellow flags waving, safety car is on track, ambulance is on track. We've got a car off probably down at Kokabana or Beacon, and there's a big moment there as the safety car has been deployed. Everybody slows up. Is there any more drama that could happen here today? There it is. It's on, coming out of Potters. It's out of Potters. Mo Karodia was the man running into the bushes to try and find out what went wrong. It's either Ethan Kutsia. Let's have a look and see as they come across the line. I'm going to have to wait and see as they cross the line. I'm assuming it's either Cara Hill. I think it might be Cara Hill. It's Cara Hill who's gone off into the bushes. Mo Karodia, the first man up there to see if she's okay. He comes out. And you can see he's looking for assistance there from the medical team and from the marshals. The Calyx car of Cara Hill has gone into the bushes. And a massive moment there. I can tell you there's been a couple of guys who have been in some serious incidents in that corner. We saw at the South African Endurance Racing Series about 5 years ago, Gavin Cronier with a massive roll in a Lamborghini. And the Mo Karodia was the first man in attendance to try and get to the young lady who's now parked in the bushes. I think there's a very good possibility that this race may even be stopped. We've done enough to call it a day for this first or second heat of racing for the Polo Cup. Red flag has been called. So we have got a red flag, and that'll bring the race back 1 lap, which will be to 10th place, 10th lap I should say, which means Darby van der Merwe, Clinton Besaidnout and Yuri Swart will be your top 3. But more importantly right now you can see medical team and rescue team in attendance there with Cara Hill. The car has completely disappeared. It's gone right into the bushes.
Yes, I did. I got a lot of dust.
And it's probably going to take a while to get that car out of the bushes. Probably not going to be able to get it now. More importantly is they want to just ensure that Cara Hill's okay. I saw Mo coming out of the bushes and he was saying she's hurt her back by the looks of things. He was gesticulating to her back to the medics that she was feeling a bit of pain in the back region. Mo still on the sideline there, probably under a little bit of shock there for Mo Karodia. He was the first man to climb out the car and run across to try and help out. Hats off to that young man. So safety car bringing these cars to the line, but probably going to bring them into pit lane because the red flag has been called. I don't think they're going to need the necessity to do the last lap and a half, but we'll wait and see what the call is on that. They roll around to come to take out their positions on the grid again. Let's wait and see what's going to happen now from the COC's point of view, what his call is going to be. Yeah, they're being pulled into Park for May. Darby van der Merwe, your winner. Clinton Besaidnout in second and Yuri Swart in third. That'll be ahead of Tate Bishop, Jason Loosemore and Giordano Lupini. Then it's Dean Fenter. Looks like it could possibly Zolile Njambuka, Jagger Robertson and Ethan Kutsia. Quite sure if Mo's feeling a little bit of pain there as well, but he's certainly got a little bit of shock there. This is how motorsport can go. Some days it's all clean and clear with no issues at all. Today we've had 3 major events, and it tends to happen that way, unfortunately. Second heat of the CompCare Medical Aid Scheme Polo Cup, and a big incident out of Potter's Pass into the trees. It's just a little bit of a touch between cars that can force a mistake like that. There is Natim Samanga returning to the circuit and returning back to the Park Fermé area as the cars have gone back into that area, and that'll be the race done and dusted. They won't be coming back out again, which means the circuit cleanup has come at the right time, because up next will be ZX10 Masters Cup, and they will need some time to do some cleanup around the circuit, particularly at Beacon Corner after that incident earlier on in the CompCare Medical Aid Scheme Polo Cup. It brought this first safety car out of race number 2, and now, of course, for more action down into Potter's Pass. I think they'll possibly leave the car there until the end of the day, but they definitely need to make sure that Cara is okay. It's not Cara. Cara is parked in pit lane, so it must be Ethan. It's possibly Ethan Kutsia who's in the bushes. Cara Hill's car is in pit lane, and I think that's why Mo Karodia climbed out the car so quickly. It's Ethan Kutsia who's ended up into the bushes there. I was saying it was Cara the whole time, looking at her drop by the wayside, but the 2 laps and I see her car parked in pit lane. Mo Karodia was the first man in attendance to get to his teammate Ethan Kutsia, who ended up on the inside of Potter's Pass and into the bushes. Just to the right hand side, you can see the man in the bushes there. Just to the right of him is where the cars ended up. So it was either one of the two. Unfortunately, we didn't see the car, so we can't tell you who it was until I actually got confirmation that Cara Hill was in pit lane. So it's Mo Karodia jumping out of the car there to go and see if his teammate was okay. And that's the reason why he was so quick in attendance. Bit of debris from the cars there you can see being removed, put into the back of the vehicles. One of the car's wheels off as well. I wonder if that was possibly the reason for the crash. Maybe lost the wheel coming out of Potter's, and that's what turned him right and straight into the bushes. Welcome back to Extreme Festival action here from the East London Grand Prix circuit. Yes, we're running extremely late now due to two big incidents today. One of them including the previous outing for CompCare Medical Aid Scheme Polo Cup. Ethan Kutsia has been taken into the medical centre and is in the medical centre team's hands after a big incident out of Potter's Pass where his wheel broke after an incident, I think, coming together with one of his two teammates. And it sent him onto the inside of Potters, into the bushes and into the medical centre and off to hospital for a checkup. Just going to make sure, and it looks like we're going to get laps cut on all of the races as well, as we're getting confirmation there from Tanya from the Extreme Festival. ZX10 Masters Cup will be 10 laps, GDCs will be 10 laps, Extreme Supercars will be 10 laps, Formula Vees will be 8, and it'll be a 4-lap race by the looks of things for the GR Cup later on today. The wind has picked up pretty dramatically, as you can see from the flags on the right-hand side of that shot. We are under starters orders, but it's the warm-up lap once again for the ZX10 Masters Cup. They get 2 warm-up laps, 1 sighter and 1 warm-up to get some heat into that Bridgestone rubber. Important to get as much heat into the rubber right now with conditions starting to cool down here at the East London Grand Prix circuit. Jason Lamb, Graham Van Bedar and Ronald Slammert will be the front row of the grid as always for today. They've been the class of the field. But look out for Michael Smith, Brian Bontekoning and Trevor Westman. They've certainly got a little bit of confidence after race number 1 and could potentially run with those top 3 if they can just not let them get away at the start. Behind that you've got Dave Enticott, Johan LaRue and Hein McMahon, Peter De Vos, Clint Munton and Travis Nordier, who unfortunately won't be starting, so Travis will be missing from that 12th place on the grid. Big pity to lose the Bucco East London man. Another hometown hero, unfortunately had some problems with the blown engine yesterday. So we're looking for Brian Rothwell, Ian Harwood and Henk Scaling on row number 5. Behind that it'll be Jason Langerveld, Dieter Heiserman and Ruben Oberholzer, with Rod McLaughlin at the back of this pack of ZX10s. Quite an expensive outing for most motorcycle and competitors to come to East London, and that's why we're down to 19 riders this weekend. Previous round at Red Star Raceway we had 35 on the grid, so the premier motorcycle racing class in the country certainly living up to its name, and still with almost 20 riders on the grid again. Jason Lamb is the man to beat you at his home circuit. The Tyre Mart East London man looking for a chance for a double victory here ahead of Graham Van Bedar and Ronald Slammert, who are fighting hard to try and close the gap down on Dave Enticott before they head in the middle of September to both Enticott, Slammert and the rest of the Cape Town contingent's home track at the Killarney International Raceway. Trevor Westman will be looking to shine there as well on the Wayward Kawasaki as the 5-second board goes up. Stand by for those lights to go on and off. They're off and we're racing down towards turn 1. It is a great start once again from Jason Lamb. Lamb hangs on, but around the outside comes Ronald Slammert again from the 3rd row, or from the 3rd position on the grid. It's Van Bedar on the inside into 2nd, Lamb into 3rd, Bontekoning up to 4th as they come through now into turn number 1, Potter's Pass for the first time. 250 odd k's an hour through there, and then up to nearly 280 k's an hour before they climb on the anchors down to Cochabana. A really late braking coming from Van Bedar. He's trying to close things down there on Lamb. Lamb trying to do the same thing to Ronald Slammert, who hangs on to the lead for now as they get onto the beat straight for the first time. It's a good run there from Jason Lamb so far this weekend, but he's looking for a chance now to get to the front ahead of Ronald Slammert. Slammert is having to do double time now as Lammy comes on the inside of gate corner. He knows that Jason Lamb was going to have a go there, and he just squeezes the door shut, not giving any opportunity there for Jason Lamb to come through. Lamb will be looking to try and pass through there on the Volt market machine. You can see just how hard Ronald Slammert is having to work. He's working probably as hard as any other rider out there right now to keep out Jason Lamb, who is on his home track and knows this like the back of his hands. So Volt Markets True Vine Group Kawasaki leads out the Tyre Mart East London Kawasaki. Stefanuti Stocks and Motel sponsored Kawasaki's in third. Behind that, Smitty, all on his own, some self-sponsored machine there of Michael Smith. As they come to complete the first lap in anger, it's 10 laps of race action coming away now from the ZX10 Masters Cup here at the Extreme Festival's round 5 at the East London Grand Prix circuit. Bonta Koenig on the Jag Power Products Kawasaki's in 5. Westman on the Wayward Kawasaki in 6. Johan Leroux Avidan Kawasaki is 7. Hein McMahon is in 8th ahead of Dave Entercott. And Entercott's got some work to do if he wants to hang on to the lead of this championship. Down in 8th, 9th place and 10th place is not where Dave Entercott needs to be. Samet Lamb and Van Bredal pulling away now. Getting a little bit of a margin over the rest of this pack. But as you can see through the pack of ZX10s, as always, races starting to happen, like this one. Bonta Koenig and Westwood. Westman on the back end of Bonti. And looking for a way through there on that Wayward Kawasaki, but the Jag Power Product Kawasaki man is a tough man to overtake. First 3 up the hill towards Beacon Corner, and Lamb hits the front. He's ahead of Slamet. Slamet now having to do the return of the favour, trying to get back into the mix there and back into the front of this race. If he can try and get through there on the man who leads things out, Jason Lamb, on his home track. And Jason Lamb looking to go 4 for 4. And 3 races in a row to be the top man in the ZX10 Masters Cup. It's proudly brought to you by SunBet. Powered by Red Square Reload. They are shod on Bridgestone rubber. They are sparked by NGK spark plugs and all on Kawasaki ZX10s. Oh, another big moment there for Graham Van Bredal out of Kokobana. We saw that on a few occasions in the first race. Van Bredal's back end just seems to step out slightly at the exit point of Kokobana corner. Watching the mid-pack as well, and backpack riders all having their own little dices. This is the mid-pack one. And it's Bonta Koenig and Westwood. Westman going in there and having a fantastic run on the Wayward bike. Trevor Wayward Westman in 5th place at the moment, 6th place at the moment, I beg your pardon. Fighting hard there for honours with Brian Bonta Koenig. Graham Van Bredal, number 1 plate on that bike, being closed down now by his former teammate, Michael Smith. Smitty looking very dangerous. Just trying to bridge the gap there to those top 3. He wasn't able to do it in the first heat. And with 10 laps, he's not going to be able to do it now. He's going to have to work double time, like Slamet's doing right now. On the brakes into Kokobana. Jason Lamb's good. Van Bredal tries to be better than Slamet, but Slamet slams the door in his face out of Kokobana. The little fight that these 3 are having are slowing them down, and it's allowing Smith to come along. Michael Smith is not too far away from this one. Mark van Billensdorf and Kat Swanepoel, as well as Rion Horn, have joined us now. Thanks Jeanette Darroch as well for joining us too. Moira Thompson. Moira is in the house. Here's the coffee, Moira. About that time of the day. Ian Harwood in a bit of a fight of his own. Someone slowing down to Kokobana. This looks like it might be Ruben Oberholzer. Looking at that helmet, it could possibly be Oberholzer, who's dropped down by the wayside here. That's not good. That's certainly not good for the number 34. 42 versus 68. Here they go into turn number 8. Whoa, look at this. So close between Lamb and Slamet. Smith is just there. Head across the line and complete another lap in anger here of the 10 scheduled for this one. Right, all the way down to Kokobana, right into gate. First left-hander comes to the S's. Bridgestone rubber should be up to optimum race temperature by now. Smitty turns into Kokobana. He's literally just off the back end of that first three riders. And the first three in the pack having some fun and games. Behind that, the wayward bike looks like it's got through there on Bonte. So Westman up to 5. Lovely stuff here. Michael Smith really going well. And he wants past if he can get just a bit higher up than what he is right now. Got about 10 bike lengths he's got to make up there. Not easy to do when you're on your own. You've got to make sure that the three in front of you are fighting hard, which they are doing. Here comes Van Breda. Will this be Graham Van Breda to the front for the first time today? He has a big look into Beacon. And here we go into Beacon corner. Heading into the complex. Henk Scaling on his own there. Here we go on the brakes. This is Entercott on the Avidan bike of Johan LaRue. Dave Entercott comes out. Sorum Engineering Kawasaki trying to close down on that Avidan bike. He's got through. You can see it just in the background there, yellow and black getting through on the red and black bike. Bonte losing some ground now. Thought we might see Graham Van Breda squeeze up the inside of Jason Lamb into Beacon. He wasn't able to do that. Here they come along the beach straight again. So it is a hard charge here coming out of Jason Lamb. Even harder charge from Ronald Slamet and from Graham Van Breda's point of view. Trying to get ahead of the local man. He's showing them a way around here. Similar to what happened last year at the East London Grand Prix circuit, but of course it was Travis Nordia who showed everybody clean pair of wheels yet on that weekend. Unfortunately, the Buco Kawasaki is not with us this weekend after a blown engine yesterday afternoon. I'm sure Travis watching from the sideline thinking, yeah, I could be involved in this little battle. Slamet pulled out, had a look, decided against it for this time. Tucks in once again on that Volt marketing bike. Doing such a good job there. Comes across the line and completes another lap in anger. Further back, Westman. And you've got Entercott fighting hard here with Johan LaRue. Peter de Vos just behind them on the 17 bike. Silver Dream Racer. Crossing the line as the leaders head down towards Kokobana. Once again, a big look up the inside there from Ronald Slamet's point of view. Last pass, Graham Van Breda was quickest. 1:22.7 out of Van Breda. He's doing 23.2s at the moment. And Westman hanging on for 5 ahead of Bontekoning. McMahon up to 7th. What a run there from Slucky. He's up to 7th place ahead of is that Dave Entercott and Johan LaRue? Yes, he is. He's ahead of those two. He's ahead of the championship leader. So Hein McMahon having a fantastic run here. Whatever they did with that rear shock certainly worked out. And I think Alan John Fenter from Lacquer Racing did some work on that rear shock to get it sorted out. Flying through there, you can see these guys continue the battle. Heading into the breaking point for Kokobana once again. Graham Van Breda pushing hard. He tries to squeeze up the inside of Ronald Slamet. Slamet not going to have any of that. A big fight on here. And the fight is going to be decided here between these three, that's for sure. Looks like the championship might be between these three as well. On the brakes. It's a nice run here from Hein McMahon, as I said. Being helped out there by the Lacquer Racing squad. Alan John Fenter's down here helping out Ronald Slamet, and he went to go and assist Hein McMahon to get that rear shot sorted. I think he's got it sorted. Seems to be everything according to plan there from Hein McMahon's point of view. Let's have a quick squiz at how things are going to be lining up here in this championship coming into this round. Amazing race action that has happened all season long, and SunBet ZX10 Masters Cup certainly turning out to be a huge championship that'll be sorted out between these riders. Big manoeuvring happening up from Slammer's point of view, looking for a way past, but he can't get on the inside there, and they're certainly going to be in for some big action yet to be sorted out here. Continue to hand it up the hill up towards Beacon Corner, and it is a big run on here from Graham Bambadar's point of view. GVBD looking for a chance now to close things down on the back end of Jason Lamb, but Jason Lamb at this point is certainly the man that's on the move here, trying to sort out what is going to possibly be how things end up in this championship. These three riders are moving their way up into the championship and looking for opportunities to be the top three at the end of the season. Head down towards Cocobana Corner again. This is just a non-stop fight between these guys. And it's not done yet. They're into the final stages of this race. And there's going to be some fun and games to the end of it, that's for sure. Will Graham Bambadar have a go here? Is he going to have a look at Jason Lamb and possibly spoil his day? Look to try and take away the honours here from the man at his home track. Coming to the line. They're about to start their final lap by the looks of things. Or is the flag going to be waiting? Flag's waiting. Jason Lamb going to go to the line. Let's see who's going to have it, and he's just going to get there. He does, on the dirty stuff on the inside of the track, and Jason Lamb squeezes through there to get to the front end and take another victory here. Home circuit advantage has definitely come into play there for Jason Lamb. Brilliant race action again from Lammy. The rest of the pack come through to complete what has been a great day's racing here for the ZX10 Masters Cup. Jason Lamb takes the first victory and the second victory on the day. That's certainly going to shake things up in this championship overall, I'm sure. So as they start to sort it out here into the closing stages of 2022, we are still in for an epic fight as the next round, of course, heads down to the Killarney International Raceway. And that will be in the middle of September. Definitely something you don't want to miss out on, that is for sure. We're getting into the closing stages. So as they make their way onto the circuit now for the second time today, Global Touring Cars and the GDC Super Cup. Let's catch up with our Super Cup competitors before they went into today's racing and see what their plans were to try and get to the front end of this battle. Global Touring Cars Super Cup category now, Leighton Free with the points leader and the target on your back. It's looking for a double victory and of course trying to secure another great weekend of racing. What's the plan?
Yeah, I mean we had a great weekend at Red Star and unfortunately Jeff had one too. So it's really close and I can't get that gap and that breathing space that we want to. So we're looking forward this weekend. If we can get, very good points, one race win at least and very good points, then we can extend that championship lead and have some breathing space that we want.
Danielson, back into the Super Cup class. The last time you drove it was part of the Saving and Endurance series, but of course you're now on the real motorsport festival of the country. What's it feel like to be back in the Super Cup category?
Yeah, it's feeling good. It's nice to be back with the team, that's for sure, the most important thing. So we're having fun, got to learn how to drive a front wheel drive again. But in the last session we were on the money, so we're right there in the pack and see how it goes.
Paul, you've raced at a whole bunch of circuits all around Europe and of course all around the UK. Coming to the circuit's quite daunting going through that first turn for the first time. Take us through your feelings on East London Grand Prix circuit.
It's all about turn one for me. That corner has cost me pretty much all my underwear so far. I'm already onto using swim shorts. It's that bad. It's something else. But yeah, it's like nothing I've ever raced on before. You'll get punished if you fall off the track, so you don't want to do that. But yeah, very scary, but fun.
So as the GDCs make their way around on the circuit, just to give you a heads up, Graham Van Bedal probably leads the championship after two incredible outings today from Jason Lamb. Jason Lamb probably moving up into the potential lead of the championship, as there was only about 7 points in it, or 8 points in it there between Van Bedal and Jason Lamb. Van Bedal having a second and third place today, as opposed to the two wins from Jason. He's going to possibly feel the effects heading to the round in Cape Town in the middle of September. So that's how things are going to be at the end of the day's racing here from the ZX10 Masters Cup point of view. Oh, in fact, I lie. We have got one more round before we go to Cape Town. We've got to go to Kyalami, to the Festival of Motoring. So thanks for that, Stevie. Steve Golgocci, the man who should be here racing, sending me a bit of information. Would be quite nice if we got that kind of information up front as well. I forgot all about that. And, of course, also apologies there to Graham Van Bredar for getting the lead of the championship wrong. I assumed it was still a fight between himself and Dave Enticott. Enticott has actually fallen by the wayside there, so apologies on that one. It is Graham Van Bredar and Jason Lamb who are now fighting with Trevor Westman for the front end of this championship battle, and expecting to see more of it at Kyalami at the Festival of Motoring. Right now we concentrate and turn our efforts into bringing you the action from Global Touring Cars and the GDC SupaCup class. As you would have heard earlier on in the commentary, we've also had a bit of a change up on the amount of laps to each of these races, so they have been decreased slightly by all of the categories due to the fact that we're running so late in the day. It's 10 to 5 and we've still got 4 more classes of racing to go, and we know, as always in winter time in East London, when that big red ball drops out the sky, there is absolutely no more time for sunlight, and it gets very dark here very quickly. So Global Touring Cars rolling to the front of this grid, GDC SupaCup 2 about halfway down the grid, and as they come to the line, we get ready to go for the second heat today of Global Touring Cars and GDC SupaCup. Looking at the grid, it is Julian van der Walt and Mandla Ndakani who will be on the front row. Behind that, Michael van Rooyen and Brad Liebenberg, Saud Variawa and Robert Volk, and Andy Rackstraw will be the last car in GDCs. It's Daniel Rowe on pole position for race 2 for Team Perfect Circle. He's got Arnie Neville alongside him, Jonathan Machotzi and Keegan Masters. Then it's Jeff Kruger and Leighton Fourie, Donnie van Niekerk and JP van der Walt. And behind them, Paul Luthi, Damien Hammond, Nick Davidson and Nathan Hammond, who will be fighting hard now for race 2 here of GDCs and GDC SupaCup. Interesting to see how those championship points turn out at the end of this one as well, because Leighton Fourie and Jeff Kruger have got a very close battle between them, two teammates for the lead of GDC SupaCup. Robert Volk and Brad Liebenberg were fighting hard for the lead of this race, but Volk was still fighting for the lead of the championship with Saud Variawa. And at the end of race number 1, championship remains as per. Leighton still ahead of GDC's SupaCup, and Volk still ahead of the GDCs. Slight change in wind direction here as well, coming across the circuit slightly. It was blowing into the face of oncoming traffic down the main straightaway a couple of minutes ago, so that's a bit of concern to watch out for as well, for some wetness coming through there. AMG A45 makes its way down towards Potters, our official safety car there, and of course that's for GDCs. And then you've got the Polo GTI SupaCup pace car, courtesy of the CompCare Polo GTI, doing duties there to keep the second pack of cars at bay. So rolling from the line, Van der Walt, Ndakani, Van Rooyen, Brad Liebenberg just battling to get off the line there in the Hype Energy Golf GTI. Volk waiting for him, and doesn't eventually, he gets past him. He gets going, fires it up and heads down towards Potters. Daniel Rowe on the front row of SupaCup might be a concern as well for a couple of the usual contenders. He makes a welcome return to the SupaCup class, although he hasn't really officially raced in SupaCup. He raced a couple of the SupaCup cars in the Endurance Championship. That's not Sunset Corner, by the way, that's Cochabana. But the sun is setting and getting very low, and it's going to make it exceptionally difficult to try and spot who's who until they're actually physically right in Cochabana like that. Van Rooyen and of course Sawad Variawa trying to get some heat into that Dunlop rubber. Brad Liebenberg's going to come through the field to take up his position, and he'll be lining up alongside Michael Van Rooyen on the second row. He's going to have to come through on the two Gazoo Racing Corolla teammates to get up to that position. Not always easy to do when they're sweeping from side to side to try and get heat into the Dunlops. He wants to take this championship as any one of these drivers. This driver SA, Investchem Audi of Andrew Rackstraw. And then it's Team Perfect Circle versus Arnie Neveling from Sparco and Stradale Motorsport at the front end of the GDC SupaCup class. Jeff Kruger and Leighton Free, those two cars are our championship leaders. Leighton Free continues to lead the championship in the SupaCup class as they head up towards the exit point of the complex, leading GDC category already up to Beacon. Polo GTR will just slow up the GDC SupaCup drivers as they get into formation now. Van der Walt on the inside, Ndakani on his outside, Van Rooyen, Liebenberg, Variawa, Volk and Rackstraw. Look at Norbert Volk going on the outside there, already going on the attack. Here we go into the start of the race. Lights out and we're racing. Drop the hammer time for Van der Walt. He does that. Three Gazoo Racing Corollas are side by side as they came across the line and heading towards turn one. Lights are on for GDC SupaCup. It is going to be Van der Walt, followed very closely there by Michael Van Rooyen. Van Rooyen gets followed by his teammate Sawad Variawa. Ndakani falls into the clutches of Brad Liebenberg, who was on the outside of Potter's Pass. He'll be on the outside of Rifle as well as they go into turn two. Hanging on to that outside line is Brad Liebenberg trying to find a way through, but on the inside comes Robert Volk. Volk might be able to squeeze through, and Liebenberg decides to go with Volk to get through on Ndakani. Munda Ndakani, absolute chaos as they come through. Oh! And Brad gets attacked from behind. Rackstraw goes flying into the inside of the back straight, into the beach straight. And Brad Liebenberg got a little tap from behind and he got sent sideways. So it's Liebenberg and Rackstraw onto the grass. Liebenberg's back on track, but Rackstraw's not been able to get back on there. So a little tag. I just want to see if there's any damage on the front end of Ndakani. Doesn't look like it. So I'm not quite sure if it was Ndakani or maybe Rackstraw that got onto the back end of Brad Liebenberg, but certainly Liebenberg got a tag from behind and got unceremoniously sent onto the inside of wrong turn. Now as they head up towards Beacon Corner, it is Van der Walt from Van Rooyen. Van Rooyen from Variawa. Variawa's got Volk on his tail. We've lost two of the GDCs as they come across the line for the first time of 10. 9 to go. And in towards GDC SupaCup. Here comes a move on the inside from Donny Fenikak, trying to keep out Leighton Farid. Jeff Kruger's already got through on him. So it looks like Brad Liebenberg with an A-Link car crosses the line. He's about to be caught by Team Perfect Circle's Daniel Rowe. Looks like it might be Team Perfect Circle 1 and 2 as they cross the line there as well. And looking at the way things are going, no, it's the Sonex car of Jonathan Makhotsi who's in there. So that's how they are at this stage after the first lap on anger. Let's have a look at the replay there quickly. There you can see, oh, it's Team Perfect Circle on the inside there. So one of the Perfect Circle cars has also gone off. So Perfect Circle goes off at the same place that Brad Liebenberg went off. I wonder if there might have been something on the circuit there that caught them out. New leader is Van Rooyen. Michael Van Rooyen hits the front ahead of Julian Van der Walt. Variawa's on their tail. So Van Rooyen from Van der Walt, Variawa and Volk. So it's Gazoo Racing versus Chemical Logistics here. And they go 2 by 2 up the hill towards Beacon. Daniel Rowe, Makhotsi, Jeff Kruger. I was going to say, it must be Keegan Masters who's on the sideline there, as I saw the stricken Team Perfect Circle second car of Keegan Masters. whenever he's involved in a similar type of incident that Brad Liebenberg was involved in, coming in or out of Cochabana corner. Across the line, and GDC is in full flight, getting away now from the back end of that GDC class is Mandla and Akani. Brad Liebenberg still circulating and just ahead of this pack of Super Cup category competitors. Nick Davidson still out there and having fun on his own, and at this point in time he's actually the only master out there, so he'll be leading things out in the Masters class and continuing to lead the championship, with Andre Besaidenote stuck on the sideline with a hip injury. It's Van der Walt who had a big look on the inside and tried to find a way through there, but couldn't quite get it on the lead car of Michael van Rooyen to return the favour and take the lead back. Keegan Masters down at Cochabana, all on his own. Brad Liebenberg's got problems. You can see him going really wide through Cochabana corner. Couldn't turn right at all. So there must be some serious damage on the Hype Energy Sparco Team Red racing machine at Golf GTI 8. The only one in the country. In fact, I think one of the only ones in the world that are racing at this time. So Brad Liebenberg, it looks like his day unfortunately has gone to ruin here in the second heat after that tag. Here comes Van Rooyen, go back to the mid-pack of GDC Super Cup. Daniel Rowe leads things out for Team Perfect Circle. Sonex's Machotzi. Team Red Racing's duo of Jeff Kruger and Leighton Fourie are 3 and 4 on track, trying to find a way through there on Jonathan Machotzi. Behind them it's Van Niekerk. Van Niekerk looks like he's got JP van der Walt, yes, the wheelie.co.za, and Platinum Wheels Team Red Racing entry. He's there in 6th place. Behind him comes Paul Luthi. Then you've got the Hammond boys and Davidson. Possible overtakes coming here. Looks like there was a big move on there from Machotzi's point of view, looking for the lead. Jonathan Machotzi trying to go around the outside of Daniel Rowe. Inside is Jeff Kruger, forcing Machotzi wide. Machotzi gives him a little bit of room, but Jeff Kruger's going to squeeze through and into 2nd place. He forces that maneuver through, and Machotzi gets sideways out of rifle. Kruger's on the inside. Here comes Leighton Fourie looking for that 3rd place as well. Machotzi hangs on, but it is Daniel Rowe, followed very closely there by Jeff Kruger. Watch for the cutback from Leighton Fourie. He's going to try and come back. Oh, a little bit wide there. Machotzi gets forced wide by Jeff Kruger coming out of Cochabana. Gets onto the dirty stuff and drops back to 4th. So the Sonex car goes to 4th place, and there's a massive moment for Sawad Variawa. Variawa's on the exit point and on the grass up the banking, coming out of the S's and out of the complex towards the sweep. He's trying to get the car going again, but I don't think he's going to be able to get it going from that embankment. That embankment, the car seemed to be stricken at the top end there. So here comes Michael van Rooyen to complete another lap, leading things out. He's ahead of Julian van der Walt. Variawa was in 3rd, but it's now Robert Volk who's up to 3rd place. So a bit of chopping and changing there after that incident. And I think we're going to see a possibility of a safety car. Just waiting to see if that's going to happen or not. He's got going again, so I think he's going to be okay. Now they come towards Cochabana again. Michael van Rooyen leading things out. It says Robert Volk in 2nd place. Is that Volk or is it the Ford? It is Volk. It's Volk in 2nd place, unbelievably. That must have been due to the incident between Van der Walt and Variawa. Maybe the two of them came together, which forced Variawa onto the grass embankment on the exit point of the complex. So could we have any more drama today? We've had plenty of drama today here at Extreme Festival. This is the kind of race action that the fans come out for in their droves at East London Grand Prix Circuit. We've got a new leader in the GDC Super Cup. Jeff Kruger hits the front. Leighton Fourie is smoking slightly there. I'm not quite sure if that's body rub or tire rub. But Fourie now looking for a way through on Machotzi. Or on Daniel Rowe, beg your pardon. Daniel Rowe in 2nd place there for Team Perfect Circle. So it's Daniel Rowe under attack from Leighton Fourie into gate corner. Fourie forces his way inside. Comes around the outside, and Daniel Rowe does the same thing. Returns the favour. Oh, lovely stuff. Little tap on the back end there from Daniel Rowe from Leighton Fourie. He comes up on the side of the Team Perfect Circle machine. And it looks like Daniel Rowe is up for the challenge. The man who was leading this championship coming to this round, losing some ground now to his teammate Jeff Kruger. Leighton took the first victory. Jeff took 2nd place, so the championship remained the same. But as they come under braking now for Beacon Corner, around the outside, it's Machotzi sliding out of Beacon. Fourie on the inside, hangs on to that inside line and completes another lap. That's 5 of 10 done, halfway stage. What a run here from these guys. Absolutely top class action again from the Super Cup category. Having a look to see in the background there, looks like one of the cars returning to the fray there, possibly Sawad Variawa. Van Rooyen, Volk, and Mandla Ndakani starting to close onto the back end of Julian van der Walt. So we've got a battle again between Gazoo Racing and the Chemical Logistics team. Mandla Ndakani starting to close onto the back end of Julian van der Walt, looking for a way to get it up into third place. Could possibly seal the deal there for Gazoo Racing for an overall victory for the day. Let's see what's going to happen now as Robert Volk comes to the top of the hill. He's still got a chance of leading the championship into the next round in Cape Town and continuing to lead the championship for GDCs. So the first four in Gazoo Racing make their way across the line and complete another lap in anger. They got 4 to go, 6 done. Further back, Kruger hangs on, that's the mid-pack. There you can see the leaders heading up towards Beacon. Van Niekerk and the Hammond boys behind them. Kruger getting away now and dropping the hammer. Disappearing at the front end as Daniel Rowe keeps his teammate at bay, doing Jeff Kruger a lot of good here and a little bit of help to try and close the gap down between himself and Leighton Fourie in the championship. Fourie needs to get past, he has to get ahead of Danielson if he wants to stay in the lead of this championship. Well, there's going to be some really, possibly even points going into Cape Town. Leighton Fourie uses the push to pass, goes around the outside of Danielson. Team Perfect Circle, Parade Auto Parts and Playboy and Motel, the sponsors on that car. And here comes the Sonex SupaCup Polo of Mokotsi. He wants by on his teammate. Volkswagen Motorsports, 2 top contenders in what was this year's GDC Championship, are now fighting hard in separate teams in the SupaCup class and doing it just as well as what they would have done in the full field of GDCs. Titan Stunts and Car Care Clinic car of Van Niekerk went off ever so slightly there, putting a wheel on the dirt. That's given an opportunity to Nick Davidson to come through there by the looks of things. He's starting to make his way through. You can see in the background Brad Liebenberg I think is coming through there, lights ablaze, just warning the SupaCup competitors that the quicker car is coming. Daniel Rowe still attacking Leighton Fourie. He's also defending the Sonex car there of Jonathan Mokotsi. Then you've got Johnny Van Niekerk, JP van der Walt, the Hammond boys in the background. I'm just looking to see, is it Variawa or is it Liebenberg? I think it is Brad Liebenberg. Brad Liebenberg in the Hype Energy Golf coming up on the back end of the SupaCup class. Yes, here he comes onto Paul Luthi. He's bringing Sawad Variawa and Andrew Rackstraw. So the contenders that went off the track have all got back on, and they're now coming into the thick of that GDC SupaCup battle. Lights flashing for Brad, warning the drivers that he's coming through. Side by side between Variawa and Rackstraw, heading down towards Potter's Pass. Mokotsi is through to second. Or the third, beg your pardon, the third place. Forgot about Jeff, he's so far ahead. So it's Leighton Fourie behind Jeff Kruger. Mokotsi's to third. Team Perfect Circles, Daniel Rowe up into 4th place, or down into 4th place now from the pole position he started the race from. And now putting pressure onto his fellow Volkswagen Motorsport driver, Jonathan Mokotsi. They started this year as teammates in the Golf GTI 8s in Global Touring Cars. And after that tragic head-on incident that destroyed the team and the loss of lives for 2 of the drivers and team members, they've lost those 2 cars, but they've not lost the ability to continue and give us phenomenal race action in the SupaCup class. That is exactly what they're doing right now, and what we're seeing out of Daniel Rowe and Mokotsi. About to see it here as well, as 21 catches 42. I wonder if Mandakani can cut that car's number down in half and put the 21 ahead of the 42. That's the numerical order that he'd like to be running in, and of course that'll put him into 3rd place in the race, behind the second of the Corollas on track and ahead of the Ford. That's what he'd like to be doing. Van der Walt comes out of Kokobana corner. He hasn't got the drive. Ndakani goes right and has to go left as he gets cut off by Julian Van der Walt. Van der Walt eventually gets the drive down into gate corner, but it's so close. Ndakani having a look around the outside into gate corner. Now tries to come back on the inside through the S's. You can see some battle scars on the outside of that track. Bits and pieces of some vehicle that are on the outside. Hopefully not going to go that far wide through that corner to clip that piece, as they come flying out of the sweep. Michael van Rooyen has got his boarding pass and will be heading back to Rustenburg if he keeps going the way he's going in a few moments' time. Julian van der Walt and Mdakani out of Beacon Corner. Last lap board out. 1 to go now for these guys. Here they come. GDC Super Cup competitors in full flight coming out of the sweep, and Nick Davidson trying to get through there on the second of the Hammond boys. Heading towards the top of the hill and towards Beacon. There's 1 and 2. Jeff Kruger, Leighton Fourie, Jonathan Machotsi, your top 3. Fourth base, it's the Team Perfect Circle Daniel Rowe car. Here are the 2 Trinity Protection Services cars. Nick Davidson on their tail. Nick will be leading things out in terms of this championship for the Masters side. Across the line they come for the penultimate time. Last lap board is out. Robert Volk is going to have to settle for second place, but of course it will keep him at the front of this championship. It might bring Michael van Rooyen slightly higher up than where he was coming into this round, but Robert Volk will be the man at the lead of the championship by the time they head down to Cape Town to the Killarney International Raceway in the middle of September. Van Rooyen coming to the line. Checkered flag is on standby. Or is it? It is. Here he comes. He'll be a happy man there. The Rustenburg Rocket takes the victory. Second place goes to Volk, and third place is going to go, by the looks of things, to Julian van der Walt. So Chemical Logistics will be coming through there for 2 and 3 on the track. Let's head back to SupaCup now as they go into the closing stages. Donnie van Niekerk starting to put the pressure onto the back end of Daniel Rowe. He's bringing along the Wheelie.co.za and Platinum Wheels Team Red car of JP van der Walt. But it's Team Red 1 and 2 here at the moment, with Jeff Kruger leading things out over Leighton Fourie. Return of the favour here. So first heat went to Leighton. He led the championship coming into this round. Second heat goes to Jeff. It's even Stevens. Same points positions heading into Cape Town in only a month's time. Kruger takes the win. Leighton Fourie in second. It's going to be Sonax in third with Jonathan Machotsi at the wheel. Daniel Rowe for Team Perfect Circle finishes up in fourth place ahead of JP van der Walt. So top 5, 3 of the top 5 coming out of Team Red. Amazing days racing for that team, there is no doubt about it, and we just hope that Ethan Kutsia is all okay. Still waiting to hear information on that one, but there you have unofficial results. Van Rooyen, Volk and Mundakani, the top end of GDCs. Julian van der Walt finishes up in 4th place. All the way down in 11th will be Brad Liebenberg in 5th ahead of Sawud Variawa, and then Andrew Rackstraw down in 16th. In the GDC Super Cup, it's Jeff Kruger, Leighton Fourie, Jonathan Machotsi, Daniel Rowe, Donnie van Niekerk ahead of JP van der Walt. Then it was Nathan Hammonds and then Damien Hammond beating out Nick Davidson and Paul Luthi, bringing up the tail end there of the GDC Super Cup class. Well, we said we wanted drama, we said we wanted a phenomenal day's racing. So far, nobody in this entire field of racing has given us anything less than the best that they can give. The sun is setting, as you can see. Up next, we should have the G&H Transport Extreme Supercars coming out for 10 laps of action, hopefully with enough light. case of lights on and racing now. Well, these cars are purposely built to do endurance racing, so most of them should have some headlights of some nature to get us into the dying light here at the East London Grand Prix circuit for the final part of action from round 5 of this Extreme Festival. We still have action to come from both Formula Vee and, of course, from the Gazoo Racing Cup. And hopefully we'll have enough light to get that done and dusted, but we'll wait and see if that's the case. It's G&H Transport Extreme Supercars making their way around for their second heat of race action now. Opportunity for these cars to get up onto the grid as quickly as possible. They're still doing some track crossings ahead of the start-finish line there for guys who are looking to make their way out of the circuit. Possibly off to watch that funny game where you have to throw the ball backwards to go forwards. Sure, we've got a couple of guys that are watching our live stream and watching the rugby at the same time as well. It's usually what happens at this stage of the day. Once again, a massive thanks to, of course, all our sponsors here today behind the race day itself, as well, of course, to our Link Online associates to help us out with the live stream feed here from East London. Race 1 going to the magnificent Porsche from Franco Scribanti Racing, with Franco Scribanti himself at the wheel. It's a twin turbo Porsche 997 is a beast of a machine, and since Franco's got it sorted out, it seems to be a car that could potentially be a massive threat to this championship. Jonathan du Toit, of course, is looking to try and consolidate some points in this championship in his Lamborghini. Big combination there between Stradale Motorsport and Trans-Africa Racing there with the Lambo. MJR Mega Fiber Audi, Curvent Air Conditions Porsche, Drives It Environmental Lamborghini, Trinity Protection Services Lamborghini, and the rest of the Lamborghinis, BMWs and Porsches make their way down towards turn 1. Even the boss lady from Extreme Festival saying that's exactly what she's doing. Watching the rugby and the racing at the same time. That's what we like to see. Yeah, we bring you all the action as much as possible, that is for sure. So here we go. Starting to get into formation here for the second time for G&H Transport Extreme Supercars. That's Gigi Giannicaro in the bisque. Logistics, Lamborghini Trofeo, ahead of his dad Jimbo. G&H Transport BMW 135i. Behind them, it's Mansour Parker. And the combined racing BMW of Rick Lorao is back again. Looks like Paolo has not been able to make it out here for the second heat. Something must have gone wrong on his BMW. Clutched by the sounds of things I'm getting in the background as we get under starters orders and under the lights. As those lights go off, watch for the hammer to drop between the Lamborghini and the Porsche. The lights are out and we're racing. Franco Scribante drops the hammer and disappears. He's trying to get away now from that Lamborghini of Jonathan DeToy. DeToy keeps out the curve end Porsche. And on the inside, Maurice Jackson squeezes him out into Potter's Pass and gets to third. Gianni Giannacara around the outside there of Mansour Parker as they go into turn 1, Potter's Pass. Watching for Ricky Giannacara to come from the back. Closing in on his dad, Jimbo Giannacara. Here comes a late outbreaking from Jonathan DeToy as he gets up the inside of Franco Scribante. So Jonathan DeToy this time out is not going to give it to Franco Scribante without a fight. But look at that. Man alive, did you see the acceleration of that Porsche to get back past the Lamborghini? There's certainly something special under the back end of that Porsche. And it just absolutely ate the Lamborghini for breakfast on the beach straight. Hurricane into the charge now, looking to close things down there on that Porsche of Nicky Dix. Here's a dive on the inside from Gianni Giannacaro. Rick giving him a little bit away and a bit of room there. Looks like he still has a bit of a problem on that gearbox that he's had all weekend long. He's going to try and circulate to score as many points as he can. Hopefully get enough laps in the bag. Remember, this one is slightly diminished amount of laps from what they were supposed to do. Down to a 10 lapper now. Big charge coming from the back there. It's Gianni Giannacaro looking to find a way through on the inside of Hammond. Sam Hammond in a similar Lamborghini Trofeo. So we got Porsche, Lambo, Audi R8 GT3, Porsche 996, Lamborghini Hurricane, Porsche 996 just ahead there of the two Lamborghini Trofeos. Then it's BMWs just behind them. GG putting the pressure onto the back end of Hammond as they come out of Cochabana. Leaders already into the complex. Third place is the MJR Mega Fiber Audi of Maurice Jackson. He's had a fantastic run here this weekend, there's no doubt about that. And looking for more of the same here, as has Greg Parton. His company's been brought into play a couple of times today to try and sort out the oil spills and issues that have been dropped onto the circuit. Great to see them using that Dryzit environmental equipment to clear all the hazardous material that can be dropped out of race cars as quickly as possible. But Parton is the man, of course, who brings that into the country and looks after that that product. Here's GG on the inside of Hammond. And Gianni finds a way through. Giannacaro up one place. And into the top 7. GT3 battle is on there between Gianni Giannacaro, Hammond and Parton. London in the Porsche just ahead of those two Trofeo cars. And it's Mansour Parker at the back having a little bit of a fight of his own here. Oh, something went flying. Not quite sure if that was part of the BMW or part of the Lamborghini, but definitely something went flying off one of those cars. Some kind of carbon fiber bit or piece that went flying onto the sideline there as they came across the line and headed down towards Potters. Here they come into the X's, I beg your pardon, not the X's. Out of gate corner. GG, Blunden, Hammond, and Blunden under a bit of pressure now from Sam Hammond. Pressure being applied to Franco Scribante as well. He's not having it all his own way this time out. Jonathan DeToy has decided to turn the wick up on the Lambo and give Franco a run for his money. He completes another lap in anger. And I can tell you, it's not done between these two. Franco just seems to have the squirt on the straights. As you can see, he pulls away from the Lamborghini. But if you look at the lap times, quickest of the two cars, 18.649 from Jonathan DeToy, second place on track. Problem there, by the looks of things, is that Jimbo. It looks like, yeah, Jimbo Giannacaro on the sideline and out of this second heat of G&H Transport Extreme Supercars. The 135 just parked out of harm's way there. It'll probably be under yellow flags for a couple of laps just until the drivers all realise that there is a BMW on the right hand side of that track. Curve in air conditions Porsche, that's Nicky Dix. It looks like Greg Parton is starting to reel him in ever so slightly. Possibilities that the drives an environmental Lamborghini Huracan could catch the Porsche. Jackson down to the 122.6s at the moment. He's done a 122.3 earlier on, but with the light now failing, as well as track conditions cooling, going to make it a little bit more difficult for these guys to put the hot laps in. Track temperatures are down dramatically compared to what they were earlier on. Now heading into Potter's Pass, that curve in air conditioners Porsche is certainly under a bit of threat here from the Drives It Environmental Lamborghini Huracan, and even from the Bisc Logistics Lamborghini Trofeo of Gianni Giannaccaro. Gigi is slowly but surely catching the back end of that Huracan, and in doing so is closing in on this battle. So Gianni Giannaccaro, that is, on a move here, big time. There's also his transponder's not picking up as well, so he's not coming up on the timing monitor, but you can certainly see that Bisc Lamborghini Trofeo into the mix with the Michelin shod Lamborghini Huracan just ahead of him. Remember, Gianni Giannaccaro possibly by the time we get to Cape Town will be in a new car, a Nissan R35 GTR, racing in Class A Plus at the front end of this pack, hopefully taking on the likes of Franco Scrivanti, Jonathan du Toit, maybe a couple of the local contenders in Cape Town as well. Across the line and down towards turn 1 they go again. Laps are ticking off here. Light is fading fast. The reason I'm mentioning the light is I'm a bit concerned about Formula Vee. They've still got to come out here to do fights. The Gazoo Racing Cup wouldn't be too much of an issue because they've got headlights being road cars, but the V's have got no headlights. Thanks, Paul. So our production and producer coming up there, Paul Bedford, just giving me a heads up, and I didn't actually pick up on that. I was mentioning that it was Gianni Giannaccaro in the Lamborghini. It's actually not. If we look at the transponder, there's been a driver change in that car, and that's why that Lamborghini Trofeo is going so well, and it definitely is confirmation. Second heat in the Gianni Giannaccaro's Bisc Racing Lamborghini Trofeo. It's Charles Arungis. Charles Arungis is at the wheel of that car, and now looking for a chance to get through there on the Lamborghini Huracan of Greg Parton. You look to see why that car was doing such hot laps around here, and its ability to take nothing away from what Gigi can do in that car. But let me tell you something, for that car to be this high up in a race, you must know that Charles Arungis is pushing it way beyond its limit and gets through on the Huracan. So the Trofeo moves up into 5th place overall and ahead of Greg Parton. If we get a chance, if we can try and get a close-up shot of that Darrell just to confirm it, but according to the timing monitor, it's now changed to Charles Arungis at the wheel of Gianni Giannaccaro's number 15 Bisc Logistics Lamborghini Trofeo. Closing on the back end now of Nicky Dix. Oh, bits and pieces of cars flying all around the track now. Another piece of carbon fiber going up into the air there. Might be off one of the other cars who's had some problems earlier on. Yeah, 100%. Charles Arungis at the wheel of that car looking at the helmet. The helmet design there is Charles Arungis, and he is pushing that Lamborghini Trofeo probably within an inch of its life compared to what Gigi normally pushes it to. So the Lamborghini now coming into the clutches of the Porsche. looking for a way through there on Nicky Dix. Arunji's hounding the back end of him. He comes out and hauls across the line with 4 to go. Down into turn 1 again goes Gianni Giannacoro's car with Charles Arunji's at the wheel. Closing in on Nicky Dix in the Porsche. How's that sunset in the background? Late on the brakes here from Charles Arunji's trying to find a way through on Dix. Dix is later though in the Porsche and hangs on for now to that 4 spot. Gianni now into the clutches. Underneath that rear wing. Looking for overtake, possibly into gate corner. Looking for a little bit of slipstream help there. The Porsche does have the legs though on the straight. Hangs on for now. Look at Arunji's though, is all over the back end of Nicky Dix. Hounding him big time. Giving that Lambo a real good run for its money here. And they're now starting to become a threat amongst the usual contenders. Charles is normally a usual contender. Remember, he is the outgoing champion in this category. And he's late on the brakes into Beacon and sneaks up the inside of the Porsche. Porsche comes back at him, cuts back, and they're now side by side. Watch the legs of the Porsche though over the Lambo. Possibly going to have, yeah, it's got the legs on the straight. So a little bit of extra pace there from the Porsche gets him away from Arunji's. Nicky Dix will be loving this. He's in a big fight here with Charles Arunji's. Arunji's carries the corner speed. Looks on the inside of Rifle, tucks back in behind the Porsche. Waits for the outbraking down into Cocabana, pulls out early. He's late on the brakes. Is he late enough to get on the inside? He's on the inside, but Nicky Dix is giving him no room. He keeps him very honest. There's a slow car on track there. Mansour Parker's BMW is slowing. So the third BMW now also having some problems. We've seen, in fact, all the BMWs with problems today, unfortunately. Hopefully they'll all be in good racing mood for M Festival in October. I know the 2 combined racing BMWs are going to be there. Look at this little fight. Absolutely brilliant. Little Lamborghini Trofeo taking on the mighty Porsche. Slightly more powerful. Certainly a lot quicker on the straight line. Same thing here between these two. The Porsche of Franco Scribanti just dominating this race at the front end as he did in race number 1. 118.172 is the fastest lap we've seen out of Franco Scribanti so far. He's currently lapping in the 118.2s. DeToy lapping in the 118.8s. I think happy to settle for second place, knowing the fact that Franco has not been involved in the championship with a couple of missed meetings in the G&H Transport Extreme Supercars with the rebuild of that Porsche required. The rebuild has certainly worked well though, sure. Franco Scribanti Racing and Scuderia Scribanti have sorted this Porsche out properly. As they come down the main straightaway, checkered flag is out. 10 laps done. And it's Franco Scribanti with a double victory in the G&H Transport Extreme Supercars. Winning things out there over Jonathan DeToy and Marius Jackson. Battle continuing here between Ant London and the Trinity Protection Services Lamborghini of Sam Hammond. Ricky Giannacoro coming to the line. Ferdinand about to cross the line and complete the day's racing for his point of view. A top 9 overall and possibly 4th place in the GD3 Championship. Waiting for the rest of the cars to come up the hill. This is 3rd place, Marius Jackson. MJR Mega Fiber Audi. 3rd place, he'll be happy with that. It'll be the win in the class for him as well. And in the background, it's still on between Arunji's and the Porsche of Nicky Dix. Dix hangs on, and Arunji's follows through with Greg Parton in close attendance there, just behind them in the Dryzit Environmental Lamborghini Hurricane. Wow, some great race action there again from G&H Transport Extreme Supercars. Class A goes to Nicky Dix ahead of Sam Hammond. A+ goes to Franco Scribanti. A+ National Class goes to Jonathan DeToy. It's Ant London who takes Class B. Mansour Parker takes Class C. And Marius Jackson wins out over Charles Arunji's and Greg Parton for the GT3 category. There is the overall, with Franco Scavanti ahead of Jonathan DeToy, Dix just behind Jackson, Ranjis, Parton, Blunden, Hammond, Giannicaro and Mansour Parker. And that's how we wrap things up here for the G&H Transport Extreme Supercars. Up next, Formula Vee. on track for the third time today, and in some very tricky conditions for Formula V's. Hope these guys have all got clear visors, because there's hardly any light available out there at the moment. Peter Hills leads the championship coming to this round. A massive thanks to Theo for sending an update on the points there. Ahead of Lendl Janssen, Gert van der Berg, Greg Wilson and Lucian Ramchanda. It's then Brandon Hills, Sean van der Linde, Josef Kotze, Theo Vermaak and Carl Watt in the overall championship standings. Association, Josef Kotze, Theo Vermaak and Carl Watt are your top three. And that's how they come into this third and final heat of the day here for the Formula V's. As they come to the line, the championship leader will be on pole position alongside Jaco Schricks. It'll then be Greg Wilson and Brandon Hills on the second row, Lendl Janssen and Sean van der Linde on the third. Theo Vermaak, Josef Kotze ahead of CF de Toy. Gert van der Berg will be starting from the back of the grid. And just apologies there to, of course, van der Berg and to Greg Wilson. They've got similar livery on their cars, so I was calling them teammates earlier on, and apparently not in the same team. Josef Kotze, Theo Vermaak and Gert van der Berg are all in the same team, but it's delivery that caught me out there, so apologies there to van der Berg and to his teammate that I called earlier on, Greg Wilson. But they're in separate teams now and are ready to go for the next 8 laps of action here in Formula V's. As I said, I hope these guys have all got clear visors, because or at least persimmon visors if they could get them. Yellow visors or orange visors that we'd normally see on the motorcycles at this time of the night might be the right option to have at this stage, but a clear visor certainly would be the right one to go with. Tinted visor right now will be very, very treacherous for your ability to spot the turn-in points at corners and braking markers on the exit side of the track. Under starter's orders, 5-second board, and our lollipop man moves out of the way. Lights are on, and a little bit of a jump there by the looks of things from Greg Wilson. Wilson might have made a little bit of maneuver before the lights went out. It didn't really help him out there, but it might have hindered him actually, because he's dropped right back there and maybe realized he made the mistake and came off the pedal and then had to climb back on it, and he's dropped right in front of Gert van der Berg, who is starting from the back of the pack. So he's lost a lot of ground there as they head down in towards Rifle again. Championship leader Peter Hills and race 1 and 2 winner is in the lead of this one again, looking to maintain his lead in this championship. Sean van der Linde on the back end of Lendl Janssen. Theo Vermaak is right behind that. So Vermaak certainly going a bit better than what he was in the first two, and he gets through Cochabamba this time without a mistake. I chatted to him when he brought me the points and the update on the points, and said to him, listen, you got to just try and get Cochabamba right on that first lap, and you could potentially stay with his front pack, and that's what he's done this time out. Brandon Hills on the back end of Schricks. Schricks has got Lendl Janssen behind him. Come into the complex now. So a lot of guys have gone with a change of visor. That's a great option there from them. Possibly going to first race to get them to help out with some clear visors there, just in case of situations like we've got right now. So the push is on. The push is onto the back end of Peter Hills to try and soak up this pressure for the... Oh, and van der Linde's out of shape. Van der Linde spins out at Beacon Corner. Fires that car back up. Looks like he might have just got a false neutral of some nature as he turned in. And it just spun the car around from the back end. Lights down the main straightaway are going to help us out a little bit. Van der Linde has got going again. But there's no lights through Potters, there's no lights through Rifle, and there's certainly no lights down at Cochabamba. And having raced in an endurance race at this circuit at this time of night, I can tell you it is exceptionally tricky to spot the lines. The cameras are doing a lot more than what we've got available to us in terms of light here at the track, and that's why Shrix has got through. Shrix now ahead of Peter Hills, Brandon Hills, Lendl Janssen, Theo Vermaak. Gert van den Berg looks like he might have got through on Theo. Here comes Greg Wilson along for the ride as well, trying to find a way through there on the association man. Theo Vermaak trying to move himself up in the overall championship as well as in the association championship. Lendl Janssen gone with a clear visor as well. And they're trying to close things down there on Brandon Hills in the last part of this third lap of anger. Good run so far from them. It has been great race action as always from the Formula Vees. They hardly ever fail to deliver close race action in any form art or any track that they go to. Hills, Shrix and Hills was as across the line. This time it's Shrix, Hills and Hills. And it looks like Peter's got the slipstream. He's going to have a look down towards turn 1 into Potters and goes around the outside of Jaco Shrix. Makes it stick into Potters Pass. Returns to the lead of the race. And ahead now of Jaco Shrix. Shrix now under pressure from Brandon Hills as he tries to get into the slipstream and use it for a late braking maneuver into Kokobana. Shrix knows he's coming, goes inside almost instantaneously out of the exit of rifle range. Just squeezes into second place and stays there, keeping Brandon Hills at bay for now. Lendl Janssen waiting to pick up the pieces if something goes wrong. Behind that it is Theo Vermaak, and he is just in behind, of course, the two late seasoners here in this second heat, or third heat I should say. Hills, Shrix, Hills, Janssen. Gazoo Racing to 1 and 3. Shrix in his self-sponsored car, and Lendl Janssen in the Bull Security and Silver Lakes Volkswagen Formula Vee. Janssen pulls out. Has he got enough to have a go here at Brandon onto the brakes? Shrix had a look as well. Behind that, a little bit of sparks coming off the undercarriage of some of those cars, coming off the brakes as well. Look at the sparks coming off the brakes there on Gert van den Berg's car. Literally metal to metal there by the looks of things. Big sparks as he climbs on the anchors up towards Beacon. Will that be a concern? Slipstream effect comes into play again. This time Shrix uses it. He gets back ahead of Peter Hills. Now this is timing. They need to look at the timing here in terms of who's going to be at the front onto that last lap. Because if you're at the front on the last lap, the possibility is that you might get outgunned on the slipstream by the man in second. So could possibly be a scenario that they need to look at and start to take into account in terms of their planning and strategy for the end of this race. All 5 cars at the front end are starting to spark under braking. Let's see if we can get Daryl to give us a close-up of that. Try and spot the cars under braking and see those sparks coming off the brake and off the calipers as they come into gate corner. Oh! That's what I was worried about. Brandon Hills right up onto the back end and does a wheelie and smashes straight into the back of Jaco Shrix. He misjudged that completely. And Brandon Hills very lucky to survive that one. He smashed right into the back of Jaco Shrix. And the car literally went up on 2 wheels, wheeling behind Jaco Shrix. And that was a huge moment. Look at the sparks coming off these cars. Here's the replay. Oh, back sparks in the back of that car. Brandon Hills gets thumped down unceremoniously after going into the back end of that car. Vision and visibility is very poor out there right now, making it very difficult for these guys to spot and see each other on track. And I think Brandon Hills got caught out by that. So it's Peter Hills from Jaco Shrix. Lendl Janssen in third. Brandon Hills with a massive moment coming out of gate corner. Went straight into the back of Jaco Shrix. Launched his car straight up in the air. Wheelied for about 5 meters and then slammed down, only for him to retire the car on the inside of the complex. Inside line into Kokobana from Shrix this time. Change up for the lead again. He gets ahead of Peter Hills. Hills comes back at him. Looking for the drive for the Gazoo Racing team. Trying to get up there to make it 3 out of 3 today and maintain the lead of this championship overall. It's Jaco Schricks, though, who leads things out into gate corner. Schricks from Brandon Hills. Peter Hills is the man in second place now. Brandon's nose cone still in the middle of the track. Yo, that's going to be dangerous. The nose cone of that car is still in the middle of the track. And that is a massive concern because the marshals haven't gone across to move it out of the way. Not quite sure if they can get there. That's the problem. As they head up to the top of the hill and up towards Beacon again. That nose cone is right in the middle of the circuit. And everybody very fortunate just to avoid it. Look at the sparks coming off Wilson's car in the background as he climbs on the anchors up towards Beacon again. 3 laps to go. Unbelievable. Look at that. There's the nose cone. It's right in the turning point where they exit gate corner and go into the S's. Well, you can see just how difficult it is now for our cameras to try and pick up the lights. Not much visibility left out there for these guys to pick up on as they head down towards rifle range again. Visibility is very poor out there right now, and the V's are trying as hard as possible to stay in it for the next couple of laps. Late braking from Peter Hills, trying to get on the inside of Schricks. Lendl Janssen doing the same thing to close the gap down again between the top two and himself in third. Here they go, down the beach straight again. Schricksy under the back end of Peter Hills, trying to use a little bit of a slipstream on the beach straight. They're coming into gate corner again. The nose cone is still there. They'll know it's there this time, so they'll try and avoid it. And they just avoid it. Missing that nose cone by only a couple of centimeters as they come out of the S's through the left-hander, now through the big right-hand sweep and up the hill with 2 to go. 2 race laps of action still to come your way, and a possibility still of 6 more laps of Gazoo Racing still to get out on track. Look at the sparks coming off those brakes. It'll be happening in the daytime, which we don't see, and they brought the flag out early. They brought the flag out early. Jaco Schricks is going to come to complete this one with 6 laps done. Schricks wins out. Sure. So it's all about who's going to be where at the end of this one. That didn't quite work out according to plan because Peter Hills actually came through there for the victory. Lendl Janssen behind him and Jaco Schricks in third. Timing monitor said something different there. We've battled with the timing monitor all day long. Sean van der Linde still coming to the line. You can see he's lifted his tinted visor up to complete the race. Is that possibly Brandon Hills coming across the line? No, that's not. That'll be CF de Toy, I think, coming to finish up the race. So they brought that one to a little bit of an earlier finish than what was publicised. 6 laps completed. Peter Hills wins out for the 3rd time today over Lendl Janssen, Jaco Schricks, Greg Wilson, Gert van der Berg, Theo Vermaak, Yusuf Kotze, CF de Toy, and Sean van der Linde. Brandon Hills with the DNF after lap number 3. We're not quite sure if Gazoo Racing Cup is going to go out, but if they do, we'll be back shortly with a final bit of race action. I can see the lights on the inside of pit lane, so they are going to be going out for what is going to be 6 laps of race action here for Gazoo Cup. So all you're going to see is headlights heading down towards Potter's Pass right now, and that is the AMG safety car who will be leading the Gazoo Racing Cup, driven by Netstar competitors around for an unofficial first rolling start for this category. I don't think they're going to be doing a full formation here, but they're going to try and get a little bit of heat into the rubber for these 6 cars, as they are the final category to go to battle here at 6 o'clock in the evening. They did say that if it got dangerous out there, they might end this one early. We'll be keeping an eye on that all through the race. Right, Gazoo Cup racing, driven by Netstar and driven by some very, very well lit up cars here with the headlights. These are stock standard road going versions of the Yaris Cup. And of course, Toyota Yaris all-wheel drive machines out on circuit now for their second race of the day, but of course in conditions that are completely different to what they had earlier on today here at the East London Grand Prix circuit. 6 cars about to go to battle. Oh, and what a battle we're going to have here between these 6, I can tell you. As I said, it's going to be a rolling start. So the safety car pulls to the sideline, and it'll be up to either Ashley Oldfield, who I think is on pole position, or Thomas Faulkner to lead them to the line. But you tell me who they are, because all I can see is headlights. Here they come. Faulkner and Nurse, the front row. Esterhazen and Jones, the second row. And Oldfield and Madabesi were the third row, according to our transponders, as they cross the line. And heading towards Potter's Pass in the dark is not necessarily the best thing to do in a race car, unless you've got some great headlights. And these Yarises certainly seem to have just that. The one concern you're going to have, though, is are they running with their brights on, or are they running just with the standard headlights? I think they'd probably be on standard headlights, otherwise you'd be blinding the driver in front of you. But you want to get maximum amount of vision out of these cars. So hopefully the headlights and the spotlights on these cars, as you can see that they run, are going to be enough. Faulkner, Nurse, Esterhazen, Jones, Oldfield and Matabese. That's how they crossed the line. That's how they've stayed towards gate corner, I would assume, because now what we got sent from Gazoo Racing Cup as the differentiating factor as the wing mirrors, that's Mark Jones, by the way. He's got a yellow wing mirror. I can only tell you that because I saw him from the side. The rest, I cannot tell you who's who in the zoo, or in the Gazoo. Who's who in the Gazoo here? That's what we need to ask ourselves. Heading up towards Beacon Corner, I would assume this is Faulkner, who continues to lead things out with Nurse on his tail. As they come under braking and turn, it might get an opportunity to see a number. 142 is Rian Esterhazen. So that is now third place. I think there may have been a change up there between Nurse and Faulkner as they cross the line. The floodlights down the main straightaway will certainly help us out a little bit. But as soon as they go out of those floodlights, it makes it exceptionally difficult to try and spot who's at the front end or who's even in the race. It was Nurse who was ahead of Faulkner, as I thought, because it looked like Faulkner made a small mistake out of Beacon, handing the victory, or the possible victory there, to Sean Nurse. Faulkner in second place, and Esterhazen trying to close him down. Here comes Faulkner on the inside of Sean Nurse, though. Dives up the inside and gets back into the lead. Nurse back down into second. Esterhazen onto his tail. Oldfield coming along for the ride now. First 4 cars pulling away now from Mark Jones and Matabese. Matabese and Jones are side by side out of Kookaburra. Flashing lights, of course, telling you that the car's ESP and ABS systems are working as they climb on the anchors into the braking points of each of the corners. See, that is Mark Jones in 4th place, so it's actually not Oldfield. Oldfield's dropped out of it down to 5th. He was the man fighting there with Matabese. I can only tell that when they come into the complex, you get that side-on shot, so apologies there for Oldfield and Jones being in the wrong positions on the last pass, but yeah, there they come. And that could be who in the zoo? I'm not sure. It's so difficult to try and spot them from this position, and because our camera's trying to do the best they can to bring as much light to the subject as possible. We wait for them to cross the line, and when they do, we'll get a little bit of a change up into the proceedings. Falconer leads out. Sean Nurse in 2nd. Esterhazen still in 3rd, and Oldfield now up to 4th. I don't know if that's right though, because Mark Jones I think is in 4th place with the yellow wing mirrors, but I could be wrong. Could be completely wrong. Oldfield has got green wing mirrors, so that might be what we're catching us out there. It's like a lime green colour on that car, so that's probably why we got them wrong. Oldfield back to 4th, Lorato Matabese into 5th, Jones down to 6th place. First 4 heading towards gate, 5 and 6 out of Kookaburra. So this is how it's going to finish up for the Extreme Festival round 5 here. Yeah, 32, that's definitely Oldfield, so looking at the number, just got a glimpse of that number. He is now up to 3rd place. Esterhazen dropping down to 4th. Sean Nurse still in 2nd place as the headlights head towards Beacon. Should be 111 Thomas Faulkner at the front end. Nurse in 2nd. And it's now Oldfield up into the 3 spot. Looking to close down on Sean Nurse. Still 3 laps to go for them. So they're going to complete the 6 laps with their lights on. Potters in the daytime is a daunting corner. Imagine what it must feel like when you've got 3 Yaris's that evenly matched flying through Potters Pass at about 170 k's an hour according to Mark Jones. They exit and get up to just below the 200 k an hour mark before they climb on the anchors down into Kookaburra, and there is some chopping and changing happening there radically into Kookaburra corner. Discs are starting to glow there as well. I did see that, Daryl. Amazing to see the shots from the side of the cars under braking as the disc brakes start to light up under braking. Coming into the complex again. Let's have a look and see. Pick up on the 33 car there of Sean Nurse, which means Falcon is still at the front in 111. 32 behind the 33 car there. Oldfield dropping by the wayside, so it's 142 Rion Esterhazen, who's made his way into 3rd place. Back up towards Beacon again. And these top 3 getting away ever so slightly now from Oldfield. Checkered flag coming out early. They're going to bring it out early there for a 4-lapper. Faulkner's going to get it. Faulkner gets the win. They brought it out slightly earlier than expected, but it's a good call there from the COC. Sean Nurse in 2nd, Esterhazen in 3rd. Ashley Oldfield will finish up in 4th place. Matabese should come through for 5 ahead of Mark Jones. And Gazoo Racing Cup bring the Extreme Festival round 5 to a close here at the East London Grand Prix circuit. Unofficial results there. Falconer from Nurse, Oldfield and Esterhazen. Ashley Oldfield putting in the hot lap right in the closing stages to get through on Rion Esterhazen and finish up in 3rd place. Jonesy also gets through on Matabese to finish up in 5 and 6 across the line for race 2 of GR Cup, driven by Netstar. Toyota Gazoo Racing in the house here again as part of the Extreme Festival, and great to have them on board. The future of the sport is looking good, and certainly a fantastic day's racing here at the East London Grand Prix circuit. Well, that brings us to the end of our live stream feed as well, from our team here at Two Wheels and Up to 60 Seconds. Daryl Cookard and Paul Bedford behind the scenes in terms of the production today. Dave Peterson and our camera crew out on track and in pit lane with Claudio Enriquez and our crew, bringing you all the action right up until 10 past 6 in the evening here at East London. And you can see darkness is looming, and let's see here in a big way now. It's completely dark all around the track. Once again, a massive thanks to all of our officials and the team behind Border Motorsport Club. And thank you so much for your support on the live stream as well as at the circuit here today. And of course to our medical team, Alderson Ambulance, who had to come into play a couple of times today, and all the official sponsors for the day. I know Thiessen's Generators and Thiessen's Power were behind it. We had Car Connection coming to help us out as well. Thank you so much to them, and to the East London Recovery and Towing Services, and everybody else behind the scenes here at the East London Grand Prix circuit. On behalf of our entire production team from Extreme Festival, we'll see you very soon for ZX10 Masters Cup at the Festival of Motoring, and then in the middle of September we head down to the Killarney International Motorway, and that is going to be for round 6 of the Extreme Festival National Championships. From myself, Greg Maloney, the voice of choice, take care then. Bye bye now.